All right, here we go. Taking on to John J. It's got the King game title. I think Premier. I believe that's the #1 mint Premier. All right, so. Well, what do I always say? If I have a force, at least a pair of force cards, I'll keep it. This is a bit unusual. I don't know if this really holds up here of any weather. But I've got to try it now. Let's see how it works. I'll keep it. Using the Dusk Magma game mat. And sometimes it's fun to have unusual combinations to start off a match. Uh-oh. I'm going to hit F5 to refresh my app. It's not letting me click. So it was a roll of 6 to start things off to John J. I'm over here fumbling around with the app. Meanwhile, it's already a force match to John J. Has me down to 3 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. Weather. Freezing rainstorm. And then a force card. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. And similar to Abdul Hafiz and the Silo, the H5 dropship is in the game in both Genesis of Conflict Set 1 and the new Savage Escalation Set 2, and you can use them together here in Blitz. So we'll go with the, we'll start with the new stuff first. The H5 dropship, the new version. Oh, it helps if you click on the button correctly, doesn't it? There we go. That's it for my turn. It's a roll of 1 for DeJohn J. So a second force card. 2 weather cards, 2 force cards in my opponent's war zone. My turn. 5. All right, so I point out that 1 dropship that's out there. Now we'll send the Genesis of Conflict version. Pair of dropships. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Weird spot here, and I knew I was going to run into this potentially because the building cards are just going to be targeted. I'm just begging to have those bounced by intel if you put them out there like that. WMD's going to likewise get serious consideration from an intel. Now, I don't know how much, if any, intel's in the deck that DeJohn J has. But I don't feel any compelling reason to put any of that out there. Someone to pass up all 4 actions and end the turn. DeJohn J with a roll of 5. There's a force match. That's going to eliminate a second territory for me, leaving me with only 2 remaining. Pair of intel cards. And then a pair of force cards. When you see a G, well, you got a G force. That's what the category falls into. That's the only emblem or insignia that doesn't match up with the category list because it's a special kind. You know, at most 1 per deck in Blitz. But for the purposes of Blitz, it acts just like a regular. It's kind of a cool extra to have in there. 6. Like, because they only let you have 1, even though it doesn't mean anything for Blitz, it's like the extra, like, oh, that's kind of cool. A little something extra. Freezing Rainstorm. This will mean an extra turn. I still have 3 actions to go for this turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Put some intel out there. Burn notice. On fire. Pair of force cards, pair of weather, or not weather, pair of intel. I was thinking weather because I don't have any weather, like, at all. This is not good. Again, but I'd say, what was my rule? If I have a pair of force cards, I keep it. And that's not taken to the extreme, but taken to the next level. Pass that action, end the turn here, and then go extra turn. Let's see if this shakes it up a bit. Well, not much of a shake there. Pass up the action. End the turn. Taking on to John J here in Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Live. No play. My turn. 2. Like, it's great to have a force match, but it's not so great when it'll have 2 actions to use it. Because that's, again, easy target potentially. Now, my opponent wouldn't necessarily know that I have a third waiting up here, but... I'll actually go a different direction here. So I'm going to have... If I'm going to turn this around, I'm going to have to have something out there to be able to play, like, one more card to make a match. We'll go with a pair of DX8s. That's it for the turn. John Jay with a roll of 6. So there's a weather match. That'll mean an extra turn. 5 actions still to go for this turn. I'm down to 2 territories. There's a force match. I'll be down to 1 territory. The DX8. Pair of weather cards. Extra turn. 3. There's another weather match and another extra turn. 4. And did John Jay get 2 more force matches to beat me? There's the intel out there. There's weather out there. Pair of force cards. 2 actions to go for the turn. Wow, that's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Well, it won't happen this turn. Pass up the action in the turn. A roll of 2 for John Jay. No play. Wow. My turn. 6. All right. Triggered meltdown. This will be a WMD match. That WMD match will allow me to eliminate 2 of the 4 territories for my opponent. Let's leave it to John Jay with only 2 remaining. 3 actions to go for the turn. So John Jay used a DX8 force match against me now. All's fair and turnaround. This will eliminate a 3rd territory, leaving only 1 remaining for my opponent. Okay, 2 actions to go for the turn. And while I could put 2 of the Tigers out there, I think the more prudent move is to go cloud cover on fire. We'll play a pair of cloud covers. A pair of weather cards will end my turn. We're both down to 1 territory remaining. It's a roll of 6 for John Jay, who just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. 19 cards. There's a weather match. That'll be an extra turn for John Jay, who still has 5 actions to go here. Oh, that's the +2. That's going to be it. That's a sign right there. John Jay's got 2 force matches. There's the first. This will give me a compromised leader. You see your opponent take that +3 actions, unless it's a misplay. And it does happen sometimes. This isn't a misplay. Igor Bach for the win. All right, good game to John J. Victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on Kron, my first opponent of the broadcast. All right, so you start with your arsenal of 60, and the computer deals you 8 cards. You can keep them, or you can say, no, I'll take a mulligan, and it'll reshuffle your arsenal of 60, and then deal you 8 once again. So I'll take the mulligan. Only thing I have that match are building cards, and you really can't just go out with those early. Take a second mulligan. I will. I'll give my opponent an extra card. I just think that's what I'm going to have to do here. I get to go first, at least. 4. So I do have a couple of pairs that I wouldn't have had otherwise, so a few options here. Sometimes it works out with that second mulligan, and sometimes it doesn't. But this will work. Geomagnetic Disturbance. Pair of weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Put some intel out there. Rummage. That'll end my turn. Taking on Kron here in Warsaken Blitz on Nashville Lou Live. Kron with a roll of 5. Nathaka, hello. Greetings and welcome. Hola. Many thanks to Warsaken for giving me this 500,000 loot to give away this week here on the show. We'll have 200,000 loot we'll be giving away here later in this broadcast. 300,000 on Friday. Roll 3 here for me. And it just so happens I have 3 A9 hammerheads that'll fit quite nicely as a force match. Meowsy, hello. Greetings and welcome, everybody. If I missed you, it wasn't an intentional slight. This force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. That's it for my turn. So it's Kron with a roll of 3. So there's a force match for Kron that will eliminate one of my territories. We're both down to 3. So later this hour, I'll be giving away a Set 1 booster pack. Your chance to win coming up a little later in the hour. Pair of weather cards out there. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. All right, well, 2 set to 2 out there. Nothing that makes a match. I'm going to utilize a little bit of caution as far as not just throwing something out there into that 3rd spot by war zone just to do it. So pass up the action and end the turn. Using the Blood Fungus game mat. Got a lot of the cosmetics, the card backs, and when it's my turn, you'll see with the die where it's got some red to it, so it matches the look of the board. 4 actions here for Kron. There's a force match that will eliminate a 2nd territory, leaving me with only 3 remaining. The Blue Mint site, you're asking me, Meowsy, about it loading with that UTC. It's a mess. I don't know how else to say it. Last time I looked at it, it didn't want to cooperate. It just insists on it being Central Time Zone, which normally would be great for me since that's the time zone where I live, but that's not what I use as far as getting information out there to people about the start time for events. Go with Eastern in the U.S. Eastern Time, and then UTC. Anyway, that's the long way of saying, unfortunately, I do know what you're talking about with that, but I don't know what the workaround is. So I can play a rummage here. That'll be a 3rd intel. It's poor value to bump only 2 cards from your opponent's war zone. Because my opponent has not played a WMD yet, I actually would be okay with go ahead and forcing, no, not the clever hijack. Not you. You. Forcing my opponent to discard 3. You want to do that the earlier the better in a match, typically, but I could mill 6 cards from my opponent's arsenal, but I don't think so. I'll force my opponent to discard 3 after my turn ends. So I have 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's put some intel out there. Pair of clever hijacks. Pair of weather cards. Pair of intel cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. T15 Jameson Hauler. I could put that out there. I might be better waiting a turn and seeing if nothing makes a match. Maybe I'll get a pair of weather cards with that. Pass the last 2 actions and end the turn. The reason it turned to a 1 is because my opponent now has to pick 3 cards to discard thanks to that intel match I made. It lets you see in your opponent's discard pile in Blitz, and even sees who the cards that your opponent sends to the discard pile, and in what order as well. So intel. Weather. Other weather. Interesting. Roll 3. I mean, any sort of longer links have been problematic for me as of late for the blue mint link. There's a WMD. It's going to give me a compromised leader.
Compromised.
All right, so 1 more force match would beat me, but it's my turn. 6. All right, so I've got a WMD match that will take my opponent down to 1 territory. I can play a 3rd weather card here. Start with the weather. Want that extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 5 actions to go for this turn. Captured leader WMD.
Select target.
Remember, it's the categories that matter in Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. A WMD match in Blitz allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's territories. This will leave only 1 remaining for Kron. So 2 actions to go for the turn with a 3rd. Or with another roll the die, I should say. The extra turn pending. I can't play the 3rd second. Excuse me. Can't play the 3rd Jack's Nash, like the 1st and 2nd. Extra turn. I know I can play the 3rd here, even if it's a 1. It's a 1. But at least this Jack's Nash will give my opponent a compromised leader. This will be a force match.
Select target.
Well, this will end my turn. Taking on Kron. We both have a compromised leader. So roll of 2. There's a chance for a 3rd ideal conditions to provide an extra turn for my opponent. Otherwise, I might get another roll the die. Pair of intel cards. If I can get a force match here, I can get the win. Let's see. What do we have? 5. Okay, let's see. I should be able to win it here if I play... Well, maybe not. Let's see. If I play the weather cards. All right. Let's think. Let's think about this here. Play the weather cards to go extra turn. I think is how I have to do that. So we'll go with the ideal conditions. I want that extra turn. 2 actions still to go for this turn. I can put the building cards out here, so if I roll a 4 or higher on my next roll, I'll be able to win the match for sure. I mean, it's either that or going with a pair of blinding sandstorms. But this at least gets me, I think, closer. Let's see. Or maybe, I mean, the weather might be the better play, but I'm going to go with the building cards here. Extra turn. If I roll a 4 or higher, I can win the match. 6. Sometimes you get lucky in this game. Sometimes you don't have to take the long road, as it turns out. T15 Jameson Hauler force match for the win. Got lucky there at the end. All right, good game, Kron.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Mad Rhino. The Mad Rhino with the Emperor game title. Whereas I have the title of Elite for my particular deck here today with this Night Vision heavy deck. Let's see. Unfortunately for me, none of these even make a pair. Mulligan. So I'll reshuffle my arsenal. Deal me 8 cards again. That's more like it. So that I can work with there. A couple sets of 2 keep. This is the Rustic Wall game mat that I'm using for this deck today. You can set it up, you can mix and match, you can pick the card back design you want, you can pick the way that your die looks when it's your turn. It's a really cool variety of options you have in this game. Warsaken Blitz. Taking on Mad Rhino, who just rolled a 6. WMD. There's 2. Intel. So a pair of WMD cards, a pair of Intels, and then a pair of Force cards. Mad Rhino. Bringing the firepower early. My turn. 1. Alright, well, let's play an assassination attempt. Intel. Just the one action that ends my turn. Hello, Biscuit. How's it going? We'll be going back to the randomizer a little later here in the hour. Coming up, first chance to win a chance to win, I should say, coming up with a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack I'll be giving away later in the hour. So that's coming up. And then later on in the broadcast, 200,000 loot that I'll be giving away today. Roll a 5. So I play a second assassination attempt since nothing makes a match for me. At least have the Intel pair out there. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's put some weather out there. Freezing rainstorm. And some sort of loud beeping thing on my phone from like emergency beeping thing. So stand by. You gotta be kidding me. I'm in the middle of a live broadcast and they're doing a test of the emergency wireless system. No, come on. Although, safety first. Oh, let's see. I'm completely thrown off now by that. All right. Don't play that alarm sound when it's not a true alarm. Don't scare me like that. I'm in a live broadcast here. 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll pass them up in the turn. But Biscuit, thanks again for giving me that code incoming game mat. Then I greatly appreciate it. Roll 6 here for Mad Rhino. Let's see what 16 cards, 3 wide, 2 deep in the war zone. Pair of Force cards. And that's it. Wow. Look at all that firepower. Now I can just go through and boom, 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 knock me from 4 territories down to a compromised leader in a hurry. So I'm cognizant of that. There's a 6. All right. So I've got a WMD match I can play here. That will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Look at this blood foil. Golden Farmlands. I don't think I've seen this before. A blood foil version of the Golden Farmlands. I mean, only 4 of these cards that exist, so. Nice. Of course, you know what happens when I praise an opponent's card in this game. What often happens. They'll bounce the Night Vision port as well. Oh, that's interesting, Biscuit. Saying you played your first standard game yesterday. There's a lot to it. I have a lot still to learn with that. But I hope you had fun with it. This is a brain teaser. I'm sure it gets very interesting with that. Yeah, a lot of 6, says Mad Rhino, and that's correct. I've been very lucky with that thus far, though you know the way this game has its ways of evening out eventually. This won't help things much in the short term for Mad Rhino. I'm going to bounce.
Select target.
If you have an intel match, you have a few different options. Again, with Blitz, it's the category that matters. So I'm going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone. Kind of tricky here. Which ones do you pick? Right, let's bounce a WMD.
Select target.
Some nice cards here. That's gold. 24k gold. That's Sergeant Vladimir. Which I'll bounce. I think I bounced the other one. Kept the gold. So I could bounce the other force, or I could bounce the intel. I'll bounce this one intel here, the targeted sabotage. 2 actions still to go for the turn, but 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation, Geomagnetic Disturbance. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Mad Rhino here on Nashville Lou Live. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away a Set 1 booster pack. That'll be on the other side of my hourly break. And later in the broadcast, I'll be giving away 200,000 loot. So there's a force match for Mad Rhino, who has Agent Rico in gold form. Really nice cards over there. My turn. 2. All right, so 2 spots open in my war zone. Already have 2 sets of 2 weather out there. A few different options as far as what I could go with, but I'll go Kensho, send the Ninja. Pair of force cards. And that's it for my turn. So I have 3 territories remaining. Mad Rhino's down to 2, but it's roll 5. There's a force match. Now we're both down to 2 territories remaining. Pair of weather cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, so I can play a 3rd Geomagnetic Disturbance. That'll give me an extra turn. 5 actions still to go for this turn. Play a 3rd Kensho Force.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent. Four actions to go for the turn. More weather. Terrifying storm. 2 actions to go for this turn. Whoa. My mouse jumped. Max Harper. Pair of force cards. Extra turn. 1. But that 1. And it's so frustrating when you're on the other end of this. You know, finally, my opponent rolls a 1. And it's a 3rd weather card. You get, guess what? Extra turn. 4. All right, so I'll give my opponent a compromised leader, play this 3rd Max Harper force card.
Select target. Select target.
Once your opponent has a compromised leader, all you need to do is make 1 more force match to get the win.
Compromised.
3 actions to go for the turn. I don't have a force match in my hand, or otherwise the match would be over by now. So instead, we'll play a pair of weather cards here. Blinding Sandstorm. We'll forego that last action in the turn. Roll of 2 for Mad Rhino. So there's a weather. Oh, that's interesting. It's the +3 turns. I could be in trouble. Well, maybe not. Did I misread that? Oh, there are 4. I looked over for a second. Could rewind this. So was it a +3 actions taken, or was it an extra turn? I just wasn't. Because it was a roll of 2, though, right? So if you took the plus. Well, let's just see what happens. Building cards. Okay. Going back for what I bounced. Would be my guess. Going back for that gold Agent Rico, maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Probably more the Yeah, the sergeant who's already out there. Going back for that WMD. But there's only one action left for the turn. All right, so if I can get a force match here, I'll get the win. Let's see, what do we have? 2. All right, luckily for me, both those actually weather cards. Blinding Sandstorm. Oh, it's not going to let me click. When this happens, you hit F5 if you're on a PC. If you're not, good luck. But if you're on a PC, hit F5. You like a couple seconds. It pops back up, gives you the quick game reset. I'm taking that extra turn, though. That part hasn't changed. One action still to go for the turn. Remember, I just need one more force match to get the win. So let's go ahead and put one of these Resin Davids out there. Let's see what this brings me. Extra turn. 6. All right. Well, it'll end up being the 00 Black Blade. I got so lucky in this match. Those rolls.
Select target.
Try to remember these things when they go against me in other games. Got very lucky with very capitalized. Good game.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Buzz King. All right, well, unfortunately for me, nothing matches here. So I'll take a mulligan, shuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then dealing 8 cards once again. Now that's more like it. Pair of force, pair of intels. You don't want to take that second mulligan if you don't need to. Keep. And I get to go first. 6. All right, so nothing to make a match, but have some options to start things off. Play a pair of weather cards here. Blood Foil Tropical Cyclone. Actually, I'll play the other one so the red one will be on top out there on the board. Not that it matters, just in the cosmetics of it. 3 spots open, my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. You do want to use some caution, though, about how much you put out early, especially not knowing what kind of deck your opponent might have. So with that in mind, I'll play a pair of Satellite Recons, Intel cards. 2 sets of 2. I'll pass up the last 2 actions and then the turn. So it's a roll of 4 for Buzz King. Pair of force cards. 2 sets of 2 force. That's it for the turn. My turn. 1. Okay, well, pass up that action in the turn. Buzz King with a roll of 2. So, look at all that force out there. 3 wide, 2 deep with force. Even those are 3 very different cards. They function the same way when they make a match. With Blitz, would be the simplified version of Warsaken. Makes it very easy to learn how to play. It's so much fun to stream this game. I know I've mentioned that a few times, but it's because I believe it worthy of emphasis. It is so much fun. Have people to chat with and play the game against live on stream. Let's go with the WMD match right here. This trio of EMP discharges.
Select target.
A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 4 territories. That takes Buzz King from 4 to 2. 3 spots, 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a trio of Sergeant Sigwalt Kleins. Soldier heavy. This will be a force match.
Select target.
Force match allows you to eliminate one of your opponent's territories. This will take Buzz King down to just one remaining. But that's it for my turn. Tomorrow, I'll be back at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. So Thursday night, early Friday morning for some of you, for the next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. That's tomorrow, 8 p.m. I'm likely going to have something tomorrow in the 2 p.m. slot. Brawlers has pushed back their Brawl for All, so that won't be tomorrow. I might play some AEW Fight Forever. Who knows? We'll see about that. But for people interested in Blitz, tomorrow, 8 p.m. with the Blue Mint tournament, then back Friday, 2 p.m. 300,000 loot being given away just in time for the Set 3 loot packs to become available in the Warsaken store. Roll to 1. Well, okay, we'll go ahead. Well, I'm torn. I could put an intel out there, but I'd rather keep that third spot and maybe use it for weather, if that's what it comes to in the next round. I already have intel out there anyway. Actually, okay, you know what? I will do this. Intel. That's it for my turn. Oh, it's not let me click. Come on. Let me see what Buzz King goes. A roll of 1 for Buzz King. So at F5, since it has that bug where it won't let you click sometimes. See how fast that was? You see why I waited to make sure I saw what that roll was for Buzz King? So a roll of 1 for Buzz King, and that 2 seconds to reload it. Oh, I hope they fix that bug soon. I'm sure they do as well. 2. Because it's not indicative of the UI of this game. This game has outstanding user interface. As far as the in-game components of it go. Second assassination attempt. I'm not going to put anything in that 4th spot in my war zone. Very color, the various colors here, the red, the green, the gold. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Buzz King in Warsaken Blitz. We'll be giving away a Warsaken Set 1 booster pack just a little bit later on here in the hour. And then later in the broadcast, I'll be giving away 200,000 loot. My plan is 100,000 in the next hour, and then a second 100,000 in the following hour. There's a force match. Buzz King eliminates one of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. There's a weather match. Buzz King, that roll of 6. Two sets of 2 weather. Extra turn, roll of 6. There's a force match that'll take me down to 2 territories remaining. Hey, Bisky, yeah, the randomizer's not open when I'm playing matches. Because when I'm ready to play that next match, I want people who are actually there. And this has worked so much better doing it this way compared to the old way. My goodness, this is just stacking up here one after another for Buzz King. I'm down to 1 territory. I've lost track of how many extra turns Buzz King has over here. And yet there's even more that could come with that tsunami out there. Private Sarah Vet. That's a force match. It'll give me a compromise later. Extra turn, roll of 1 for Buzz King. So as you can see, things changed there in a hurry, but luckily for me, at least I get at least 1 more roll of die. 5. I can go with weather, get an extra turn, which is what I'm going to need to do here. Two actions for this turn, but it really doesn't make sense to just pick a random. I guess look at the, like 4 different pairs of force cards in my hand. I'm not going to fill up that 4th spot in my war zone with this extra turn about to come. So pass up those 2 actions. Extra turn. 2. Well, at least I can play this 3rd assassination attempt. It's an intel match. Let's bounce. Clear out. The force. Both of these tsunamis. We'll have that at least. Still have 1 action to go for the turn. At this point, be bold. Rayanne the Insider. That's it for my turn. It's not really all that bold to place something in my 3rd spot in my war zone. Roll 3. This could be immaterial if Buzz King has a force match here. That's going to be the game. There's one, there's two, there's three. All right, good game. Buzz King victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Biscuit. And I think it's only fitting since Biscuit was kind enough to give me this game map, this code incoming game map that I use it here. I thought this was the right one that matched up with it, and it is, so that worked out. What doesn't work out so well is the starting 8, since nothing makes even a pair. So I'll use a mulligan, have it shuffle my arsenal at deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards once again. All right. Pair of 4s, pair of weathers, keep. You only want to use that second mulligan if you absolutely have to. So the computer randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first. And here it's Biscuit. Well, you could, Sean. I mean, I strongly believe you would know better than me on that. Now, you're really sharp as far as picking up on certain things, like the roll the die, like where it's like a high number, then extra turn, and how often it's a 1. But I don't know. I'm that's just me noticing and listening and all. So a pair of force cards. You see that G? That's the one exception as far as those insignias, because it's a type of force, a G force. Easy to remember that, right? So it's a different logo or emblem, insignia there, but it's a force nonetheless. My turn. 3. Okay, so nothing to make a match, but I can play a pair of weather cards, geomagnetic disturbance. 3 spots open in my war zone, 1 action to go for the turn. I could put force out there, but I'm not going to this turn. Pass at the last action in the turn. Oh, come on. Taking on Biscuit. Yeah, I remember hearing it from you, Sean, but I'm sure there are other people I've noticed as well. They probably pay closer attention to that than me. So roll a 4 here for Biscuit. 2 sets of 2 force opposite me in my opponent's war zone. Pair of weather cards. That's it for the turn. 5. All right, 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's play a pair of weather cards here. Cloud cover. 2 sets of 2 weather. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I could put force out there, but okay, I'll put the Foxbusters out there. Let's do that. Pair of force cards. I'll pass at the last action, and that'll end my turn. Taking on Biscuit here in Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Live. It's a roll of 2 for Biscuit. People that are new to Warsaken, trying to figure this game out, wanting to learn new things, want to meet some great people, check out the Warsaken Discord. Links in chat. My turn. 3. All right, so I've got a force match here. A little bit of scout work here with a specialist, Chloe Moore. She got those binoculars. That's some big binoculars right there.
Select target.
That long distance vision. So the force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. And that's it for the turn. Taking on Biscuit, who's got the lowest of low as the game title. For this round, I've got the High Justice game title, although normally that kind of hides under my overlay, since that's the best spot on the board. This game utilizes the game space exceptionally well. There's a WMD match, which will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. So it's kind of tough to find stuff for the categories overlay and for my logo overlay. Limited options as far as not getting in the way too much. My turn. 4. So as we hit 3 p.m. Eastern, let everybody know you're watching Nashville Lou Live, playing Warsaken Blitz. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Later in this hour, I'm going to give you away 100,000 loot. One lucky winner will win 100,000 loot later in the hour. If to yell about that for a moment, be very excited. Okay, so not so good here as far as nothing making a match. I'm going to actually pull back the G1 Fox Busters, and here's the argument that I make sometimes about maybe don't be so aggressive as putting something out there in that 3rd spot in your war zone, because you might want it for something else, and you don't want to fill that 4th spot up if you can help it. Luckily there, since I was going to just not use those actions anyway, I'll use 2 to pull up the Fox Busters, bring them back to my hand, and the other 2 to play the pair of Violent Tornadoes. So a lot of weather out there for me, but that's it for the turn. Oh yeah, Sean, I make VODs of every one of my broadcasts here. So there's plenty of source material if you're wanting to check it out and figure out, at least from that, what you can. Like, I know my skills and my strengths and weaknesses, and trying to figure that out does not fall into the strength category. But listening comprehension for me can be helpful at times as far as that goes. Of course, the comprehension has to actually work as far as understanding it. Meanwhile, I can comprehend I'm about to have a compromised leader. Force matches aplenty. The Kraken. One more force match would be the end of the game for me. I was afraid a 3rd force is going to drop right there and was going to end it. But not yet. So I'm still on it. My turn. 2. 3 sets of 2 weather out there. And I get a weather that drops that I can't use. Yeah, that happens sometimes in this game. Pass up the actions, then the turn. I might not get another roll here in this game. Roll 3. All that Biscuit needs is a force match here to get the victory. 15 cards. Also the possibility of weather. Building cards. Okay. Interesting. I mean, you're going back for force. Going back for the Kraken. Not a bad choice for a finishing move. 1. Oh, my reward for pulling the Fox Busters back up. Sometimes that's how it goes in this game. Oh well. In turn. I could put one of them out there, I'm not going to. Roll 4. All that Biscuit needs here is a force match to beat me. There it is. That's the game. All right, good game, Biscuit. Victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on PO Track 11. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. The only pair that I have there are WMDs, so I'll take a mulligan. Reshuffle my arsenal of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. Alright, that's more like it now, isn't it? A few different options. Keep. Using the blood magma, or excuse me, the blood plasma. No, those sound actually better. Blood fungus. Let's say make it worse and worse. It's a really cool looking game map though, the blood fungus. So roll 3 for PO Trek 11 to start things off in our match here today on Nashville Lou Live. So tomorrow, I don't know for sure. I hope to have something for the 2 p.m. spot. Maybe like an hour long, like AEW Fight Forever, something like that. I'd hope to have brawlers for tomorrow. It's not going to be ready. They pushed that back as far as the Brawl for All. So instead, maybe something brief, maybe not for tomorrow, because the big thing for tomorrow, the Blue Mitch tournament, 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. My next broadcast with Warsaken Blitz, my turn 3. All right, so I have 3 Bella Ivanovas, so I'll have a force match right away. This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
So Sean's saying the only gear you haven't burnt or given away is the blood fungus mat. Well, it's a cool look. I mean, it very much looks like the inside of a computer, only if it's like with the everything looking red. It's a unique look. Alright, so that's it for my turn. That force match eliminated a territory there for Pio Treku. Rolls a 4. Yes, an electronic circuit. That's what I was trying to think of, like a circuit board. Now, there's also a blood fungus card in set 2, Savage Escalation, the new set. Sometimes teases people when they have a pack openings. They see a little bit of red. They think, is that a blood foil? They know it's blood fungus. Blood foil, of course, the name for those red cards that, or it's like there are only 4 of them that exist. Like the that white phosphorus bomb that I have in blood foil, where there's it says 4 up there in that top right corner, because that's the total that had been made of it. 4. Now, of course, those blood foils are tough to come by and cost you a premium on the secondary market if you're going to chase that. So typically, if I'm like, it's nice to open up a loot pack like I did with the what was that, tropical cyclone, whatever the new weather. Where I've got the blood foil. Okay, let's talk about this match where I've got a pair of blinding sandstorms to play. So, a pair of weather cards out there. 2 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open by Warzone. Let's play a pair of intels. Clever hijack. That's it for my turn. Yeah, Biscuit saying it's annoying on a pack opening. So, oh, Sean, you're saying you have 5 blood foils in total? Roll a 5 here for Pio Treku. And I think this is important. It's great that they have those very hard to come by, unique cards, and yet it doesn't give you a tactical advantage as far as Blitz goes. So it's not discouraging to new players. It's not like you have to put together some sort of all-star deck to be competitive. You give a bunch of commons, and it's not going to put you at a tactical disadvantage. But there are certain things like XP and earning loot, and on top of that, just some great artwork and things that are visually compelling and fun for live streaming that make it very much a positive. All right, speaking of positives, when I can make matches with my 2 sets of 2 in the Warzone, that's good times, right? Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. 2 actions to go for this turn. Clever hijack. Intel match. Oh, that's interesting, Sean, saying blood foil is worse than any upgraded card for standard. Huh. Yeah, standard's an entirely different matter. And that's going to be so much fun when that gets rolled out in a way that's easier from a live streaming standpoint. Although I think post-production, I have ideas for further down the line. We have to bounce here. When I play an intel match, you get a few different choices, but more often than not, when I do that, it's going to bounce 3 cards from my opponent's Warzone. I love it when my opponent's got 3 wide and 2 deep, and you can bounce 1 of each. The Sampler Platter, Tsunami, A7 Axe, Ken Show, bounce. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Play a T-15 Jameson Hauler. A lot of these Savage Escalation cards in here. Set 2. Extra turn. 3. Well, that was a lucky choice for me. Play the other 2 T-15 Jameson Haulers. That'll be a force match.
Select the target.
This force match will eliminate a second territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot to a lucky winner. 1 action to go for the turn, play Fire in the Fields. That's it for my turn. Also be giving away 100,000 loot in the next hour. We'll have a pair of 100,000 loot giveaways here today in the broadcast. And on Friday, we're going to have 3 of them. 300,000 loot. Just in time for the new, the loot packs. I don't know what you call them. The third. We've had the, for set 2. Okay, loot pack -03 with the Savage Escalation card. So for people that get that 100,000 loot today, they can go ahead and get one of the second booster, the loot packs that are out there, because that's right at 100,000. It worked out pretty well from a giveaway standpoint. Of course, you could use that loot instead to buy yourself multiple wheel spins. You got options. Speaking of options, Fire in the Fields. Extra turn. Now here's where it's tricky. If I go and play a force here, and then the next turn I get a WMD match, this will feel like a wasted thing here. But I only have 1 each of the WMDs, and you can't wait forever in this game. So let's do it. Jax Nash.
Select the target.
Very thorough. All right, extra turn. Let's see if this... All right, so I guess it worked out as far as not waiting for a WMD, but I'm still not going to be able to give my opponent a compromised leader here. However, wide open war zone, 5 actions, pair of weather cards, ideal conditions. Are you saying what? Play 1 WMD and 2 forces? I'm not putting that out there in partial form. Or maybe I could. I mean, because at this point, the WMD is actually weaker than a force because I wouldn't have to save it. This is actually the better move here. As far as if something's get targeted, better this than the Fox Busters, right? Maybe that's not what you meant there, but that made me think of it. Actually, that strangely actually will work better. Play another intel card. Rummage. That's it for the turn. Taking on Piotrek 11. Warsaken Blitz here on Nashville Lou Live. Roll 3 for Piotrek. Pair of weather cards. 1 action to go for the turn. Oh, you're saying before the weather respin. That probably would have been the better move. My turn. Yeah, I'm not very good at taking advice from chat, because I'll have seen something like a roll or 2 later, because I'm kind of focused on several things at once here with this. All right, so unfortunately for me, just a 1 action here. Rummage. That's it for my turn. Yeah, the better play would have been to put just 2 of them out there and wait to see what that extra turn brought. I think that's what you meant, and that's really what I should have done there. Roll of 1. Thanks to Carl Casey at White Bat Audio. Makes much of the great background music that I use here on Nashville Lou Live. Play Warsaken Blitz, having so much fun. Time just flies by when I play this game. Full song attribution information Post a link there in chat. My turn. 5. Well, I can make a weather match here, play a third ideal conditions. The extra turn. 4 actions to go for this turn. I've got 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll put the Foxbusters out there. I'll keep that 4th spot open. I'll pass up the last 2 actions for the turn. Extra turn. 5. Man. All right. Play a rummage. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Dropship.
Select target.
Tornado.
Select target.
Tsunami. Bounce. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play the G-Titan missile silo. That'll be a building match. I'm going back for force. I should have looked at my hand to see if I had a 4th for one of these, and I didn't. And once you've started the process, you can't look back out. Luckily for me, I did have a 4th with Bella Ivanova. So we'll play the 1 here. End turn. And it's not going to let me click, so let's wait and see what Piotreko 11 rolls. 6. Well, F5 it now. I just want to see what the roll was. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. Pair of WMDs. There's a 3rd. That's going to be a WMD match for Piotreko. We'll eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Later this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. So a lucky winner have another 100,000 loot to give away the next hour here on Nashville Lou Live. 3 actions to go for the turn. So tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, the next Blue Mets tournament for Warsaken Blitz. I'll have live coverage of my matches in the tournament for as long as I last. I've been getting bounced early in the last few, so hopefully I can turn it all around like I'm Yoshihashi in there, maybe make a bit of a run, but it's tough. Level of competition is strong. The Legion represents in those tournaments over on Blue Mint, and they bring their A game. So a pair of drop ships, pair of fire in the fields for my opponent. It's my turn. Got the Inception die. That was a long way to get to a 1. But play a 3rd Foxbuster.
Select target.
That force match will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
Roll of 1 for Piotreko. Is there a 3rd fire in the field? So that would be the concern I'd have, because that would give Piotreko an extra turn. Instead, it's a 3rd H5 dropship. That's a force match. Take me down to 1 territory remaining. My opponent's got a compromised leader. If I can get a force match here, I'll get the win, or roll 2 or higher. 5. Bella Ivanova for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game. Piotreko 11. And here we go.
Warsaken.
Taking on Delvis. Pair of force cards. When I have that, I keep it. That was what I was trying to talk about a little bit earlier. The tropical cyclone is the savage escalation, blood foil weather. Got that in a loot pack. Nice little pickup there, if I do say so myself. 2. All right, so wide open war zone just underway. Let's put some intel out there. Satellite recon. That's it for the turn. Using the Slate Lux game mat for this deck today. Taking on Delvis in Warsaken Blitz. Delvis, who won 100,000 loot just a few minutes ago. We'll have another 100,000 loot giveaway in our next hour here on Nashville Lou Live. Also, congratulations to Soul the Cat. Past 500 followers on Twitch. Coming up tonight, Soul's going to have a 500 follower celebration stream, as I understand it. Roll a 6. And that tentative start time, 8 p.m. Eastern. For Soul the Cat, although we do want to double check on that, so. I'm going to start making promises for broadcasts for other people. Just because in the middle of this, who knows what might change in the time when I went live here to the time we are right now. But that's the plan as I understand it. So it should be a lot of fun. And we'll go celebrate with Soul the Cat later on tonight. I'll be done with my broadcast before that. I really wish we had like somebody go like 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern. I'd make a bridge to keep things going with live Warsaken. And we'll get to that point. 3 spots open in my war zone. 6 actions. Nothing makes a match. I don't have a weather pair that I can play here. So let's go Force. Rayanne, the Insider. Get the scoops. Breaking news. Pair of intel, pair of force cards. Force 4 actions to go for the turn if I choose to use them. I could put force out there, but I can. You put too much force out there, it ends up sometimes not working out so well. Plus, the whole thing of that 3rd spot, my war zone. I don't have any weather out there right now. So as much as it feels counterintuitive to do it this way, sometimes I really think the best move is to do something like this. Pass up the 4 actions that remain and end the turn. Because remember, if it's out there in your war zone, your opponent could potentially target it. Taking on Delvis. Well, thank you, Sean. I appreciate you chatting and watching here live. Greatly appreciate it. Roll a 4 for Delvis. We talk about generosity. Sean IOP has shown tremendous generosity to the Warsaken community. Gave me the unreal successful Mole Hunt number 5 that I'll probably never forget because I've said it so many times from when it was given to me at the end of May till it finally came off the prize wheel in mid-August. That was one heck of a run. And the wild thing was that the prize that replaced it, it's like flashing some WMDs and pulling them back, but the prize that replaced it and the next broadcast ended up being 1. It's kind of funny the way that works out. My turn. 1. Well, it's just the 1 action here. So even if I put like something where I had a pair of forces out there, I just don't think that's the move here. Pass up the action in the turn. So roll of 2 for Delvis. So as noted, Delvis won 100,000 loot earlier here in the hour. We'll have another 100,000 loot giveaway. Many thanks to Warsaken for giving me that loot to give away. A lot of excitement for the next wave of loot packs that'll be available, as I understand it, this weekend in the Warsaken store. That third wave of the Savage Escalation loot packs, extra turn, roll a 3. Delvis with a wide open war zone, but 17 cards. Building cards, going back for weather. Not exactly a massive detective effort needed for that. When your opponent only has 3 cards in his or her discard pile, you have a pretty good idea of what they're going back for. All right, well, this'll work. A roll of 6. I'll be able to play 3 tactical dukes. That will be a WMD match.
Select target.
This will allow me to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Two spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a third Rayanne the Insider.
Select target.
This will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. Two actions to go for the turn. Well, I could put Charleston's out there. I think instead I'm going to go Weather. I'll go with the other tropical cyclone so I can put the blood foil on top. Real braggadocious-like. A pair of weather cards. That'll end my turn. I've got a pair of intel out there, a pair of weather cards. A Delvis with a roll of 4. Now, this will be 21 cards here for Delvis. Things could change in a hurry right now. You figure that's a weather match? Indeed, a weather match. So that'll be an extra turn for Delvis. 1 action still to go for this turn. And that die, that black on dark marble look, kind of hard to, really blends in with the Slate Lux table. WMD played out there after the pair or the trio of weather cards that made a match. There's a force match that will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. Are there 2 more of these WMDs up there? Pair of forest cards with Bella Ivanova. My turn. 2. Play a pair of RCG Charlestons. That's it for the turn. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Lou Live taking on Delvis. In our next hour, we'll be giving away 100,000 loot. Roll a 3 for Delvis. There's a second WMD. There's a force match for Delvis. This will take me down to 2 territories remaining. One action to go for the turn. If I roll a 4 or higher, I'll win the match. 6. All right. Well, RCG Charleston, force. That force match will give my opponent a compromised leader. I just need 1 more force match to get the win. I've got 5 actions.
Compromised.
G16 mech for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Delvis. I've had my microphone muted. Oh my goodness. Oh. Hit the cough button, forget to turn it back on. So Moonbaz Marty, a pair of weather cards there to match the pair of force cards opposite me. And a pair of force cards ends the turn. My turn. 2. Okay, I'm not even thinking clearly. Like, I'm so distracted by that microphone botch. How do I not? Oh, that makes me so angry that I didn't do that right. The technical stuff just drives me up the wall. All right, pass the 2 actions in the turn. So Moonbaz Marty rolls a 3. Yeah, it wasn't any sort of like overly insightful commentary, just setting the stage. My turn. 4. All right. So I'll be able to play a 3rd Z27 Tiger. Very focused. Well, sorry, I didn't mean to cause concern over the thing of the stream had frozen up. There's a force match. This will eliminate one of the 4 territories for Moonbaz Marty. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. All right, let's go weather. Cloud cover. I'll pass up that last action. End the turn. Moonbaz Marty with a roll of 4. So 20 cards for Moonbaz Marty. There's a WMD match. This will take me down to 1 territory remaining. There's a force match. Give me a compromise leader. I'm up against it. But it's my turn. 2. Hey, well, if I could roll 2 there and get 2 weather matches, I'd say that works for me. So I'll have 2 extra turns lined up here. So a pair of weather matches. This is extra turn number 1 of 2. 5. All right. Still waiting on a WMD match. A7 axe.
Select target.
That's a force match. We'll eliminate a 2nd territory for Moonbaz Marty, leaving only 2 remaining. We've got a 2nd extra turn waiting. We'll play this planted device, Intel. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Both of those beam tanks.
Select target.
I say I'll pass on the beam tank. Thank you very much. Both of them.
Select target.
And then ideal conditions. Weather. All right. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll play an Agent Zera. If I roll a 5 or higher and get a WMD match, I can win the game right here. 3. All right. Well, as it turned out, the WMD match never showed up. I've got a compromised leader, so I can't just throw a bunch of pairs out there and just say, okay, Or maybe I can. Let's see. What do I have out there right now? Let's see. We got Agent Zera. I can play 2 more. Okay, let's do it. Agent Zera.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a 3rd territory for Moonbaz Marty. One action to go for the turn. Play an H5 dropship. But that's it for my turn. And I still have a compromised leader. That hasn't changed. Roll a 4 for Moonbaz Marty. Surely this will do it. All Moonbaz needs is a force match to beat me. Agent Zera for the win. All right, good game. Moonbaz Marty victorious. taking on Brother of. All right. Well, pair of force cards. When I have that in my starting 8, I keep it. I mean, it's not bad to have the pair of building cards either, although you can't play those right away. Or you could, it's just typically not going to work out well if you do. Anyway, I'll keep it. For once, I don't have to use a mulligan in a match here. That's a good start. That's a nice change. The game chooses one of the 2 players at random to go first, and this time it's me. So it's a roll 3. All right, nothing makes a match, but play a pair of weather cards, fire in the fields. Okay, good luck, have fun. 1 action to go for the turn if I choose to use it. Could put a tiger out there, but I'll pass it up for now. Pass it to the last action in the turn. It's a roll 3. But I thought it was really cool with what the Legion did the other night in the Warsaken Discord when Brother of was getting this initial deck set up, saying, hey, put the word out, people, you have extra cards or want to help people out. And the generosity from people in the Legion, it's a strong thing. People, they're passionate about this game, and rightly so. Because, I mean, Warsaken Blitz is fantastic fun to stream and to play. It's easy to learn the game that way. But there's incredible depth to the full Warsaken game that we're in the process of getting rolled out. You've seen, if you watched on some of the streams that have the Tabletopia version, some looks at it. It's kind of hard for me to figure it out looking at it that way. But they're going to have it really revving when it's really out within the app, whenever it's ready. And I can only imagine the intricacies that's going to involve, but it should be fun. And then for me, the challenge is how do I turn that adapted into a broadcast? I have ideas. What? But those ideas are predicated on what I think will happen, and I don't have any sort of like special inside knowledge other than I've seen the game and I understand it, and it should be a lot of fun. Okay, I'll play a Z27 Tiger. It's just okay. So now let me click. All right. I'm gonna wait and see what Brother of rolls here. Oh, you don't have to wait. It only takes 2 seconds to get it to refresh the screen, but okay, I'll just go and do it now. So it's like 2 seconds for it to reload the app, another 2 seconds or so for it to pop the cosmetics back into place. So roll a 5. Taking on Brother of. There's a weather match for Brother. That'll be an extra turn. Well, I stand correct. It looks like an extra 3 actions were taken there. So 5 actions for the turn. Those are the 2 choices you have with a weather match. Usually you see the +1 turn, but not always. Sometimes the +3 actions makes more sense. I know this is what, the 3rd game that Brother of is playing, so part of the learning as well with this sometimes, as far as or maybe +1 would have been better than the extra 3 actions. So I'll pull back on the weather, which is interesting. I'll pull back on the intel. 3 actions to go for the turn. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Live. Later in this hour, we'll have another 100,000 loot giveaway. There's an intel match. Interesting. This could go after my Warzone. Bounce the 3 cards. Remember how I waited to put the Z27 Tiger out there? Well, I finally did, and guess what? Now there's something to aim at with intel that can bounce 3 cards from my Warzone to my discard pile. Could force me to discard from my hand, or it could mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. Those are the 3 options you have in an intel match in Warsaken Blitz. Notice it's the category that matters. It doesn't even matter what the title of the card is. It's the category. And that's part of the genius of Blitz as far as getting people to learn this game. Because this is very intricate, as you might have noticed. And yet, the simplified version is something you can play on stream, you can chat with people, it's a leisurely pace. It's fun. Even if you lose the match, you can still have fun, which is a sign of a great game. So I'm not sure what's going on here with the intel decision, but as noted, one of 3 things can happen in this game, whether it's a forced discard, a bounce of 3 from the Warzone, or milling 6 cards from the arsenal. But later in this hour, another 100,000 loot giveaway. Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. For as long as I last in the tournament, I'll be back with another Blue Mints tournament for Warsaken Blitz here on Nashville Live. Then Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, 300,000 loot giveaway Friday, just in time for the 3rd wave of those Savage Escalation loot packs. So I'm not sure if my opponent is contemplating what to do. Because if this is the 3rd time playing, this may be something that's, it's easy for me to zip through it quickly because I've played this hundreds of times by now. Certainly dozens of times, but a whole lot. Versus somebody that's played 3 times, and yet, that's hardly a guarantee I'm going to win because there are many factors that come into play in a game of Warsaken Blitz. And to point, I mean, I haven't taken out any of the territories for Brother of yet. Go intel. Pair of planet devices. 3 spots open in my Warzone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of H5 dropships. Force cards. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. So a roll of 3 for Brother of. Posted a link to the Blue Mint, just the general page. You have to update your links as far as if you're looking for anything you might have bookmarked because they've updated Blue Mint a bit. Also a link there to the Warsaken Discord. 3 actions here for my opponent taking on Brother of. So a pair of weather cards, 2 actions to go for the turn. This is only the 3rd game that Brother of has played here in Warsaken Blitz, so have some patience. It's easy for me to zip through this because I've done this so many times. It's second nature by now. But for new players and people unfamiliar with the game, a bit more to look over and contemplate. But again, I think it's very helpful, and feedback has matched this as far as what I suspect. And this category has helped people for learning the game. Some people have learned how to play Warsaken Blitz by watching my live streams and other people's as well. So the weather match there, you figure it'd be an extra turn. Remember last time, I think the 3 actions were taken maybe by mistake. So the extra turn in this case would typically be what you'd see. Try to get more cards into your hand. And of course, later in this hour, we're giving away another 100,000 loot. Delvis, the lucky winner of 100,000 loot in our last hour. On Friday's show, I'll be giving away 300,000 loot. All this made possible by Warsaken. Thank you so much. I'm greatly appreciative of Warsaken and the people that have built this game and built a wonderful community over on Discord. I think about all the negative experiences I've had through the years and interacting with people in video game settings, because some people just are their absolute worst in competitive video games. This is the opposite of that. A very welcoming community. People with a genuine enthusiasm for Warsaken. Again, what we're looking at here, this is the simplified version. The full version is this in-depth. It's like, whoa. Like, I'm going to have to spend a lot of time learning beyond just the base level on some of this. And there's the Cabal single-player version that is being developed, as I understand it. I don't know that much about that one, but can't wait to find out. There's a force match for my opponent, so finally one of us will eliminate a territory of the other. That force match eliminates one of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. I'll post a link here to warsaken.tv. That's worth bookmarking. If you're interested in watching people play Warsaken Blitz, warsaken.tv takes you directly to the Twitch page for Warsaken and shows you the people that are live streaming at any given time. It amuses me that I can draw more people in my sleep to watch games from weeks ago than I can playing some of these other games in non-overnight US time slots live here on my main channel. People love this game. My turn, 1. Like if I had a spare computer, I could directly just have that at all times. I could be doing like around the clock with it. But as it is, it works out pretty well. All right, well, building cards are nice and all, but just with one action. Not going to do it here. End the turn. So Brother of with a roll of 5. Later in this hour, giving away 100,000 loot. So there's an intel match. That'll likely bounce 3 cards from my war zone to my discard pile. I could be forced to discard 3 from my hand. It could potentially mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile, but I'm really thinking the drop ships and one of the intels are going to get targeted here. Interesting. So the intel bounced 2 of my intels and 1 force card. My war zone to my weather cards, I should say, not intel. Who fire in the fields and the Z-27 Tiger. Or no, I was wrong about that. I was looking at the wrong ones. It was the pair of planted devices and the dropship. Pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. 1 action to go for the turn. And it's a force card. My turn. 5. All right, let's do a pullback on the dropship. I'll have 4 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone. Play a pair of weather cards. Freezing rainstorm. Two actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of burn notices. On fire. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Brother of here in Warsaken Blitz on Nashville Lou Live. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away another 100,000 loot. Roll of 6. For Brother of. And considering this is only the 3rd game ever for Brother of to play, here I am, having played hundreds of times by now. And yet here we are in a very competitive battle. So some pullbacks there. Again, when you put some intel out there in your war zone, sometimes that will incentivize your opponent to maybe pull back a bit as far as what's out there in the war zone. Now, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, might be determining, or say, to be determined later in the match, depending on how things turn out. Sometimes it's great for your opponent to have a bunch out there in the war zone. If you have some intel, you can play and bounce. But if you don't have that intel, then perhaps a different story. 4 actions to go for the turn. There's a weather match, so it anticipated an extra turn. So tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, Soul the Cat. We're going to have a 500 followers celebration. Shout out to Soul the Cat. If you don't follow Soul, you really should. She's been live streaming Warsaken Blitz longer than I have. She does a great job with it. It's nice for me at night. Sometimes I'll just have the, it's very much a tranquil kind of broadcast a lot of times. She was playing some Tool last night, so it mixed it up a bit. Can't be too predictable. Extra turn here for Brother of his roll of 1. Pair of intel cards out there in the war zone for my opponent. There's a 3rd. A lot bounced from my war zone. If that's what happens here, it'd be a 3rd intel bounce. So tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. For Soul the Cat's 500 follower celebration stream with Warsaken. So 2 weather cards and 1 of the intels bounced from my war zone to my discard pile. My turn. 1. All right, I'll play an Agent Zara. That's it for my turn. Warsaken, Blitz, Nashville, Lou Live. So it's a roll of 5 here for my opponent. 18 cards. This has been a very slow match, but keep in mind, this is only the third match that Brother of has played to date. So 5 actions, 18 cards here for my opponent. Now, another consideration, if that arsenal, that deck of 60 is at 21 right now for my opponent, if that hits 0, then at that point my opponent would have a compromised leader. There's a force match. That force match will eliminate a second territory for me, leaving only 2 remaining. And Brother of will still have 2 actions remaining for this turn. Warsaken, Blitz, Nashville, Lou Live. So I'm down to 2 territories. 2 actions to go for the turn. Hello, Downtown Detail. A pair of force cards to end the turn. My turn. 5. Finally. All right. This has been, with all the intel played against me, this has been a slow developing game for me, but finally a WMD match.
Select target.
So that WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Underground base. And then Clementine Meyer, one of the new Savage Escalation territory cards. The WMD match eliminates 2 of the 4 territories for my opponent. We're both down to 2. 2 actions to go for the turn. All that intel has been flying around, to be careful with the Tiger. I'll play a second Agent Zera. 1 action to go for the turn. I'll do a pullback on the burn notice. That ends my turn. So Brother of with a roll of 3. So I'm taking on Brother of, who is the brother of Lucido Burrito. So the Legion was able to help out and get Brother of some cards to get started. So a little slower speed with the match here, but understandably so, somebody that's new to the game. There's a force match, Agent Zera. That will eliminate a 3rd territory, leaving with only 1 remaining. If you're wondering about the numbers on the shields, that's your morale. If your morale hits 0, it's like if your arsenal hits 0 cards or if all of your territories are eliminated. Any of those 3 happen, at that point you got a compromised leader. My turn. My opponent's down to 18 cards in the arsenal, but it probably won't matter. Oh, I rolled a 1, huh? Okay, pass it up in the turn. It's a roll of 1. But if there's a third force card to match the pair out there in the war zone, that would give me a compromised leader, that GR0 edge. Later in this hour, giving away 100,000 loot. Gave away 100,000 loot in the last hour to delve us in. Someone else, or maybe Delvis, I mean, who you could have a multiple time winner potentially. We'll have another 100,000 loot to somebody later in the hour. So a intel card out there to go with a pair of force cards. My turn. 5. All right. With the third Agent Zera.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a third territory for my opponent, leaving only one remaining. 4 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone. So I have 2 options here with my forces between the Tigers and the dropships. I'm going to make sure. Well, okay, so there's not any advantage to playing one or the other since. It's not like I'm going to have a 4th that might drop in for the next turn. H5 dropship, you have both Savage Escalation form and Genesis of Conflict. One of the few cards that spans multiple sets. What matters here is they make a force match, which will eliminate the 4th and final territory for my opponent, giving him a compromised leader. I'm hesitant to put out even one of the Tigers, because if that gets bounced, the other one's already in my discard pile. Let's see. Fire in the fields. Have there been any? Yeah, okay. There's no use in playing one of those as a one-off. We'll throw a building card out there. If it comes to that, we'll deal with it, but we'll see. That's it for my turn. It's not going to let me click, so let's see. Roll a 6. Uh-oh. I'm going to F5 because it's not letting me click. And when that happens, you hit F5 and it refreshes the app. 6 actions here for my opponent, who has a compromised leader, but look out, that WMD trio is going to give me a compromised leader. If there's a force match here for Brother of, that's going to be the match. The next one of us to make a force match will get the win. So you would put down the A7. You know what, Sean? That's what I should have done. Because if I would have rolled, let's say rolled a 2, and one of those was an A7 axe, that would have made more sense than the building card. But it might not matter. 3 actions to go. Does Brother of have one more force match? If so, that would do it for me right here. That would give Brother of the victory. There it is. That's a force match for the win. GR0 Edge. All right, good game. Brother of victorious. Taking on Meowsy. Look at fun. Of course, normally I say if you have a pair of forest cards, keep it no matter what. If you got 3 of them and they're dancing around, and you've got a possibility with an early WMD you can catch one more, keep. So Meowsy will go first, rolls a 6. This is the Blood Fungus game mat with the red card backs and the white Warsaken logo. Pair of forest cards out there. A1 Poseidon Carrier. A nice card. 2 sets of 2 force for Meowsy. Make that 3 sets of 2 force. A lot of force out there for Meowsy. My turn. 4. Well, this works. Like I was saying, if you have that starting 8 where you've got a pair of WMDs, if you can catch that third one early, you can make a big impact like I will here with this white phosphorus bomb. This will be a WMD match.
Select target.
All right. So that bounces 2 territories, going from 4 to 2. 2 territories remain for my opponent. 1 action to go for the turn. Play a weather card, Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for my turn. Meowsy, roll 1. Three wide, 2 deep, force in my opponent's war zone. You can look for those insignias, that emblem on the bottom left of the card. If you're curious which category it falls into. 2. Play a second Geomagnetic Disturbance. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Meowsy with a roll 3. So I'm taking on Meowsy and then be taking on Flaw after that. Tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. Soul the Cat. Have a live stream on her Twitch channel celebrating the 500 follower milestone she hit. All right, finally a 3. I've been getting like the 1s and 2s to death here. Finally got the T15 Jameson Hauler out there. It'll be a force match. Abandoned Wasteland. It pairs well with the Vast Hinterland. If you got like a 21 morale leader, because those will take 1 morale off each to start a match, but either one being taken out is only a 1 morale hit. Now you'll notice that really doesn't come into play very much with Blitz because morale is more difficult to win with, I've found. But it's worth noting because sometimes you will run into it. I've lost to morale plenty of times. Now see the roll 4. There's a force match. That force match will eliminate one of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. Reactions to go for the turn for Meowsy. He's got 2 sets of 2 force out there in the war zone opposite me. Building cards. Well, not a mystery what you're going back for when you've got 3 cards in your discard pile. More force. Meowsy bringing the heat with the force. My turn, roll 5. Nothing makes a match. I have 3 spots open in my war zone. Let's go with a pair of Blinding Sandstorm cards. Weather. 2 sets of 2 weather. All right, 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. We'll go Intel, Rummage. I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Meowsy with a roll of 5. Intel match. This may bounce 3 cards from my war zone. Maybe one of each from those 3 pairs out there. Indeed. 2 actions to go for the turn. More force. That ends the turn. My turn. 3. Let's see what could have been. A well-timed intel attack can sometimes make all the difference in a match. Do a pullback on the geomagnetic disturbance. I'll play the other lightning sandstorm and the other rummage. That's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Lou Live. I'm taking on Meowsy here. Just rolled a 1. There's a force match that will eliminate a second territory for me, leaving only 2 remaining. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Alright, well I can play Intel, which will probably be my best move here since nothing else makes a match. Clever hijack. We'll bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone to the discard pile. Or get rid of one of the Sergeant Vladimirs. And we'll get rid of both of the Dark Bear 2 XPs. And look at that. That's quite the scene there. Savage Escalation Force. Yes, bounce. Get that monstrosity away. Ouch. 1 action to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Play a weather card, Geomagnetic Disturbance. Here we go again with that. That's it for the turn. I'm aware that I've got a Geomagnetic Disturbance in my discard pile, so that is working for a spot of disadvantage. But if I can able to put together like perhaps a building card match, then perhaps I'd be able to do something with that. Well, maybe not. That Intel match there for Meowsy, probably going to bounce 3 more cards from my war zone. Back and forth with the bouncing. Now, will it be the weather targeted? Will it be one of each? You're one of each. Okay. 2 actions to go for the turn. To John J, hello. Greetings and welcome. Taking on Meowsy. Pair of building cards. 2. Okay. Do a pullback. Everything. Let's clear it out. That's it for the turn. So Meowsy with roll 3. WMD. That WMD match will give me a compromised leader. Will eliminate my final 2 territories.
Compromised.
1 more force match would beat me. My turn. 1. Brutal. But you see how those well-timed intel plays by Meowsy just completely ruined my plans. That happens sometimes. All right, well, at least we'll get to play the A9 Hammerhead, the night vision version. That's it for the turn. So all Meowsy needs now is a force match to beat me. It's a roll of 4, so 19 cards. Surely, Meowsy has a force match, or at least like a weather trio, something. Maybe not. Sometimes that last force match can be elusive, but not so elusive. You got that third building card. You can go back for the A1 Poseidon Carrier. Play that with your last 3 actions and win the match right here. My guess is that's what's about to happen. 3 actions. Instead, well, it wasn't the Poseidon, but it's a force match. All right, good game. Meowsy victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go. Taking on to John J. Well, Sean, if you can figure out if there's a some sort of pattern or something that I'm missing out on. I'm pretty good at spotting patterns, but in some ways, there are people far better at it than me. I know you're pretty savvy, Sean, so if anybody can figure it out, imagine you can. Yeah. Add this here. John says, after my analysis, we will know. Or perhaps. 2 sets of 2 force cape. This is the rustic wall game method I'm using here with the Night Vision deck, taking on to John J. Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. I'm going to be giving away 300,000 loot. Gave away 200,000 loot on the show today. 300,000 loot, all provided by Warsaken for me to give away. That's coming up on Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC start time. Force match for John J eliminates one of my 4 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. And tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, Soul the Cat with a Warsaken Blitz stream slated. We passed the 500 follower mark here on Twitch. So that should be a lot of fun over on Soul the Cat's channel, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC tonight. Rolled a 3, so 3 actions with a wide open war zone. Let's go with a B6 Rabid Beast, play 2 of those. Could play a Ken Show, but I won't. Pass up the last action there in the turn. It's a roll of 1 for John J, who has a pair of weather cards and a force card on that opposite side war zone. So 7 non-blue mint Warsaken VODs to analyze, run some wheel spin tests. Well, I'd be interested in seeing the results on that. I'm not particularly good when it comes to compiling and crunching stats and making sure the numbers. I can analyze like crazy. Like that's really what I do with the NFL draft with DraftKing.com. Once I put my ego to the side, thinking I'd be a better evaluator than the pro evaluators, and I just figuring out who they thought was best, not who I thought should go. Things really took off for me in a different way there. Play a pair of weather cards, freezing rainstorm. That's it for the turn. So a pair of force cards, pair of weather cards for me. Just like my opponent has. Roll a 5. It was funny to John J. Kept landing on 1 on the wheel, we were talking about that. So another force match for the John Jay with the dropships. I'm down to 2 territories. 4 actions to go for the turn. A pair of weather cards, so 2 sets of 2 weather. Igor Bach, force cards. 2 of those out there. That's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right. Unfortunately for me, nothing makes a match. But, and this is where not having that 3rd spot in my war zone with something else in the way. I mean, I could have always pulled it back. But whatever the case here, I have a pair of Blinding Sandstorm weather cards to play. So I've got 2 sets of 2 weather, a pair of force cards. And it's not any fun to pass up 4 actions, but in this case, that really is the best move. Pass up those last 4 actions in the turn. Taking on to John Jay. Rolls a 3. So this will be my last match of the broadcast. I normally don't go past 3:30, but we had that one longer match earlier. And we gave away 200,000 loot today, so if we go a little long with that, no biggie. Just like Friday, this upcoming Friday, 300,000 loot. So 500,000 loot between these 2 broadcasts, all made possible by Warsaken. All right, so I've got a match that could potentially happen here for me, but not this turn. But I really don't have a better option here. Normally I don't like putting things in the 4th spot in my war zone, but this constitutes as desperation time, so let's do it. Blueprints. That's it for the turn. So I'm down to 2 territories. Roll a 2. I might not get another roll. So John Jay can make a couple of weather matches. A WMD is what would worry me here, because that would give me a compromised leader. And then there's Igor Bach ready to short circuit me. Literally. Well, that's cool, Sean. So you're saying you're good at crunching numbers, specialization, advanced algorithmics, or algorithms. Very interesting. I've got some friends that are like that. Brilliant people. It impresses me that what they're able to do. And it's reliable information, too. I would be constantly sussed and like, okay, are these stats really right? Like in college, I took a stats class. I had to drop it at the University of Evansville. There were only 2 classes that beat me there. The hard chemistry class that I got stuck in as a freshman that I wasn't supposed to be in. My advisor was out of town that summer before I started in 1995, that August. And this guy was about to leave to go down to Alabama to teach somewhere else. Stuck me in the hard chemistry class with all of the hardcore students in the physical therapy, the PT students that had to have 4.0s and were just obsessed with it. I was in there with these hardcore, they were really good at science too. All stuff not my wheelhouse. I tried, had to tap out on that. The other, stats. I was able to get the first question on the first homework assignment right. After that, I was like, oh my goodness, what am I doing here? How am I gonna get through this? Luckily for me, there was another path I could take within the mass comm to get away from that. Had to pick a path, choose your own adventure. Anyway, maybe think of that. The point being, I'm impressed when people can put stats together reliably in a way that people can understand. I just don't trust my own crunching of the numbers. Not difficult to crunch the numbers over there opposite me. 4 wide and 2 at 8, but it's my turn. 4. All right. So a 3rd Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. Yeah, my mom is great at math. She taught high school geometry for years and years. I mean, some of that I do okay with, but some of it's just memorizing form. Anything that involves I have to memorize something, let me sit down and write you something for a half hour, and I'll find a way to make it make sense and get a decent grade. But if the formula doesn't add up to the right number, they don't. You can't use flowery language and I don't know, long form analysis to try and salvage a C or whatever. And I'm so glad I don't have to worry about that anymore. Like, when I learn things, I just get to concentrate on learning them, not having to remember them for short-term memorization. We'll play a second Freezing Rainstorm. 2 of those out there. Got the 1 Force card. Max Harper. And that's it for my turn. Extra turn. 1. But there's sometimes where stats are very important. Like, when it comes to calculating the draft order, it comes down to all sorts of weird tiebreakers for the NFL. To the point, like, when I first started DraftKing.com in 2003, like, there weren't sites that were devoted to that like you have now, that like keep track of things to minute detail, basically crunching the numbers for you. And although I did my best with the stats, I remember one time I could not get it to work. But okay, I got to outsource this. But even better, there was like Tankathon, I think is the one I usually go with. Okay, well, this feels like a Tankathon here. Ugh, nothing going right for me here. Bring back the Rabid Beast. That's it for the turn. Taking on to John J, who has me down to 2 territories. Roll 2. So a pullback there from John J, who might have something ready to go next turn with a roll 3 or higher. We'll see. My turn. 6. For as many cards as I have, it's somewhat limited. But at least I can play Ken Show. Force match will eliminate 1 territory. ... 3 actions to go for the turn. Play that 3rd Max Harper. A 2nd force match. Will leave my opponent with 2 territories remaining. Flaw, your PC's broken? What happened to it? 2 actions to go here for the turn. Weather. I could go Intel, but But which weather? I mean, it's one. Make sure there's not one in here that's. So, in other words, there wasn't a geomagnetic disturbance or a terrifying storm already in my discard pile. It helps to look to be sure on that, especially as you get a lot of cards later in the match. But that's it for my turn. Uh-oh. Roll a 6 here for DeJohn J. 23 cards. This might do it. Does DeJohn J have a WMD match? There's a weather match, so it'll be an extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn for DeJohn J. We each have 2 territories remaining, but given the circumstances, DeJohn J in a position of advantage. There's a force match. That will eliminate a 3rd territory, but at least that takes the WMD concern out of play. But it might not matter. 4 actions to go for the turn. Bella Ivanova. That's a force match. Got a compromised leader.
Compromised.
1 more force match would beat me. Intel, extra turn 1. So unless there's a 3rd Igor Bach, I'll get another roll. DX8. Robot dogs with laser beams. So as bleak as it might look, I still have a chance. 1. Oh, now they're just teasing me with this. Play a weather card. It's a terrifying storm. That was my turn. This will probably do it right here. The John J just needs 1 more force match to beat me. 2. There are 2 more DX8s. That's the match. There's 2, there's 3. That's the match. All right, good game to John J. Victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Brother of. Later in this hour, someone will win 100,000 loot. In total, we're giving away 300,000 loot today. Should be a lot of fun with that ahead in this broadcast. Okay, nothing matches here for my first 8. So I'll take the mulligan, have it reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 more. Well, that's more like it. You have a force match and a pair of weathers. Keep. And I get to go first. Using the Dusk Magma game mat today with this particular deck. We'll start with the force match that I can play right away with the 3 Z27 Tigers. Good question, UXWU. Asking me the next set of loot packs drop. I don't know that answer offhand. Perhaps someone in chat can help with that information soon, as I understand it, but that doesn't really give you any specific information. You know, it's going to be relatively soon. This will eliminate the underground base. My opponent's down to 3 territories. Taking on Brother of. Newcomer to the game. Sent some cards over to help out. And we ended up playing live on stream last week, so that was a lot of fun. Earlier this week. It feels like last week. 2 days ago, pal. Let's go with 2 more actions for the turn. Cloud cover. That's it for my turn. So roll of 3 for Brother of. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Live. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. There's an intel match that could go after my weather. It could force me to discard. It could mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. One of those 3. So the weathers were targeted. With an intel match like that, you can bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone, but since I only had 2 cards out there, it wasn't quite the effectiveness it normally has. But early on, who knows, bouncing those weathers could end up playing a big role later. And so there's a question of what type of deck layout that Brother of might have here. When all you've seen thus far from an opponent is intel, you do have to use some caution. Only have 1 action, so we'll pass it up and in the turn. Roll of 1. Weather card. My turn. 5. All right, nothing makes a match. I'm not going to put a pair of WMDs out there. At least not right now. I'll play a pair of A7 Axe, Force cards. 3 spots open in my war zone, but again, not knowing how intel heavy that Brother of's deck might be here. And plus, more importantly, not having anything that's a really good fit to play out there. We'll pass up those 3 actions and the turn. So it's a roll of 5 for Brother of, my first opponent of the day here. Big day, episode 55. We're giving away 300,000 loot provided by Warsaken to me to give out. Many thanks to Warsaken for granting me official Warsaken streamer status. And I can't say enough good things about how Warsaken and the game creators and developers have fostered a wonderful community over on Discord. Wonderful people there that can help give you some tips on putting a deck together, answer any questions you have, tell you how you can get free stuff, which people like, in all sorts of different fun ways. So it's a pair of force cards out there for Brother of to go with a pair of weather cards. 2 actions to go and then intel. So a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards, pair of intel cards, my turn. 3. All right. So I can play this WMD trio here of triggered meltdowns. This will be a WMD match.
Select target.
A WMD allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 3 territories, or 2 of your opponent's territories. In this case, 3 remaining. Clementine Mire, St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminate. But that's it for my turn. Taking on Brother of, who just rolled a 1. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer, looking for more live player versus player competition. So another intel card played. That in the 4th spot of the war zone for Brother of. My turn, roll of 1. But quite advantageous that I landed this A7 Axe, the 3rd, to match the 2 out there already. This will be a force match to give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
Savage escalation territory here, the Brotherland Fields. Eliminate. Hey, Griebnick, we'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. So we're just underway here. But I only open it up like right when it's time for it. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Lou Live. I'll be back Monday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. Episode 56. So a pullback on that intel with 4 actions to go that tells me there's probably something being pulled back there to play as a match. Weather, yep, weather. So a weather match will be an extra turn in all likelihood for Brother of. You could take the +3 turns, but you really wouldn't want to do that here. Normally you're going to take the extra turn. So it took the +3 actions. I'm not quite sure why. I know Brother of is new to the game, and sometimes part of the game is learning how certain things work out. Who knows? Maybe there's some sort of surprise waiting for me. As it is, my opponent is a compromised leader, so I only need 1 more force match to get the win. Buenos dias. Hola, hello. Four actions to go here for Brother of. WMD pair. 1 more would be a match and eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. I just need 1 more force match to get the victory. Keep in mind we played in the last broadcast. Brother of got the victory over me. And it's been evidenced many times here on Nashville Lou Live and Warsaken Blitz. As long as you have cards in your arsenal, you still legitimately have a chance to win in a given match of Warsaken Blitz. 2 actions to go for the turn. Bob Prime, hello. Thank you for checking out the stream. Hello. Greetings and welcome. So that's the end of the turn. We're just underway. First match of the broadcast. Roll of 6. I need one more force match to win. I've got it right here. Agent Zera for the win.
Select target.
All right, that's the match.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, brother of.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Griebnick. All right, notes updated real quick here. I forgot to make a note of that here before the match of the prior match I had against Brother of. So taking on Griebnick here in Warsaken Blitz. Well, you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. If you got something you can work with, at least as a pair, right away, generally speaking, I suggest you keep it. So I'll do that here. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using here. In that computer mainframe kind of look. As if it were bright red. Rolled a 1. So I've got a couple of options for intel. We'll go with the Rummage, which at a glance might look like a force card, but as always, look for that emblem, the insignia on the bottom left of a card to tell you which of the 6 categories it falls into if it's a card from your arsenal. Roll of 2 for Griebnick to start things off. Griebnick with the Emperor game title for this round. So, standalone weather cards in 2 spots in the war zone for Griebnick. My turn, too. All right. Well, when I have a pair of weather cards, that generally will be what I'll go with if I roll a 2. So even though I have a Rummage out there, I'll ignore that for now. I have the weather out there at the moment. That's it for the turn. Roll of 6. Griebnick with some nice territory cards over here. Look at Dryden oil fields, blood foils. Only 4 of these exist. Morale. I always enjoy seeing morale when it shows up in a game here live on stream because I don't get to talk about it as much as I'd like. From time to time, I need to start dropping in some surprise morale decks with it takes it. You know, it's going through there. It does take some time to switch things up, so I don't want to do it just all the time, but from time to time it'd be fun to switch things around a bit with that, with morale. Anyway, so 4 actions here. Nothing makes a match. Got another weather card pair. Ideal conditions. We'll play 2 of those. 2 sets of 2 weather, 2 actions to go for the turn. I'll play that second Rummage from before. So it's 3 wide and 2 deep in my war zone. I'm definitely going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, at least for this turn. So I'll pass up that last action in the turn. Wah. Hello, hello. So a roll of 1 for Griebnick. All right, that's it for the turn. I mean, as I was scrolling up, having to try to do a copy paste real fast. Anyway, I can roll the dice. 2. So I can play an ideal conditions card. Okay, here we go. It's just tucked away in this other part here. So I've got a bounty block that's going to go, I think, for another 2 hours. Giving away a Hex Tech Delphine Bay card. I'll play the extra, I'll play the 3rd ideal conditions. That'll give me an extra turn. The intention with the bounty block was to be used for the tournament last night, but then plans changed for me, so again, pick some people on there that have some other people follow and a couple other things, just testing it out, because it's more for ideas for when I stream other games and for giving away Warsaken cards to just the way that I found out how to play it, like with battle miners. My first exposure to it, I was like, wow, this is a quality card right here. This one just slapped together. I could play a force card here. I've got intel out there already. I could just play nothing, though, and keep that third spot, my war zone, open. That's probably the better play. So on the turn. Extra turn. 3. Okay. So it's really my preference. If I'm going to fill up that third spot in my war zone, I'd really rather it be weather cards. Unless I have a really pressing reason otherwise. Because yes, this can potentially get bounced, but you can also use those and really turn the match around in a hurry. Only one action to go. I keep that fourth spot in my war zone open, so I'll end the turn. Yeah, I'm doing great, Flaw. Thank you. Roll of 6. Well, maybe not so great after this roll here by Grebnik, who has 18 cards. I've got the red card back with the white Warsaken logo that kind of matches with the Blood Fungus game mat. The seasonal, very Halloween type, pumpkin-like orange card backs there for Grebnik with the black Warsaken logo. So a lot out there for Grebnik. 2 sets of 2 morale, a pair of force cards there, and then a pair of WMDs. A lot out there. 4. The numbers on the players' respective shields represent your morale. If your morale hits 0, it's like if your arsenal hit 0 cards, your deck 60 hit 0, or if all of your territories are eliminated. Any of those 3 things happen. At that point, you got a compromised leader. First things first, play the weather. See, I was talking about how I value that a weather pair in that third spot in your war zone, if you can do that. Especially if you got a choice between a few. Extra turn. No doubt about that. So I can play building. Oh, no, not the captured leader. I can go back for weather or weather. I have the option as well of putting something else out there in my war zone, but I don't have another weather pair certainly to play. So in lieu of that, we'll go with a trio of G-Titan missile silos, building cards. We'll bring back the sandstorms. Extra turn. 5. Lots of extra turns in play here. Bob Prime saying we have to go get that playmat now. Love it. Yeah, that Blood Fungus, I mean, it's a terrible sounding name, but it's a really cool looking game mat. Alright, so we'll go. A lot of weather here. Geomagnetic disturbance. They'll give me an extra turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. 4 actions to go for the turn. Could wait. Well, let's just go ahead and do it now. Blinding Sandstorm. Second extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Could go building cards. Although, how much weather do you want to keep going back for? Would be the question as well. Let's see. Extra turn. Number 1 of 2. 2. Okay, I'll play 2 Jameson Haulers here. T-15 Jameson Hauler to be precise. The second extra turn. 3. Alright. So I'll play this Jameson Hauler.
Select target.
Eliminate the Drighton oil fields. 2 actions to go for the turn. Garrison structure. It's either force or weather. More weather. But that's it for my turn. And yet, despite all of that, there's a roll of 6. Grebnik. With 21 cards and all that out there in the war zone opposite me. Now, luckily, I've got 19 morale right now, so 3 morale. Actually, well, let's see what happens. WMD, never mind morale at the moment. The WMD match will take out 2 of my 4 territories. So eliminates 2. 2 remain. 5 actions to go for the turn. 20 cards. There's a force match. Eliminates a 3rd territory. I'm down to 1. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. You'll want to be here for that a little later in the hour. In total today, in this broadcast, I'll be giving away 300,000 loot. 100,000 each of the 3 hours coming up. So roll of 4. I've got the WMD match to get my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. I can play weather cards here as well. But then there's a risk. I don't think that's necessarily the move because I have to play all 3 of them right here. I think instead I'll go with the 3 capture leaders.
Select target.
Gold right here. Anoptania production. Eliminate. Oh, I've got 1 more, don't I? Don't forget about Bankir Island. Eliminate. 1 action to go for the turn. Since I have 4 of them, I'll play 1 blinding sandstorm. Even if it were to get bounced somehow, that would not deter me with the other 3. That's it for the turn. So both Griebnick and I are down to 1 territory remaining. Roll of 2 for Griebnick. I have 12 morale left. So 2 morale matches would be -6 and -6 and give me a compromise leader. Instead, there's a building match. Going back for force. Intel, which is interesting. My turn. 5. Alright, so I think I'm going to win it right here. This is the time where you would use a +3 actions, though, because I can play 2 of the blinding sandstorms. That would drop me to 3 actions remaining for the turn. But I take the +3 actions here, it adds together to 6. Very important, because I need 2 more force matches to win. 3 and 3. Foxbuster, Hammerhead. Here we go. Gotta do it in the right order, though. Blinding Sandstorm. You'd only play the 2, since that makes a match. Careful here to go with the... it's inopportune time. So sometimes it locks up here, or it doesn't lock it, it just won't let you click. And so the workaround for me is to hit F5, and it takes all of 2 seconds for it to pop back into place. Another like 2 seconds or so for the cosmetics to pop in. But I'm not going to be distracted from here. +3 actions. Just enough I need to win right there. If you go with the extra turn, maybe you roll a 1 or a 2, then you end up having regrets. A9 Hammerhead, Force. You might put a compromise later. Bob Prime, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Force match gives my opponent a compromise leader.
Compromised.
G1 Foxbuster for the win.
Select target.
I got lucky there at the very end.
Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game, Griebnick.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Moonbaz Marty. Moonbaz Marty with the game title of Warlord. For this one, I've got High Justice. So remember, in our next hour, we're giving away another 100,000 loot. I have a pair of force cards in my rule. in Warsaken Blitz my starting 8 if I have a force match. Or not match. Match would be nice, but at least a pair of force cards, keep it. And that's usually the case with weather and often intel as well, if you have intel in your hand. That tends to be what I'd go for. Now, there are always going to be exceptions. Here's an exception I can go for. An exceptional draw here. That roll of 4 is going to give me a chance to play a white phosphorus bomb trio. It's going to be a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Get that early strike in on Moonbaz Marty. Thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat. This is the code incoming game mat here. 1 action to go for the turn. And I'll put a Czar Cyrus out there. Go ahead and do that. That's it for my turn. So Moonbaz Marty's down to 2 territories. It's a roll of 1. So just 1 card and 1 action for the turn for Moonbaz Marty. It's going to hold back and not play anything there. So now it's my turn again. 2. All right, well, I'll play a second Czar Cyrus. Fabricator. Let me turn the in-game audio down just a bit. Had it turned up from AEW Fight Forever when I streamed that yesterday. 1 action to go for the turn. But there's the WMDs I have in hand are worthless at this point to me, since you can only play at most 1 WMD match in a given game per side, in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. I could play a building card, but that'd probably be a bad idea. So I'll just leave it as is, pass it the last action in the turn. It's a roll of 3 for Moonbaz Marty, who has that 24 karat gold die there, that cosmetic. Pair of weather cards. The black background, and then for mine, it's the white die with the purple to match with a branding, pal. My turn. 6. All right, so unfortunately for me, nothing makes a match, but you have some options. Play a pair of weather cards, Violent Tornado. Play a pair of ZS Wolves. And some players might choose to be aggressive and put Foxbusters out there, but I'd prefer to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. So I'll pass it the last 2 actions in the turn. Taking on Moonbaz Marty here in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 4. So there's a weather match for Moonbaz Marty. Thus an extra turn with 3 actions still to go for this turn. Here are Private Sarah Yvette cards out there, force cards. Weather card, extra turn, roll of 5 for Moonbaz Marty. That's a force match, a 3rd Private Sarah Yvette. Force match eliminates 1 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 3. 4 actions to go for the turn. 2nd Tsunami, so a pair of weather cards. 3 actions to go for the turn. Force. Get some tanks out there. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. All right, so I'll have a 3rd Violent Tornado. The beam tank. You don't want that thing staring you down. Anyway. Violent Tornado. So that 3rd Violent Tornado means a weather match. I'll take the extra turn. 1 action to go for this turn. Now I'll go ahead and play a Foxbuster. I could have played an Abdul Hafiz, but we'll go Foxbuster. Extra turn. 3. All right, so the ZS Wolf will be a force match and eliminate a 3rd territory for Moonbaz Marty, leaving only 1 remaining.
Select target.
Hello, Kron. Hello. All right, Bob Prime says, okay, cool, you figured it out. All right, cool. Oh, Flaw, I missed what you were saying before. I Again, I'm going to have to improve on my ability with chat. Flaw, we're gonna have to play today. That was something we talked about yesterday. So oh, that's something. So you got a foil prime Giga Crawler out of a regular pack. Nice. I love the artwork in this game. And of course, like any sort of game with great artwork, there'll be some that people will especially like. I mean, it's high quality. And to me, that's where I see the possibility for helping other people learn about Warsaken. Again, that's what drew me to this game initially. I mentioned it a few times, but I think it bears repeating. Played a game called Battle Miners, and one day I got a prize or whatever the extra was, and it was a card for Warsaken. And it's like, whoa, what is this? It's high quality, and I looked into it more like, wow, this is really something. And then to find out this is going to be so much fun. It's still my turn. I'm over here telling you unabridged stories, and it's still my turn. Sorry, Moonbaz Marty at all. Last action for the turn. I'll pass it up in the turn. I agree, Kron. The high production value very much shows. Yeah, the sound is on point. I use different music because I'm very paranoid about the copyright monsters with music. But there's great music in the game. That's not a reflection of my opinion on that. So that's a weather match for Moonbaz Marty. He'll have an extra turn after this. Pair of forest cards. Both have a pair of Azar Cyrus fabricators out there. The Battle of the Fabricators. Extra turn, roll of 1. That's it for the turn. Roll to 5. Oh, that's interesting, Bob Prime. So, used to be an artillery unit. United States Marine Corps. Well, thank you for your service. Greatly appreciated. 5 actions. Again, I never want to belittle or trivialize war. It is very serious. But this game treats it with the proper seriousness. Meanwhile, I've got the win right here. Over here. I love interacting with chat, but it's just a matter of me conditioning myself to remember to look back. Pay attention, Picnic.
Compromised.
4 actions to go for the turn. Only need 1 more. Azar Cyrus for the win.
Select target.
Good game, Moonbaz Marty. All right, good game, Moonbaz Marty.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Delvis. Was victorious over Delvis when we played 2 days ago, but it's fun. Delvis and I have had some great matches, some really back and forth fun battles. All right, well, a couple of pairs and force to go with early keep. And today for this deck, I've got the Urban Warzone game mat. I get to go first. So it's a roll of 2. And when given the opportunity, in a case like this where you roll a 2 and nothing will make a match for you as it stands now anyway, weather is the way to go typically, at least usually. What are they? Tropical Cyclone. 2 of those, that ends the turn. So roll of 2 for Delvis, who has that dark die with even darker numbers on it. Pair of weather cards. Weather against weather. My turn. 6. Ooh. All right, so nothing makes a match. I don't know what type of deck Delvis might have. You have to use some caution as far as the force that you put out there, especially early. But passing up 6 actions out of caution or fear or whatever, just ain't gonna cut it. So we'll pick one. We'll go. If you're gonna clear it out, I gotta clear a heavy soldier, Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. So, as strange as it might seem, I'm gonna pass up those last 4 actions and end the turn. Just remember, if something's out there in your war zone, an opponent with intel could potentially bounce it to your discard pile. Well, thank you, Brother of. Roll of 6 for Delvis. Although there are a lot of great people that live stream Warsaken Blitz, and the Tabletopia version of the regular game. I still have a lot to learn with that, but it's interesting the opportunities when I've had to tune in with that. So a pair of weather cards and now 2 sets of 2 force. For Delvis, that ends the turn. My turn. 1. All right, well, same as the position I was in at the end of the last turn. Really doesn't make sense to put anything in that 3rd spot in my war zone, especially with just 1 action here. At least if I could play a pair, it'd be a little bit of a better argument, but I passed that up in the last turn, so I'm not going to go with the 1 action here. End the turn. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Roll of 2 for Delvis. All right, well, good luck with the grocery shopping, Brother of. Well, it's not really a sign-up. I'm looking for people to play there in the moment. I have to keep the proverbial trains running on time. I've got a certain amount of time, and I love playing. It's tremendous fun to play and live stream this game, but anyway, that's the idea with it. I assure you it's better than how it used to be. Okay, well, I could put 2 of those G16 mechs out there, but I think the smarter move is to go weather here, because if 2 of those are out there and they get bounced, then I'm in a bit of a lurch there. Whereas with the weather, perhaps a different matter. If it gets balanced, I'll still have that trio of G16 mechs I can play. So it wouldn't be split up, in other words. Roll 6. Later today, no, I'm going to go until at least 3 hours with it. So at least until 5 p.m. Eastern. But no, I play, like, I'm usually, if you throw in tournaments, sometimes up to 50 matches just with the live streaming element. And I really want to avoid burnout. I feel remarkably lucky that I haven't hit burnout. But to get burned by this intel, I'm going to bounce 1 of each. And there you see why I didn't put that G16 mech out there. But Monday, at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, I'll be back with the next opportunity for that. My turn. 4. But I tell you, the support of the Legion, I can't stress enough how valuable that has been. Because I can come in here with a certain confidence, knowing that in all likelihood there'll be at least somebody, at least one person wanting to play me. Sometimes the first half hour of a live stream can be the most, not daunting, but challenging when you're having to rely on finding other people. But again, I can't stress enough how valuable and how wonderful the Warsaken community has been. They support their streamers. G16 mech. That force match will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Like this week, for example, like 10, let's say 10 matches per broadcast, give or take. So that's 40. Now, if the tournament stuff, if that doesn't work out, then only 40. That my fear is burnout with anything. And I try to be cautious with that. Say, okay, make sure, but I haven't experienced that yet. And there's a number of different reasons. Like I mentioned, the Legion being so great and so supporting. This being a fun game to play where I can be at a leisurely pace and chat and everything. It's still my turn, though. I can't get too leisurely with it. I'm paying attention. I gotta blame myself for things running slower. Play a second Sergeant Sigwalt Klein. That's it for my turn. Now, I realize there's also a Sergeant in my discard pile now, but maybe there'll be building cards. Maybe there'll be a 4th one that'll pop up. We'll see. taking on Delvis. Go ahead. That Hex Tech Delphine Bay. Nashville.com/contest takes you to that bounty block. I don't get to not asking for your money or anything, just like chance to follow a few people. And testing it out more than anything so that I can basically to make sure that this is going to work the way I think it will. Because I see potential with it with other games that promote a number of different things, particularly though Warsaken. 2 actions to go for the turn. I don't want to put the Charlestons out there in partial form. I'll play a second geomagnetic disturbance. I'll actually do a pullback on the tornado. It's out there by itself. That's it for my turn. Taking on Delvis, who rolls a 2. Later this hour, I'll be giving away another 100,000 loot. And 100,000 loot to be given away in the next hour as well. So 2 more opportunities to win, which would be just enough loot to buy yourself one of those the third wave of Savage Escalation loot packs coming out this weekend. Roll a 6. All right, so I've got the cards I need to get the win, but not quite enough actions yet. Although with 6, I'm going to be pretty close. I'll give my opponent a compromised leader. Play the WMD trio here, Tactical Nuke. The WMD match. A WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. Reactions to go for the turn. I know I could play building cards and go back, and I think the better move here is instead was to go Rayanne the Insider. Get the scoops. Developing story. Opponents would have a compromise later. But that's it for my turn. I don't want to get too flippant about it because look at all out there in Delvis's war zone. 4 wide and 2 deep. Roll 4. Of particular interest are the 2 sets of 2 weather, as those could provide an extra turn for Delvis. No play. Wow. Okay, so if I roll, let's see, if I roll a 3 or higher, I should get the win right here, right? 1, well. And this is a tough one because if I just put one of these out here, it's... I think I need to hold on to the Charlestons. So, okay, next best thing, play a resource silo. Do it this way. Elvis saying. Didn't have anything. Not have nothing. Roll of 2. Let's see if this turns into something here for Delvis. With 19 cards. No play. My goodness. Will this do it for me? 3. Yes, it will. RCG Charleston for the win. All right, good game, Delvis. All right, here we go. Taking on Cammy Reaper and Warsaken Blitz here on Nashville Lou Live. That's a tough one. Only one weather card, all those buildings. Mulligan. So the computer will reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and deal me 8 cards again. I'm going to have to take a second mulligan, I think. And there's risk to this. My opponent gets an extra card, and I'm stuck with whatever they give me, but we'll see. At least I get to go first. 5. Okay, well, play a pair of Terrifying Storms. We'll have that. A pair of weather cards. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. But in this case, I'm going to pass up those last 3 actions in the turn. That's a good question, Bob Prime, asking about channel points. I've never really done anything with them. That's to be determined. Roll of 6. I've seen a lot of creativity from other live streamers, and this is an area where I don't have my years of experience with television news and sports broadcasting and live play-by-play. All of that really doesn't help me when it comes to things like channel points where I don't have that level of experience. So I've always found I can learn from other people, even relatively new streamers. They may know things I don't. There's so many new fun things to learn in this world of live streaming. At least to me, it's fascinating. Just the fact that I can do this from my own home, to play this game with people around the world who love this game, it's wonderful. The novelty still hasn't worn off and hopefully never will, because it's so much fun. So a pair of intel cards with the stolen blueprints to go with a pair of weather cards will pass up the last action in the turn. Nothing yet to be determined with the channel points. So it's a roll of 1 here for Cammy Reaper, my opponent, Warsaken Blitz. Despite those 3 sets of 2 force cards in that opposite war zone, no play. My turn, 2. All right. Well, with 2 spots open in my war zone, I go with a pair of weather cards. Savage Escalation, Geomagnetic Disturbance. That's it for the turn. Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of other streamers do some really creative things. There's a force match, so Cammy Reaper will eliminate one of my 4 territories. Four actions to go for the turn. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. Wow. All these cards and nothing to make a match. Brutal. Just brutal. I could do a pullback on the intel and go just all weather. I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough when this particular situation happens in a game of Warsaken Blitz. Because as great as rolling that 6 is, that's oof. Okay, I'm going to do a pullback on the intels. Do something here with these turns. Put away the stolen blueprints. We've got a freezing rainstorm coming through. 3 wide, 2 deep of weather. Pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. It's a roll of 1. My opponent is Cammy Reaper. Later in this hour, give me away another 100,000 loot. Your chance to win's coming up. Also another 100,000 loot to be given away the next hour here on Nashville Lou Live. You can find my all-time most popular clips. NashvilleLou.com/clips is the link to get you there. So I have 2 Geomagnetic Disturbance weather cards out there. You see why I value the weather out there in my war zone when I can pull it off like that? Here's the 3rd extra turn. 2. Okay. Resident of Ede, air defense. Pair of force cards. That ends the turn. Taking on Cammy Reaper. So there's a weather match. Extra turn. 6. My goodness. There'll be 19 cards. 2 sets of 2 force. A pair of intels. A pair of weather cards out there for Cammy Reaper. This does not bode well for me here right about now. There's a pullback with a pair of force cards making room for something. Intel. Intel match. Guess it'll bounce one of each. That's the risk I took putting it out there. 1 action to go for the turn. My turn. 4. All right. So I know I have the EMP discharges doing the victory dance, but the better play here is to use the building cards, go back for what got bounced, I think. Although, you know, with only 4, that's a little tougher. I was thinking 5 for some reason. That's not right. I was thinking I had 2, because I originally did have 2 of those Resident of Edes out there. The 1 here, but from an action standpoint, I'd be 1 shot. Okay, well, we'll play the WMD. Do it.
Select target.
That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. No, you don't have to be present to win with a Hex Tech. That's a bounty block. That's something that it'll do the drawing afterward. That was the idea to like appeal to people out. It was a bit eye-opening as far as how little actual exposure I think I actually have over on X, formerly Twitter. Those halcyon days of summer 2021, a lot of those people I think have disappeared from that particular scene as far as those sorts of giveaways go. Okay, let's think for a second. The weather's out there, those got bounced. I don't think playing anything here would help with that as much. I'll play a second Resident of Ede. If it gets bounced, then, well, we'll adjust. I guess that's the play. That ends the turn. You don't have to be present to win the Hex Tech. So originally it was going to run until like an hour before this broadcast, but again, when plans had to change yesterday and not having that tournament broadcast. But okay, even though I really don't want to do that sort of giveaway here as much, because that's more something you can utilize when somebody's hearing you on a 5-minute delay. 2. Wow. It's been that kind of match for me. Again, when you run into somebody that's playing Intel at the right time. Kron, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. 2 actions to go for the turn. Well, let's go ahead and put these back out there at least. Not back out there, we'll play the one each of these weathers to at least make a match. Not make a match, make a pair out there. Ugh. That's how discombobulated I am at the moment. The Intel has me rattled. Taking on Cammy Reaper, who just rolled a 6. This could be serious trouble right here. That's 25 cards and 6 actions. Hang on. WMD match. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. That's interesting, Kron. Yeah, I don't know as far as the follower. Maybe that's just the... I don't know why it would activate that if you already were. sometimes strange things happen here on Twitch. I understand that that's not necessarily indicative or reflective of how that goes. Anyway, appreciate the follow either way. There's a force match. We have a compromised leader. But you see how quickly things changed there. And yet, 6. Okay. I can play a Terrifying Storm to get an extra turn. Let's think. Okay, so I can go back for one of each. Really, that's the play, first and foremost. I've got 4 of the Advanced Weather Station, so I'll go with the one where I only have 3 with the Laser Air Defense Station. The other station. Bring back what got bounced. Freezing Rainstorm. Terrifying Storm. Resin of Eid. If I do this right, I think I'll be able to get the win. I need 3 more force matches. The weathers, though, have to be the considered the most pressing issue. I guess I need to go back for the other storm, but I did. Freezing Rainstorm. Actually, before I do that, let's think about this for a second. With the Resin of Eid, Max Harper, I'm going to need one more thing to match up here, or use building cards to go back. Play the weather first, right? Freezing Rainstorm. Extra turn. I'm going to play 2 Max Harpers here. Remember, I need 3 force matches. If I need to take the +3 turns, I want to know it before it's too late. The extra turn, I'll be able to see a 1, but I can play another Terrifying Storm. Okay. Another +1 turn. That's I think the way to go with it here. Let's see. 5. All right. Okay, I should be able to get the win, if I'm thinking correctly. Max Harper, Resin of Eid. Those will each be a force match to eliminate a territory. 4 actions to go for the turn. I should get it here. Resin of Eid. This will give my opponent a compromised leader, so it's an ill-opportune time for this to not let me click. But hit F5, it'll reload. Now I can go ahead and bounce the Vast Hinterland. Oh, it reminded me to have a compromised leader as well. B6 Rabid Beast for the win. All right. Well, good game, Cammy Reaper. I got very lucky with that late rally. Able to get the win. Good game. Here we go, taking on Nathaka. Warsaken Blitz Nashville live. In our next hour, be giving away another 100,000 loot. Before the broadcast is over, I'll let you know who ended up winning that Hex Tech at Delphine Bay. Part of that NashvilleLoot.com/contest link over to Bounty Block. Get my notes up to speed here. I started plugging things. All right, so taking on Nathaka, I've got a pair of force cards I can start with. So let's keep it. This is the Dusk Magma game map that I'm using here. Nathaka starts things off with a roll 4. And again, notice when it's your opponent's turn, whatever the die cosmetic is that's being used, you get to see. And when it's your turn, it switches over to match what you have. 2 sets of 2 force for Nathaka. My turn. 2. Play a pair of Ancient Zeras. On fire. And that's it for the turn. So looking over, trying to do the tech stuff there in a split second. I think it was that roll of 2? No play there for Nathaka, whatever the case. My turn. 3. Alright, so I have a pair of force cards in my war zone. I'll go with a pair of intel cards now with the planted device on fire. And while I have 1 action to go for the turn, I'm not in a strong spot as far as weather goes. And so, with that in mind, pass up that last action in the turn. Attack it with a roll 4. Another pair of force cards. Even though it has a G on it, that emblem is a G force. And then another 2 force cards. 4 wide, 2 deep, and it's all force. My goodness, my turn. 4. All right. Cheetah Z series. Wasn't quite sure which that one was. With a pair of intel cards here. Burn notice on fire. I'll pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. Roll of 2 for Nathaka. This is Warsaken Blitz. Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. Very easy to learn, easy game to live stream and have fun with. You know, I was talking before about how you're playing at least 40 games in a given week, if not more. Sometimes with tournaments, 50 plus. I'm constantly afraid of potential burnout with anything, and yet I haven't experienced that at all with this. It's really something. Again, part of that also speaks to the positive interactions I have with members of the Legion, the Warsaken community. Great people. Okay, let's see if I can click the button correctly. There we go, burn notice. So that's an intel match. You have 3 different options. You can mill 6 from your opponent's discard pile, their arsenal, or excuse me, mill 6 cards to their discard pile from their arsenal. Make them discard 3 from their hand, but my favorite, let's bounce. And it's frustrating to have a lot out there, then suddenly your opponent drops an intel match. So when you have this intel match and you opt to bounce 3 cards from your opponent's war zone, you can pick them out. It's typically, if I'm not sure, I'll go with the newest first. We'll bounce the Selfless Hero. Bounce the Gemini GX. We'll bounce the Selfless Hero. Or Nameless Soldier, excuse me. Wrong card, sir. They all function the same way in Blitz because it's the categories that matter in Warsaken Blitz. Again, you notice there's tremendous detail in here that gets glossed over because for Blitz, it's not relevant to the game. It makes it so easy for new players to come in and learn it. So we'll go with a pair of force cards here. The C-27 Tiger. That's it for my turn. Taking on Nathaka. Roll to 3. There's a pullback. One of those force cards that had made a pair that I bounced. That made room for a pair of weather cards there, the Tsunami. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. I can play a building trio here if I'm so inclined. I'd be going back for intel if I did that. I could do that. And really, that's given the limited options here for me. I'm not crazy about doing it this way, but sometimes you have to make the best of the situation. Building cards. Now, if your arsenal is getting milled by an opponent with a lot of intel, this can be helpful for replenishing cards in your arsenal to keep it from hitting 0 and protect your leader. As far as, remember, your arsenal at 0, at that point you got to compromise leader. But instead, what I usually do at least, more often than not, play with the trio coming back to my hand, pick 3 cards. I only have 3, so you know it's going to be the burn notice. Now, I'm not just going to throw one out there to end the turn, because that would make it an obvious potential target, even 3 wide and 2 deep. There's also the risk of getting in the way of something if I roll a 3 and really want to play it that next turn. So, the very long way of saying pass it up in the turn. Warsaken, Blitz, Nashville, Lou Live. Roll a 4 for Nathaka. Meowsy, hello. Hi. We'll be giving away another 100,000 loot in the next hour. Many thanks to Warsaken. Warsaken give me 500,000 loot to give away. Had 2 of those on Wednesday, and we've had 2 today. 1 more still to come. The weather matches go on up there for Nathaka. It's got 19 cards and 5 actions. Could take some serious damage here. That WMD match qualifies as serious damage. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. After this match, I'm going back to the randomizer, looking for more live player versus player competition. So a force match there for Nathaka. That has me down to 1 territory. 1 action to go for the turn, extra turn. 3. There's a force match. That's going to give me a compromised leader. Nathaka still has all 4 of her territories intact. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. All right, well, at least, 2 options here. I could play Intel and bounce those cards in Nathaka's war zone, but look, I already got a compromised leader. It's just going to take 1 more force match to beat me. For me, have any chance at this, I can't worry about those cards being what beats me, because I need at least 1 more turn. So the more prudent play is to go Kinetic Space Strike, WMD match, eliminate 2 of those 4 territories up there. It's in all likelihood, Nathaka is going to get the win over me here in this next turn, but you never know in this game. As long as you have cards in your arsenal, you still may have a chance to win. So roll a 4. Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Won 5 matches in a row here to begin this broadcast. I'm due for a loss. Nathaka just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Azar Cyrus, there's 2. Is there a 3rd? No, there's not. Wow. Okay. My turn? 5. Well, now. The weather not being there for me, I think, is going to be... Although, maybe now's the time to go Intel. No, whatever the case, I'll go with the Agent Zera first. Have a force match. Bounce a 3rd territory. So Nathaka will have only 1 remaining. And I could play building cards, but that's not going to be it. Better play burn notice. Intel. Let's bounce. 3 sets of 2 force. One action to go for the turn. My voice trying to hang in there. Yeah, the Kinetic Space Strike is pretty impressive WMD. Meowsy, I agree. Okay, so 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to need 2 more force matches to possibly If I possibly can come back and maybe get one more roll. We'll see. Again, Nathaka just needs one more force match to beat me. I'll play a DX8. Force. And that'll do it for my turn. I've got a compromised leader. Nathaka just needs one more force match to beat me. Roll of 2. There's 2. One more will be the match. And then a second is our Cyrus. Thank goodness I used that intel when I did, huh? Because that would have been curtains for me. Can you believe this? Another roll for me. 3. How do you like this? Z27 Tiger. We'll give Nathaka a compromise later. Thank goodness I played that DX8, huh? My goodness, DX8 with a roaring comeback win. All right, good game, Nathaka. My goodness, what a battle. All right, here we go. Taking on Flaw. Love that avatar. Dog just staring down a cutting knife. All right. So I have my notes caught up. Well, I'm going to take a mulligan here since nothing makes even a pair. Reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60. Get a weather match. Not a weather match, a pair of weathers. You don't want to be too picky, as I tend to try to emphasize. I mean, sometimes it works out, but sometimes you can end up with something far worse, trying to chase something better, especially on a second mulligan cape. Flaw gets to go first. Flaw with the goat. Subtitle there, or the game title. Roll 3 for Flaw. I always like when Flaw is that St. Purcell Harbor. And only 4 of those that exist. That blood foil. There's Bella Ivanova. This is the Urban Warzone game map that I'm using with this particular deck today. UXWU says, good luck for the playmat, Flaw. Wouldn't that be something? There is a playmat up on the prize wheel today. 3. All right. The flex just a little bit. The fire in the fields. I was mixing some stuff up with the decks earlier. Really didn't change that much, but I did put this in there just to... I love to show off the cool and unique stuff, although typically I try and have cards that look more similar as opposed to... But in this case... Well. But regardless of the rarity, you notice in Blitz, it doesn't matter. It's just a trio of matching weather cards. That weather match means an extra turn. 1. Okay. Well, with a wide open war zone, just in one action, we'll play the X3 Black Dog Savage Escalation Force. So that's it for my turn. Taking on Flaw. Warsaken Blitz. Flaw with a roll of 4. There's a weather match for Flaw. One action to go for the turn. Extra turn while playing a Private Sarah Vet Force card. 5. Pair of weather cards. 3 actions to go for the turn for Flaw. There's a pullback, making some space in the war zone. Pair of weather cards out there. My turn. 6. Okay. I'll be able to make a force match here with the G16 mech. And look at this card right here. Savage Escalation Force. It's the very rare, this 1,000 of these, so a little more plentiful, but yeah, look at it. I like this card in particular, the very rare version here. So we'll play it. So this force match will eliminate one of my opponents' 4 territories. So I've got 3 actions to go for the turn. Wow, a lot out there in the war zone opposite me. I can play a second X3 Black Dog. So I have 2 of those out there in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Let's play a pair of intel cards. Satellite Recon. And that's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live as we pass 4 p.m. Eastern. Later this hour, giving away another 100,000 loot. Presented by Warsaken. For me to give away to you here live on stream. Roll a 3 for Flaw. Does she have a match with anything out there in the war zone? A weather match could mean an extra turn. There's a force match with Bella Ivanova. Learn more about Warsaken, go to the Warsaken Discord page. Highly recommended. There are some wonderful people there. Tremendous generosity. A pair of WMDs out there from Flaw. Even with the pressure on that opposite side war zone, but it's my turn. I got the gimmick die here. I think I just rolled a 1. I only had 1 card that popped in. Well, I'll pass up that 1 action and end the turn. The Flaw with a roll of 5. There's a WMD match that's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. We're down to 1. I've got 6 wins and 0 losses today. But if Flaw keeps this up, might finally take one of the L column. There's a weather match, so an extra turn for Flaw. Who just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Along with 13 cards, so we'll see what she has. Another weather match is what she has. My goodness. I might not get another roll. Yeah, I've won all the battles until now, Flaw. I've been exceptionally lucky. I mean, I was on the brink of losing against Nathaka and just had some remarkable luck at the end to stick around for 2 extra turns, not extra turns, but 2 more rolls of the die that I hadn't expected to have. And that happened, that happens sometimes in this game. There's the extra turn with a roll of 5. Law just needs 2 more force matches to beat me. A third tsunami would mean another extra turn in all likelihood. Building cards. Law's going back. You'd figure she's going back for force. Bella Ivanova would be my guess, because that's the only force trio in there. If she goes for weather, it could be cloud cover or freezing rainstorm, or the tranquil sunlight. It's one of the new Savage Escalations that I don't have 4 of yet to have in game, so I don't have that one off the top of my head. It's like the sunrise, sunset, sunlight, sunbright. 2 actions to go for the turn. Extra turn. I'm down to 1 territory left. Law's on a roll here. And again, you see the power of how weather, you get those chained together, that cascade effect. Law with roll 3. Although if there had to be a day where I'd have a bunch of wins in a row, let it be a day where I end up giving away what will be by the end of the broadcast, 300,000 loot. Got another 100,000 loot we're giving away later in the hour. Another extra turn for Flaw. That cloud cover weather match. If she takes the 3 actions there, that means trouble for me. That probably means she has something lined up to beat me. But I'm guessing extra turn. Well, has already played her WMD, so she couldn't play. I mean, it wouldn't be as effective. But nevertheless, it's just something she can't use in this situation, which might not be obvious to somebody just now tuning in. Another extra turn. 1. But is there a third tsunami up there for Blackbird, aka Flaw? Azar Cyrus ends the turn. My turn. 1. All right, well, I'm going to pass up the action in the turn. I might not have another roll in this match. Flaw just needs 2 more force matches to beat me, and you can see all that force out there opposite. Roll a 5. Also the potential for a weather match with those pair of tsunami cards out there. There's a second Private Sarah vet. 4 actions to go for the turn. Flaw needs 2 more force matches to beat me. Azar Cyrus. But it's 2 only, at least at the moment. 3 actions to go for the turn. That's it for the turn? Okay. My turn. 5. Okay, so I'll have a WMD match I can play here. This will eliminate 2 of Flaw's 3 remaining territory.
Select target.
Bye-bye, St. Purcell Harbor and Bloodfoil. We'll meet again someday. Possibly Monday, the next Nashville live broadcast for Warsaken Blitz. I didn't intend that to be a plug. The plans change. A WMD eliminates 2 of those 3 remaining territories. Flaws down to only 1 left. Just like me. Although, a lot more firepower for Flaw. In that opposite side Warzone, I could put a pair of Force cards out there, but really, the smarter play is to go Geomagnetic Disturbance, Savage Escalation Weather. And that's it for the turn. It's going to come down to which of us is going to be the first to have a pair of Force matches. One to take out the final territory, the other to take out a then compromised leader. Thanks to Carl Casey at Whitebad Audio, who makes much of the great background music I use here on Nashville Lou Live. And again, later in this hour, one more 100,000 loot giveaway. That's a roll of 6. 22 cards for Flaw. Surely she'll be able to get 2 Force matches here, right? Or at least a weather match, something like that. Flaw only has 12 cards left in her arsenal. 22 cards ready to go up there in her hand. 3 sets of 2 Force to go with the 2 Tsunami cards out there in the war zone. There's a Force match. Azar Cyrus. That gives me a compromised leader. Flaw just needs one more Force match to beat me.
Compromised.
So does Flaw have one more Force match here? Is there another Private Sarah vet? Another Agent Zara? Some other sort of Force? There's Agent Zara for the win! All right, good game. Flaw victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on Meowsy. Warsaken Blitz here on Nashville Lou Live. All right, well, I have a pair of weather cards that I can go with. Again, you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8. Keep. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using here. Got the ornamentals, the cosmetics as they're called in the game, the card backs, and the die I'm using here. This one, the white with the red. 2. Okay, well, just underway, so wide open war zone for both of us. Play a pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. And that's it for my turn. Roll of 2 for Meowsy. So a pair of intel cards. Interesting. My turn. 6. All right, So I'll have an extra turn here with this third fire in the fields. 5 actions to go, wide open war zone, but also staring down a pair of intel cards there for Meowsy. We'll go with 2 blinding sandstorms, 2 geomagnetic disturbances. Now we'll be a little aggressive here and go 1 clever hijack, knowing I'm about to have an extra turn. 4. Okay. So I'll play a 3rd geomagnetic disturbance. Savage escalation weather. That weather match will give me an extra turn. 3 actions still to go for this turn. Play a 2nd clever hijack. Pair of weather cards, pair of intel cards. 2 actions to go for the turn, extra turn pending. And I'll be tempted to put the Foxbusters out there. I think the smarter play is to wait, pass up the actions for this turn, get the additional extra turn here. 1. Well, it worked out. So I can play a clever hijack. Now I could bounce the 2 intel cards that Meowsy has in the war zone, but that's not peak value. You're not bouncing 3. So instead, with Meowsy with only 8 cards, if you're going to do this particular technique, the earlier in a match, the better. An intel match that forces your opponent to discard 3 cards. So it's not a roll of 1, it just sets the die down on 1 while your opponent deliberates. So if those 8 cards in hand, Meowsy has to discard 3, and we get to see what they are. It's part of the fun of Warsaken Blitz. You can look in your opponent's discard pile, and vice versa. And things that haven't happened in card games traditionally because they'd be unwieldy. And that's where some of the real power is with card games in digital form. So, weather, the sunlight force. Okay, so that tells me at least it's not like one of those almost entirely intel and weather decks. So weather, force, roll of 2. Now it's possible that Meowsy could have a 3rd intel to play there and force me to discard. All's fair in turnaround, right? Instead, there's a WMD. But only 1. That's it for the turn. 2. As you may have noticed, there are a number of different ways and approaches people can take to Warsaken Blitz. I'm not really thinking putting 2 WMDs out there, staring down those 2 planted devices is going to be a good idea. So instead, now I'll go ahead with the G1 Foxbusters. And that's it for my turn. So a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards in my war zone. Taking on Meowsy in Warsaken Blitz. Roll of 6 for Meowsy. Remember, was working from a point of disadvantage after having being forced to discard 3 thanks to that early intel play I made. Pair of force cards for Meowsy. A pullback on that WMD. 3 actions to go for the turn. Building card. Building cards, 2 of them. Potentially going to go back for what got sent from that 8 cards in hand to the discard pile thanks to the intel play I made. My turn. 4. All right. Play the weather first. That 3rd blinding sandstorm. I'll take the extra turn in just a moment. 3 actions to go for this turn. WMD, captured leader. I don't know what his astrological sign is. Captured nonetheless. A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 4 territories. The Abandoned Wasteland is similar to Vast Hinterland as far as the way it handles morale. So if you're going to take it out, even when it doesn't matter necessarily as far as morale goes in a given match, I still tend to save those -1 morales for the end, out of principle. If I were to have morale, That would work to my advantage, I guess, if I didn't go after those other two. But anyway, hypotheticals that aren't in play here for this particular game. Roll a 4. Well, the Fox Buster showed up quite nicely. This would be a force. Well, let's hang on. Okay, yeah, it will be a match. Confused there for a second. Okay, now we'll go ahead and eliminate the abandoned wasteland. Like that. It's 12 morale. It drops to 11. And that's where there is value in having it, especially if you have like a 21 morale leader, like as noted here. It can work to your advantage to have that. Okay, 3 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone. Let's go with a pair of rummages here. Intel cards. Again, look for that emblem, that insignia on the bottom left of a card to know which of the 6 categories it falls into as far as the cards in your arsenal of 60. Pass it the last action in the turn. Roll a 5 for Meowsy. Later in this hour, I'll be giving away 100,000 loot. We'll also have the results of that bounty block. There's a weather match. Extra turn for Meowsy. Pair of weather cards. Extra turn. Interesting, the building cards haven't been played yet. So roll 3. Meowsy is down to 1 territory. I have all 4 of mine intact, but Meowsy with a lot of options up there. There's an Intel match. It could bounce the 2 Intel cards from my Warzone. Instead, it's going to mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile. If your arsenal hits 0, at that point, you have a compromised leader. So to be concerned about building cards that end up down here. So, okay. And then, speaking of building cards, a couple building cards played by Meowsy to end the turn. My turn. 6. Unfortunately, nothing makes a match. My goodness. Except for the WMDs that I can't use. Okay, well, play a pair of weather cards. Ideal conditions. Pair of intel, pair of weather. 4 actions to go here. I have to be careful because once your opponent starts going after your arsenal, you want to make sure you got the goods as far as the force cards you might need to win a match. You don't want to be in a spot where you're drawing dead when your arsenal hits 0. It's not pleasant. I'll probably be okay with that. I mean, the concern is that there's a lot that can change here in a hurry for Meowsy with potentially that building, a couple of building matches there. So I'm aware of all that. 4 actions to go for the turn. Okay, I'm going to go ahead after all and play the Hammerheads. Force cards, end the turn. Well, I'll pass it the last 2 actions and end the turn. Keep that 4th spot in my Warzone open, at least for now. And I have 17 cards in my arsenal. If that hits 0, at that point, I'll have a compromised leader. So roll a 4. Building cards with 3 actions to go on top of it. So it could be weather, could be intel. Or it could be that. No, it was intel. So I bet you that Meowsy's going to go after my Warzone. Bounce 1 of each. That would be my guess. Maybe not. Yeah, there we go. So there's an intel match. Now, it could go after my arsenal. This could mill my arsenal from 17 down to 11. Also a possibility. I'm guessing it's the Warzone, but it could be either one of them, potentially. I'd love to discard 3. No. The haircut, 1 off the top of each. My 3 sets of 2 turned to 3 standalones out there. My turn. 1. Yeah. Oh. All right. Let's do a pullback on the rummage at Intel. That's it for my turn. Meowsy with a roll of 2. Hardic, hello. Greetings and welcome. We'll be going back to the randomizer a little bit later on in the broadcast. There's a building card match. Went back for Intel. I'm guessing. I think that's what happened there. That Intel disappeared again. There, and see that shows back up again. It's planted devices all over the place. 3. Well, I can play my own building cards here. So I can go back for the Hammerhead. I already know I'm doing that. I could go back for 2 of them if I had to, just as insurance. Let's see, between Jax Nash, Bell Ivanova, the T15. No, there's rummages, but I don't really care about that. Jax Nash, what do I say about that? Jax Nash, Jax Nash. Go back for Jax, go back for a Hammerhead. Let's see, is there another Geomagnetic in here? Looking for weather. Yeah, Geomagnetic's going to be a waste of my time. Don't want to worry about that. Probably just go for another Force instead. Not a Foxbuster. I go for both. Yeah, I'll go for both Hammerheads and a Jax Nash. That's going to be the play. We'll see if this works. Now, in this case, my arsenal's been getting milled. I could return 6 cards from my discard pile to my arsenal, but I'm going to be taking this approach here. Return 3 to hand. Taking both of the Hammerheads back and the 1 Jax Nash. But that's it for my turn. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Lou Live. Later in this hour, be giving away another 100,000 loot provided by Warsaken. Roll 3. 18 cards for Meowsy. So there's an Intel match that could mill my arsenal from 16 or from 13 down to 7. I mean, it could go after my Warzone as well. It will. But again, that's why I went ahead and brought back both of those Hammerheads to match the one I had in my hand already. But it does make it where I won't win if it's a 5, necessarily. Whereas that would have been the case otherwise. My turn. It's an Intel card played there. 4. Okay. It's a wide open war zone. There aren't any weather matches for me, which is fine. Okay, so between Bella and the T15. There's not a Bella in here, and there's not a T15 in here. Okay. Well, Jax Nash will play that. Be a Force match. So give my opponent a compromised leader. One action to go for the turn. We'll put a T15 out there. And that'll be it for my turn. Now that could get bounced. If it does, then I'll need to roll a 3 or higher to win the match on my next turn. If it gets to my next turn. You never know. 2 more Intel matches. For Meowsy, could give me a compromised leader if it mills my arsenal down to 0. 20 cards. There's a weather match. So it'll be an extra turn for Meowsy. 4 actions still to go for the turn. WMD. Interesting. This will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. 1 action to go for the turn, for this turn. Second intel, extra turn. 5. Yeah, I'll see with 20 cards and 5 actions. A pair of force cards and a pair of intels out there in the war zone. There's an intel match. I'm guessing that's going to go after my arsenal. Probably going to mill it down to 3. It could bounce that 1 T-15 out there. So there's that. So if I get another roll, it would need to be at least a 3. Otherwise, a 2 would have done it for me. On the flip side, I have 9 cards in my arsenal and not 3, but that could change with this an extra turn, weather. Meowsy is a compromised leader. I'm down to 2 territories. I only have 9 cards left in my arsenal. That's what we're looking at right here, right now. Force card. Extra turn. 3. $18 cards for my opponent. Weather. There's a weather match, so another extra turn for Meowsy. One. Alright, so I'll get at least one more roll, I think, unless there's another extra turn I missed. So I could roll, if I roll a 3 or higher, if I get another roll, then I'll win the match. If not, then, well, we'll see. There's a force match. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. My turn. 3 or higher would win it. 4, alright. A9 Hammerhead for the win. Alright, good game, Meowsy.
Warsaken.
Alright, here we go. Taking on Kron. Warsaken Blitz Nashville Live. I was talking a little bit earlier about the game mat that's on my prize wheel today. Let me get this figured out here first before I start talking about the cosmetics. I have a pair of weather cards. We'll keep it. That gate entrance game mat. Alright, well. I have a trio of Resident of Eads air defense. That'll be a force match.
Select target.
A base entrance. I'm saying gate. The base entrance game mat. That's what I'm using with this deck today. A force match eliminates one of my opponent's 4 territories. 2 actions to go for the turn. Put some weather out there. Freezing rainstorm. Pair of weather cards. And that ends the turn. So yes, the base entrance game mat. Roll of 6. For my opponent, Kron. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match, looking for more live player versus player competition. People I haven't played yet today. In Blitz, there's a weather match for Kron. 3 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards. intel card, extra turn, roll 3. No play. My turn. 1. More weather. Terrifying storm. That's it for my turn. Kron with a roll of 2. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. Alright, so nothing is a match, but I can play a second Terrifying Storm. 2 sets of 2 weather for me in my war zone. 2 spots open in the war zone with 4 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with Intel. Pair of stolen blueprints in green. Night vision green. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, so I'll pass up those last 2 actions and end the turn. It's a roll of 6 for Kron. 19 cards and 6 actions here for my opponent. There's a weather match. So an extra turn for Kron with 3 actions still to go for this turn. There's a force match with Roman's prototype. That's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. We'll both be down to 3. Extra turn, roll of 6. 19 cards and 6 actions here for Kron. Building cards. Going back for weather or force. And it's weather. So I'm guessing we'll see 3 weather cards here to make a weather match and an extra turn. Indeed. Extra turn. 1. It's a force card. My turn. 2. Alright, nothing makes a match. And I'm going to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open again for this turn. So I'll pass up those 2 actions and end the turn. Kron with a roll of 5. So we've hit 5 p.m. Eastern. The weekend has arrived for the East Coast of the U.S. Quick reset. This is Nashville Lou Live. I'm your host, Lou Pickney. Playing the fun new card strategy game Warsaken, and in particular Warsaken Blitz, the simplified version of Warsaken. So much fun to live stream this game. Uh-oh. That was a weather trio with a +3 actions. This could be enough to beat me here. Or am I wrong about that? Maybe not. Well, this will be a WMD match. That doesn't surprise me. When you see the +3 actions, unless it's a mistake from your opponent, it's usually not good news for you. So I'm down to 1 territory of that WMD match, eliminating 2 of my 3 remaining territories. So there's a force match that'll give me a compromised leader.
Compromised.
So Kron only needs 1 more force match to beat me. It won't happen this turn. Well, there's the Kraken out there. 2 more of the Kraken would be a force match and would give Kron the victory. My turn. 6. Alright, so the stolen blueprints will at least allow me an opportunity to bounce those 3 cards from my opponent's war zone.
Select
2 force cards and an intel. Bounced. 5 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. I've got a compromised leader. Time is running short. Takes 1 more force match for my opponent to beat me. So I'll go... No. Go weather. Blinding sandstorm. 2 of those. I mean, I'm 3 wide, 2 deep with the weather. If I'm lucky enough to get another roll, I'll at least be in position where maybe I can somehow put something together. We'll see. We'll see if it comes to that. Pass up those last 3 actions in the turn. Even at that point in the match, I think it was better to keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. A roll of 1. My goodness. A force card. My turn. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. I'll be looking for another opponent that I haven't faced today in Warsaken Blitz. Well, there I rolled a 1. And unfortunately for me, it's not going to make a match with any of the weathers out there. Pass up the action in the turn. It's a 2. Does Kron have 2 more F-92 Phoenix Reapers? If so, that would be the match. There's 2. Is there a 3rd? No. An intel card instead. My turn. 2. Not much I can do with that. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes. Look, I've had all sorts of breaks go my way today. Not a complaint, just awareness that sometimes you don't get the breaks in Warsaken Blitz. Pair of 00 black blades, and yet it's not over yet necessarily. You figure, surely. Kron, there's a 6. Okay. Fun games are over now. Just 1 more force match would beat me. Also the possibility of a weather match. Absent a force match to beat me. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game. Kron victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Vano. Okay, well, a pair of forces that works for me. I'll keep it. And you don't be too picky when it comes to your starting 8 in Warsaken Blitz. Using the recently aforementioned Blood Fungus game mat here again with this deck today. Taking on Vano. Who gets to go first? So a roll of 1 to start things off for Vano. It's a force card. My turn. 4. Let's go with a pair of A9 hammerheads. Three spots open by Warzone. 2 actions to go for the turn. We'll go with Intel, Clever Hijack. That's it for my turn. For Warsaken Blitz, you've got your leader, your 4 territories, and your arsenal, your deck of 60. You're trying to compromise the opposing side's leader. Roll a 5 there for Vano. You can compromise the leader by eliminating all 4 territories, by having your opponent's arsenal hit 0 cards, or by having their morale hit 0. Once that happens and your opponent has a compromised leader, all you have to do is have a force match to eliminate the compromised leader and win the match. Here's a force match for Vano that's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards. Fire in the fields. My turn. 3. Well, I can match your fire with the fields. I fire in the fields. Pair of those. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. I'll pass up the last action in the turn. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. Vano, roll 3. There's a WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Down to just 1 territory to go. Remember, you can make at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. And what you do when you do it can pack a mighty wallop. My turn. 1. Yeah. Okay. Pass up the action in the turn. Vano with a roll 5. So I'm down to only 1 territory remaining. Vano only needs 2 more force matches to get the win. Pair of force cards, pair of weather cards, my opponent's war zone. 4 actions still to go for the turn. Intel. A pair of Intel cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 5. My goodness. I mean, I can bring the cards up and drop them over and over, but then that won't be a third magically appear to match up with any of them. My goodness. Pass up all 5 actions in the turn. Although after the RNG I had in some of those earlier matches when I had that winning streak going, like I was saying, law of averages would suggest that perhaps I'm due for a beatdown or 2. Vano certainly willing to accommodate if the cards allow it. 3 actions here. Pair of force cards. 1 action to go for the turn. There's a 3rd force. That's going to give me a compromised leader. Eliminate my last territory remaining. Vano bringing it. So a compromised leader. My turn. 6. Play a clever hijack. This will be a intel match. An intel match. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Where I've got a compromised leader. One more force match would beat me. But here I'll bounce one of each.
Select target.
The force, the weather,
Select target.
and the intel. 5 actions to go for the turn. G1 Foxbuster. This will be a force match.
Select target.
This force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. City Engine Fortress. Two actions to go for the turn. Again, I still have this compromised leader. That part hasn't changed. Well, I have to do something here. It's not a real play with the weather since I don't have any weather pairs. Let's go with Jax Nash the Courier. That will end my turn. All that Vano needs is a force match to beat me. Roll of 1. So I'll have at least one more turn. So I have a compromised leader. Vano still has 3 territories intact. But I have at least one more crack at it. So I'll pull back to end the turn. My turn. 5. I was really hoping I was going to catch a WMD. Didn't happen that way. But let's play this third Jax Nash.
Select target.
So we'll eliminate a second territory, leaving my opponent with only 2 remaining. So I have 4 actions here. I really want to wait this. If by some unlikely event that I get another roll, I'd want to keep the chance for a hammerhead here in play. I could go rummage and bounce what's out there. I don't know if that's worth it. I could try forcing a discard of 3, but once your opponent's played a WMD, that's really not a smart move in my opinion. So instead, we'll do a little differently. Let's go weather. Blinding Sandstorm. And I'll end my turn here. Yeah, so this compromised leader. All that Vano needs is a force match to beat me. Five. Will this do it? There's also the possibility of a weather match. There's a second force. Will I regret not using the rummage to bounce that? Let's see. Does Vano not have a force match? What about a weather? Well, pair of weather cards. Okay, a third, extra turn. Second intel, extra turn. 6. This has to do it here. 18 cards. Vano just needs one more force match to get the win. Weather. Violent tornado. So another extra turn. And still 3 actions for this turn, so. So We'll see. Pair of force cards. It's 2 sets of 2 force and a pair of intels out there in Vano's Warzone. Weather card played extra turn. The weather card fire in the fields. Vano just needs 1 force match to beat me. 1. Will this do it? A second weather card. My goodness. Okay. 1. Man. What can you do? Enter. Roll of 2. Surely this'll do it, right? Just 1 more force match to get the win for Vano. There's a 3rd weather with fire in the field, so an extra turn. Oh, there's the +3 actions, so that's... I guess there'll be 3 force cards played in that open spot in the war zone. That freed, I think that freed up a spot. Yep, Agent Zara for the win right here. Yep, that's going to be it. All right, good game. Vano victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Nathaka. It's the first match of the broadcast. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for another opponent in Warsaken Blitz. And later in the hour, there'll be a Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. Well, raise these cards look. None of them even make a pair. So I'll take a mulligan. Mulligan will reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards again. All right, well, weather match, keep. You don't want to take that second mulligan unless you absolutely have to. And I get to go first. 4. All right. Well, obviously a wide open war zone. This is the Slate Lux game mat that I'm using with this deck today. I'll play a pair of weather cards with the Monsoon Storm. Unfortunately for me, nothing else even makes a pair. Plus, I don't know what kind of deck Nathaka has. There could be a lot of intel in there. Opponent has a lot of intel. You don't always just want to throw it out there into your war zone, because anything you put in your war zone could potentially get bounced. In my turn, pass up those last 2 actions. Nathaka's turn. Roll 2. So Nathaka with a pair of force cards. That ends the turn. My turn. 2. Well, I'm very much averse to putting building cards out in my war zone. Unless I have a really good reason to, especially early, especially when I don't have a third to play for the next turn. So pass up the 2 actions in the turn. One of the things you learn eventually in Warsaken Blitz with a roll of 6 here for Nathaka, sometimes having a little bit of patience and not using all of your actions in a given turn actually will sometimes work out to your benefit. That force match is going to work out to Nathaka's benefit. Eliminate one of my 4 territories. Some of these new Savage Escalation territories in here. The Treasury Department, high yield up in here. Pair of weather cards for Nathaka. And then another weather card in the turn. My turn. 6. All right, well, unfortunately, nothing makes a match, but a few options. I have a weather pair out there already. Let's make it a second with a pair of geomagnetic disturbance cards. One of those. Got a number of Savage Escalation weather cards in this deck today. 2 spots open in my war zone. I really don't want to fill up all 4. You really don't. That 4th spot sometimes, it makes all the difference to have that open for you. Plus, that's even more that could potentially be targeted by an opponent with intel. I'll go with Force here. This is a really cool looking card here. This G16 mech. I really like this. Is the very rare version. I like the way the light, and the fire, and the chaos, and it's great. Great card. G16 mech. So that'll be a pair of Force cards to go with the 2 sets of 2 weather. I'll pass up the last 2 actions in the turn. That keeps that 4th spot in my war zone open. You can always pull cards from your war zone back to your hand, but you have to use actions to do that. Sometimes you have enough and only enough to get the win in a given situation. If you have a 4th spot open in your war zone, if you have to pull a card back and you roll a 3, that match you might be able to make otherwise just can't happen. All right, so 2 sets of 2 weather to go with a pair of Force cards for Nathaka. My turn, roll of 2. The good news is I've got a match here. The bad news is I can't play it this turn in a 1 felt swoop. Can't make a match with anything that's out there in my war zone, so pass up the 2 actions in the turn. I could have taken a chance there with the WMDs and played 2 of them, but then if Nathaka had intel to play, suddenly maybe that gets bounced because WMDs have a way of getting targeted in this game. Roll of 2, 13 cards. There'll be a pair of Force cards there for Nathaka to end the turn. My turn. 6. All right, so I can play the WMD. It's a tactical nuke. This trio of WMDs will be a WMD match and eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Blah, hello. Hola. All right. Remember, you can play at most 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. That takes Nathaka down to 2 territories, 3 actions to go for the turn. So many cards, but nothing to make a match. I could pull back Force and maybe put something else out there, but I really don't think that's the play. So pass the actions in the turn. Again, you don't have to use all of your actions, and sometimes it works to your benefit to not use all of your actions. So I tried letting my voice rest up this week, and I was trying to do some voiceover stuff last night. Even then, it was just like not quite where it needed to be. Roll of 4 for Nathaka. 4 wide and 2 deep in the war zone. There's a Force match that will eliminate a 2nd territory for me. There goes my high yield. Treasury Department eliminated. So we're both down to 2 territories. 3 actions to go for the turn. Another Force match. I'm down to 1 territory after this. Weather match. Extra turn. So a Force card played extra turn, roll of 1. So a 2nd Force card played there. Azar Cyrus. But that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. All I have in my discard pile are the 3 tactical nukes, and I wouldn't go back for those because you can, of course, only play 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. Man, for as many cards as I have, it's just not lining up, huh? Pass up the 2 actions, end the turn. So Nathaka just needs 2 more force matches, or a WMD match and a force match to beat me. Could happen right here. Roll 3. Remember, later in this hour, first chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin in this broadcast. There's a weather match, extra turn. 3. Pair of force cards. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. All right. Well, I can give my opponent a compromised leader. Play a third G16 mech. Force.
Select target.
That force match will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent. So Nathaka will be down to 1. Just like me. 3 actions to go for the turn. Go and play this trio of Sergeant Sigwalt Klein cards. Be a force match.
Select target.
This will give Nathaka a compromised leader, but it will also end my turn. Roll a
Compromised.
Roll a 4 for Nathaka as a compromised leader, but remember, I'm down to 1 territory. Nathaka's already got 2 sets of 2 force out there in the war zone. WMD, that's going to give me a compromised leader. If there's a force match after this for this last turn, that would be it. Nathaka would win. The next force match will win the match.
Compromised.
There it is. Azar Cyrus for the win.
Leader eliminated. Defeated.
All right, good game, Nathaka. Victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Piotreku 11. My next Warsaken Blitz broadcast will be tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. You want to make sure you get here early, or right at the beginning, because those Tuesday broadcasts tend to have a lot of people. Tends to be a popular day. But I love this time slot. It just works out so well for me. What's not such a good work for me, though, is nothing out of these initial 8 here, even making a pair. So I'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and have it deal me 8 cards again. Thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this code incoming game mat that I'm using with this deck today. All right, pair of force cards. You don't want to use that second mulligan unless you absolutely are just, have nothing. But if you got something you can work with, keep it. Because that second mulligan gives your opponent an extra card. And there's no guarantee there's going to be anything great waiting for you with that second mulligan. It was a roll of 2 for Piotreku 11. How's it going, Moonbaz Marty? Pair of force cards there for Piotreku. My turn. 6. All right, nothing will make a match, but with the cloud cover, pair of weather cards, 3 spots open in my war zone, 4 actions to go for the turn. Great card right here, the G1 Foxbuster. This be a pair of force cards out there. And while I could put something in that third spot, I'm going to hold off for now. Pass up those last 2 actions in the turn. Glad to hear it. Moonbaz Marty says, great day today. Yeah. Glad to hear that. Roll a 4 for Piotrek 11. Pair of weather cards. Tsunami. Another pair of weather with that tornado. My turn. 1. Well, yeah, I could play a wolf here, but really that would just... I more and more think holding back at least early with that third spot in your war zone. Like if I had weather cards to go ahead and play them, but sometimes it works out better to just not put anything out there, especially when you have 1. So pass up the action in the turn. With Warsaken Blitz, you start with the leader, 4 territory cards, and then your arsenal at deck of 60. I have this categories overlay on screen to help you, new players especially, learn how it works. When it comes with the cards in your arsenal, they're going to fit into one of those 6 categories. And in Blitz, you're not going to see that much morale. So really the other 5 are going to be what you see the most of. 3. All right, well, finally happened for the ZS Wolf. We'll go ahead and play this trio of force cards here to make a match.
Select target.
Force match will allow me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Ruins of the Brotherland. Eliminate. That's it for my turn. Oh, that's good to hear there, Moonbaz Marty. Roll of 6 here for Piotrek 11. Finally got your what's this? Foil Fire Emperor. Nice. There's a force match for Piotrek, who's eliminated one of my 4 territories. We're both down to 3. There's a weather match. Extra turn, 4 actions still to go for this turn. Pair of weather cards, the Blinding Sandstorm. So 2 sets of 2 weather for Piotrek. Pair of force cards, extra turn, roll a 4. So my plan for this week is tomorrow, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern, with Warsaken Blitz player versus player. There's a force match. I'm down to 2 territories. 3 actions still to go for the turn. More. Nope. Only 2 there with Jax Nash, but a third Blinding Sandstorm. Extra turn. 2. My goodness. A pair of force cards. 2 sets of 2 force and a pair of weather cards out there for Piotrek 11. Lining it up. My turn, too. It's like, on one side, it's all lining up quite beautifully for me. The things that I have a pair of, neither I'm really particularly inclined to put out there, so I won't. Pass up the actions in the turn. So Piotrek 11 with a roll 3. There's a force match. It's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. It's my turn. 6. I didn't need all 4, but that'll work as far as making a force match. Azar Cyrus, the Fabricator. So that force match will allow me to eliminate a 2nd territory for my opponent. So Piotrek 11's down to 2 territories. 3 actions to go for the turn. 2 spots open in my war zone. Now go ahead with a pair of Violent Tornadoes. Weather cards. 2 sets of 2 weather to go with a pair of G1 Foxbuster Force cards. I'll pass up the last action. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. And end the turn. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. Roll 4 by Piotrek. There's a WMD match that will eliminate my last territory, give me a compromised leader. This could be it. 1 action still to go.
Compromised.
There's a Ken show. I was afraid a third Jax Nash, that third tank was going to show up and be the end of the match, but I am up against it here. But it's my turn. 5. All right, so I can go cloud cover and get an extra turn. Extra turn. I really need to see if I can get some sort of a WMD, if I can get something like that to show up. So let's go G-Tight Missile Silo. Go back for weather. I'll play 1 cloud cover. We'll get the extra turn. I guess I tried to click too quickly, so it locked up. So when this happens, if you're playing on a PC, just hit F5. 2 seconds, it loads back up, and then a couple more seconds, it pops back into place. Very quick as far as the fix. I really hope I can roll a 2 or higher here. 2, well. So we'll get another extra turn with a cloud cover. Kind of trying to buy time, essentially. So I don't think I'm going to make it through another roll for Piotreku, if that were to happen. Extra turn. 3. Well, I tried. I can play that Abdul Hafiz. I could play the weather, a couple of options with the weather cards. Maybe you see boom, boom when I'm staring down, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to be staring it down either way. I can't make another weather match. I was lucky to do what I did with that already. So, let's see. Since I have 2 spots open in my war zone, we'll go with weather with a couple of blinding sandstorms, and that'll be it for the turn. So I'll pass up that last action. Let's see if I can survive this next roll, but I've got a compromised leader. Look at all that force out there. Roll a 4. So even if Piotreku had to do a pullback on Ken Show, if there's already a force match up there, never mind that. Ken Show for the win. All right, good game. Piotreku 11 victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Gabix. What a great avatar that Gabix has. Some of y'all have some wonderful avatars. Really impressive. Mine's just the purple background with the giant white letters. Not quite as nuanced, but branding nonetheless. All right, well, this doesn't need nuance. I've got a pair of forces, pair of weathers. Keep. And I get to go first. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using here. Kind of looks like the inside of a computer, if all the connections were red. Yet it doesn't feel out of place as far as a game that's about war. It's a very serious game. It never strays from that either, which is part of the brilliance of it. Let's go with a pair or a match here, this weather match. Trio, fire in the fields. I'll give me an extra turn. 3 actions still to go for this turn. With a pair of... Actually, no. We'll go with a pair of intel cards. Rummage. It looks like a force at a glance, but it's that emblem, that insignia in that bottom left. And you see where it matches up in that categories overlay that I have there. 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play the Jameson Hauler, sure. Extra turn. I don't think it's going to let me click on it, will it? Nope. Okay, so at F5, so this will refresh the app. See? At 2 seconds, it's back. Another 2 seconds, the cosmetics pop back into place. 4. So I roll a 4 here on my extra turn. I'll play the second T15. pair of intel cards, pair of force cards. I don't know what kind of deck Gavix has, obviously, because Gavix sitting there like, is it going to ever beat my turn? I could put more intel out there, but then I wouldn't have any weather out there. No, I'm not crazy about that. Plus, if it's out there, that could get targeted. Intel is not immune from getting bounced by intel, obviously. Pass up the 3 actions there and end the turn. So roll of 2 for Gavix. And that was one downside of the deck. I started the hand that they dealt me the 8 cards, and while I had 2 sets of 2, it just wasn't exactly brimming with weather. But you don't have to have weather necessarily. Pair of force cards there from Gavix. Gavix usually has some really cool looking, like a lot of the, whether it's jets or the ships or military equipment, some really cool choices. It's fun to see the different options people go with. Since with Blitz, it's not the specifics on the card itself, but it's the category it falls into, with Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken. All right, so while I have this nice match that could be made, it can't be made this turn since I have 2 actions. So with 2 spots open in my war zone, let's put some weather out there. Remember I mentioned the weather and like why I wouldn't have played that intel the turn before? Here's why. So we'll go geomagnetic disturbance, savage escalation weather, pair of those. And that's it for my turn. Taking on Gavix, Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. I'll be back here tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, with more Warsaken Blitz live playovers player competition. Wednesday as well, lining up for 2 p.m. Thursday, to be determined with the 2 p.m. slot. May have some stuff with Brawlers, but then 8 p.m. the Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. And unlike last night's tournament, I do plan to stream that one. Then back Friday, if my voice can last, with more player versus player competition, 2 p.m. Eastern Friday. That's what it's looking like for the week. My turn. 4. So I can go and play this WMD trio right here. White Phosphorus Bomb. A WMD match allows you to eliminate 2 of your opponent's 4 territories.
Select a target.
The Morose Swamp. Use Savage Escalation territory. Zim Manufacturing, which I normally don't do this, but I will bring the slate up for a moment to show you. By chance, that was the image I used with the slate today, although mine's the uncommon version that I went with for the slate. Here, this is the very rare. You see, it's very rare. Extra lighting to a little boom where it stands out a bit more. So while the uncommon looks great, the very rare looks sharp as well. And now I'll eliminate it. Now that I've shown it off and praised it, we'll tell it to get to stepping. 1 action to go for the turn. I'm going to pass the action up. Keep that 4th spot in my war zone open. End the turn. Gavix with a roll of 4. Like I was saying about the military equipment out there. And again, that functions the same in Blitz as if that was like Specialist Chloe Moore, Scout. Because it's the category. That's the important part for Blitz. 2. All right. There's a 3rd T-15 Jameson Hauler. This will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining.
Select a target.
So I have a pair of intel cards and a pair of weather cards in my war zone. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Pass up that 1 action in the turn. I thought about playing another intel, but I thought, nah, let's go ahead and just keep that open for now. Gavix with a roll of 3. I need to get 2 more force matches to win the match. Gavix with a weather match there. That'll mean an extra turn. It's a 3. 15 cards and 3 actions here for Gabbix. Got 2 sets of 2 force out there in the war zone. Instead, there's 3 cards. I'll make a force match, eliminate one of my 4 territories. That's it for the turn. My turn. 4. Alright, so... play a third rummage. Like, see where it says draw 4 cards? That doesn't apply as far as Blitz goes. It's the category you're looking for. So there's the intel match. And within the category, you can pick 1 of 3 options in Blitz. You can mill 6 cards from your opponent's arsenal. You can force your opponent to discard 3. But here, let's bounce.
Select target.
This will bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone into the discard pile. Demon Shield. Let's do Savage Escalation. I don't think I've seen this one. Demon Shield. What a great name.
Select target.
Let's not have the Demon Shield attack me. How about that? The X-32 Hive.
Select target.
It's a cloud cover weather card. Bounce. 3 spots open my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Nothing at the moment makes a match for me. Weather. Ideal conditions. If you're ever in a spot here where you have a few different options, you're not sure which to play as far as with putting a pair out there in your war zone, weather, more often than not, it's going to be the way to go. I'm not so keen about putting force cards out there that could get targeted. I don't know if Gabbix has any intel. There's no way to know, but I'd rather not chance it. We'll go with my own intel card there, as it were, with the Clever Hijack to end the turn. Roll of 4 for Gabbix. So a pullback. I'll clear out some space. 2 actions to go for the turn. Wide open war zone for Gabbix. And that's the damage you can cause with well-timed bounce. Pair of weather cards, Tsunami. My turn. 2. Alright, so I can go Geomagnetic Disturbance. This will be a weather match for me. I'll take an extra turn. Still have 1 action to go for this turn. I'll play the second Clever Hijack. So I'll have a pair of intel cards out there. Extra turn. 6. Okay, we'll play a third Ideal Conditions. Extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. So I can go back for the Jameson Hauler. I think I will. G-Titan Missile Silo. You got 2 options with a building match. You can pick 6 cards from your discard pile to put in your arsenal, but in this case, like I usually do, I'll return 3 to my hand. Could go weather here, but I think the better move is to go ahead and go with the T-15 Jameson Hauler. Route it back around. We'll play 2 of these here to finish out this turn. ... Extra turn. I need 2 force matches to get the win. 3. So I'll give my opponent a compromised leader. I won't be able to win the match here. T-15 Jameson Hauler.
Select target.
So we'll eliminate my opponent's final remaining territory. Soul the Cat, hello.
Compromised.
2 actions to go for the turn. If I had 1 more force match here, be able to get the win, but I don't have that. Could play, I can do a number of things here. I'm gonna go ahead and bounce those weather cards. I know it's not great value since there's only 2 of them out there, but at this point of the match, I think that's the move.
Select target.
Forcing my opponent to discard really won't do much at this point.
Select target.
I was gonna bounce those 2 weather cards for Gabbix. Look at that wide open war zone for being this late in the match. You never know how a given a game of Warsaken Blitz. I'll go 1 action to go for the turn. Play the A9 Hammerhead. Play the green one. Night Vision. That's it for my turn. Post that Soul the Cat emote there in chat. I caught most of the end part of Soul of your stream last night. Had a lot of fun with that, playing some music. Talking Warsaken. It's a good time. That's another great thing with the Warsaken community. There's a very collaborative and supportive spirit among the various streamers. Like when I started streaming this in May, I waited until the NFL draft was over. My work with DraftKing.com kept me pretty busy in April. But when May hit, I was ready. And once I learned how supportive, and I didn't want to come in all, guns blazing, metaphorically speaking, and like rock the boat. I wasn't trying to take somebody's spot per se. There's a WMD match for Gavix that will eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. What I found was the exact opposite of that. People with large numbers of people watching them play Warsaken, being glad to help, glad to raid, spread the word, shout outs, etc. And likewise, I hope to be able to help. Still Gavix's turn here. My turn now. But I'd love to be able to help newer streamers get connected. I'm going to get the win right here with the G1 Foxbuster. If we get people that can live stream in the 5 p.m. Eastern, 2100 UTC slot, for me to be able to raid them and maybe you can go play them on their stream, I think that'd be a lot of fun if we can get that organized at some point. Or at least from time to time it would be. G1 Foxbuster for the win. Okay, so you're, so over my background music, was that too loud? Thank you for letting me know. That's a good game, Gavix. Here we go, taking on Carlos CGTV. Hello, Quadrell. Quadrell's art, hello. All right, well, I have a force pair. When I have that, my rule is I keep it. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using here. The same game mat, or the same, it's not the same mint number, obviously, but the one that Piotreko 11 won earlier in the broadcast off of my prize wheel. So if you wonder what this looks like beyond just that card image we showed, here it is. In practice, in play, in use, and a roll of 2. And the little details, the way it lights up, and you're fighting on top of a volcano. As if war weren't difficult enough. Let's raise the stakes a bit. Go with a pair of Agent Zera's Force. That's it for my turn. Roll of 5. I hope there's any sort of connection issue. I just had it give me the welcome to the chat room thing. And when that shows up at OBS Studio, that worries me. In the chat part of it. I've got a great internet connection here, but you know how that can go sometimes. Just in general. The gremlins in the system from time to time. There's a force match. Carlos CGTV. 2 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards to end the turn. My turn. But I really do hope we can get people, like new streamers especially, or people that have never tried it or just want to give it even just a shot as a one-off to stream. People that be willing to start about 5 p.m. Eastern, 2100 UTC, where I can do a raid into them and bring in my audience. And so I know there have been people I've talked to. I don't ever want to hard push a game on somebody, but I love streaming this. And so I talk to people and say, okay, this is fun. This is why I like it. And this is why I think you might. I don't want to hard push anybody. But sometimes they're like, well, we'll have anybody to play. I'm like, as long as it's a reasonable time, I can get the Legion to show up. And even better ways to do a raid. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and play the Z27 Tiger pair here, force cards. So 2 sets of 2 force. I'm not crazy about that much force out there early, but I'm also not crazy about passing up actions, and that's what's about to happen, though. Passing the last 4 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 1. Yeah, WMD card played. My turn. 1. All right. Well, 2 sets of 2 for me in the war zone. Well, I could play an A7 axe here or a building card. I mean, I could, but I don't think that's a good idea. You put it out there in your war zone, it could get attacked, get bounced by intel. You never know what your opponent might have. So I'll pass up that 1 action in the turn. Carlos CGTV with a roll of 2. Building cards. There are building cards there for my opponent. That ends the turn. My turn. 2. Pass up the 2 actions in the turn. I could have played the A7 axes there, but again, that's a bunch of force. 3 wide, 2 deep with force. Then roll a 6 here for my opponent. We'll see what Carlos CGTV does. 14 cards and 6 actions. If a building match is made, it would be going back for force. So, obviously, it'd be going back for the S21R. Got enough actions where you can run it back and play those right now and eliminate a second territory for me, potentially. Typically, when people bring something back from their discard pile like that, they're going to use it as soon as they can because they know it's going to be targeted, potentially, by an opponent. Like right there, I knew that Carlos CGTV had 3 of those S21Rs. If that were a different force card combo put out there, I wouldn't necessarily know. That eliminates a second territory. I'm down to 2. The distinction there is that how aggressive would I want to be if I had an intel match with that out there? But it's immaterial because the actions were played, the match was made, and it's back in the discard pile. Back in the clubhouse with a big thunderstorm brewing. Look at that WMD pair right there. A third of those, a trio, a match, would eliminate my final 2 territories. So I'm up against it potentially if this continues like this for much longer. Oh. Happens sometimes in this game where you get a bunch of, we've got 2 of a card but not 3. But I can go ahead and play 2 of the Fire in the Fields weather cards. So I have that out there, but oof. And building cards only really work if you have something in your discard pile. Pass the last 2 actions in the turn. Roll a 4. If you're new to Warsaken, if you're trying to figure out how this game works, you want to find out more about it, how to create a deck, anything like that, Warsaken Discord page. Highly recommend it. Some wonderful people there. 4 actions for my opponent. 2 sets of 2 WMD, which is unusual. You can play at most one WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. I know some people use that tactically. They'll have decks that are heavier in WMDs and put them out there as bait, essentially. 4 wide and 2 deep, 1 action to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. You notice the die changed color? Like it switches the cosmetic depending on whose turn it is, which is another way that's helpful as far as if you're ever not sure if it's your turn. I mean, the blue dot that shows up helps, but I mean, the die show up in your color when it's your turn helps as well. Oh my goodness. Is anything match? Oh my, this is ridiculous. Look at this. I just like, come on. But that happens sometimes in this game. Pass up the actions and the turn. That's ominous out there. Roll 3. $15 cards and 3 actions for Carlos CGTV. Later in this hour, have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. Chance to win coming up with that. There's a force match, which is interesting. How long do you wait until trying to get that third WMD to make a... Because a WMD match will eliminate 2 territories. I'm down to 1. So now if there's a WMD match, it would only take out the 1. So how long do you wait is the question on that. That was the... At some point you have to make the move. And that's what happened there. 2 actions still to go for the turn. Pair of weather cards, cloud cover. My turn. 6. Well, this will change things a bit. Kinetic Space Strike, WMD.
Select target.
WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Wolf Power District. St. Purcell Harbor. Eliminated. 3 actions to go for the turn. Agent Zera.
Select target.
That's a force match. That will eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent, leaving only 1 remaining. Two actions to go for the turn. I'm not going to put building cards out there in 2/3 form when I can instead play a pair of freezing rainstorms. Weather cards. That's it for my turn. So we're both down to 1 territory, but it's Carlos CGTV's turn. And there's a lot out there in that opposite side war zone. It's a roll of 4. 16 cards and 4 actions for Carlos CGTV. There's a WMD match. This will give me a compromised leader, so it will eliminate my final remaining territory.
Leader compromised.
Carlos CGTV has a force match. That would be the game. It's all that Carlos CGTV needs to win. Intel. There's an Intel match. This could go after my war zone. It could force me to discard. It could go after my arsenal, but I'm guessing that's going to be what gets attacked. I mean, luckily I have building cards, but... Nevertheless, those will require actions to use. My turn. 2. Well. Alright, well, it's... This is not the time to be worrying about filling up the 4th spot in my war zone. Got a compromise leader, you're up against it. Guard tower. That's it for my turn. So Carlos CGTV just needs 1 force match here to beat me. 2 sets of 2 weather out there in the war zone. Roll of 2. The WMDs out there are just in the way at this point. If I can avoid my opponent having a weather match, I'll get at least one more roll, but I don't know. There's a weather match, so that'll be an extra turn. And all Carlos CGTV needs is one more force match to beat me. There's a force card, extra turn. 3. Kron, hello. Greetings and welcome. Taking on Carlos CGTV. I've got a compromised leader. A force match would beat me. There's 2. There's 3. That's the match. All right, good game, Carlos CGTV, victorious.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Moonbaz Marty. With the title of Warlord, for the title of Premier. Moonbaz Marty's avatar pops in there at the very end. It's distinct, it stands out. I dig it. What I also dig is having 2 sets of 2 force. Now, I don't have any weather, but you don't want to be too picky when it comes to your starting 8 keep. And again, this is the Dusk Magma game mat, one that Piotreku won earlier, just like this, only a different mint number. Roll of 2, but it looks identical in game. Let's see. These game mats are not easy to come by. Pair of force cards to start things off. That'll end my turn. Taking on Moonbaz Marty. Roll to 3. Look at that. Agent Zera against Agent Zera. 2v2. Who will be the winner? My turn. 6. Well, nothing makes a match, unfortunately. Well, I'll go ahead and load some force out there. Z27 Tiger. Sometimes you don't want to put too much out there in your war zone too quickly, but I'm going to go ahead here with the A7 axe. 3 wide, 2 deep with force. I'll pass it the last 2 actions in the turn. Taking on Moonbaz Marty. Moonbaz Marty is very difficult for me to beat. He seems to have my number more often than not. Really good player. Roll a 4. There's a force match for Moonbaz Marty that's going to eliminate one of my 4 territories. Three actions to go for the turn. Weather. Pair of tsunamis. Then another weather played. My turn. 5. And there's the problem with going 3 wide in your war zone if you don't have any weather out there. Now I have the weather. Now nothing makes a match here except for building cards that I can't use yet. So I'm going to do a pullback. I mean, the downside is this does expose to your opponent that you have this A7 axe pair, but your opponent's going to know you're going to have force cards. It's not like it's that big of a revelation. So do the pullback on those. Put the weather out there just because that allows you. It's kind of like banking turns or banking actions for future turns in a way. Although they can get bounced, so there's always that risk. 1 action to go for the turn. Leave that force spot in my war zone open in the turn. Taking on Moonbaz Marty here. Roll of 2 for Moonbaz. Later in this hour, I'll have a Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. We'll have another in our next hour as well, here on Nashville Lou Live. Pair of force cards played by Moonbaz Marty that ends the turn. My turn. 3. Intel, all right. Plenty of burn notices. Burn notices on fire, no less. That's an Intel match. I could mill 6 cards from my opponent's arsenal. I could force Moonbaz Marty to discard 3, which isn't the worst idea with 9 cards up there, but I love to bounce.
Select target.
This will bounce 3 cards from my opponent's war zone into the discard pile. Weather.
Select target.
Other weather.
Select target.
Force. Bounce. 1 action to go. 0 actions to go for the turn. That's it for my turn. Moonbaz Marty with a roll of 4. WMD. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 3 remaining territories. Moonbaz Marty unfazed. But you also see the value there in holding back on your WMDs until you're ready to make a match with them. Now, of course, I would have made Moonbaz Marty have to discard 3 cards from his hand to his discard pile. That would have been a different dynamic. But yeah, he still could have held on to those WMDs anyway. So, again, it's not like you're guaranteeing them being cleared out by any means with that. My turn. Talking about different strategies you can use with Intel, which I'll have more Intel strategies here in a moment. And the tough part is you don't want to use the discard force once your opponent's played the WMD. At that point, there's not a whole lot of value in that. Okay. Man, this is tough. This is really tough because I don't have anything to match up except for Intel that I don't want to use in this turn. Building cards. I need to go through these decks and get them organized. I don't know exactly what the layout is for some of these, and this is not the kind of layout I really want to have against Moonbaz Marty. Typically, Moonbaz is very direct about it. Not so much with Intel. But it can always switch it up. You never know. Anyway, well, let's go back for it. I gotta do something here. So we'll go back for Intel that I'm not gonna play here. Oh, come on. Pass it that last action in the turn. Taking on Moonbaz Marty, rolled a 2. There's a pullback. And then a different force card played. My turn. 2. This does me very little good right now. Any of this. Pass of the actions in the turn. Ugh. This is not the deck to have against Moonbaz Marty. 3. And yet I'm still in it. It's not like I'm out of it. It's just... it's tough when you've got the breaks going your way against Moonbaz Marty. There's a force match. I'll have compromised leader right here.
Compromised.
And yet everything's not lost. I'll have at least 1 more roll. I've got plenty out there in my war zone. The question is, can I put all that together with a perhaps limited number of options as far as my actions go? There's a force. 2 more of those max force cards there would be a match to get the win. Max Harper. This is a roll of 4. How do I have so little weather in here? Oh, I've got to redo some of these decks. All right, well, at least I'll be able to make one match against Moonbaz Marty. A7 axe.
Select target.
So eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. All that Moonbaz Marty needs to beat me is one more force match on that side. Even with this, it's just... everything's in the way here with this because nothing's matching up, and that happens sometimes in this game. Well, okay, I'll play an interrogation facility. That's it for my turn. I don't like my chances here. I played this game long enough to know when it looks like it's getting lined up to be goodbye and good night. Moonbaz Marty with a roll of 4 just needs one more force match to beat me. Whether it's Max Harper, some other force match. Maybe I'll get another roll, but I don't know. 16 cards for Moonbaz Marty. Pair of force cards there and a pullback on Max Harper. Interesting. Well, I was not expecting to get another roll here. And yet here we are. 2. Now that shows up. Where's my weather? It's like somebody switched out my deck as a rib. Although that somebody would be me. Well, I'm not going back for building cards, so I'll be going back for force. But at least it's something I can do here. Interrogation facility. And it's already clogged up that 4th spot in my war zone. Might as well go ahead and complete it. A7 axe. That's it for my turn. Moonbaz Marty. What does that say? Oh, beam. I can read that. The sky there. Beam tank 47-1. Roll a 6. Oh my goodness. Moonbaz Marty just needs one more force match to beat me. Just one. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. The A4 Revenge Super Carrier for the win. All right, good game. Moonbaz Marty victorious.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Zeal. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Live. Usually a good sign when you've got cards dancing on that immediate reveal. The game deals you 8 cards from your arsenal of 60, but I've got that, keep. This is the Rustic Gate. Or is it Rustic Wall? I really should know that better before I start saying it. Rustic. Rustic Wall is the name. It's not just the gate that's rusty, the whole wall. Look at that. Almost copper look to it, bronze. Taking on Zeal, who gets to go first. Roll of 1. Many thanks to Carl Casey at Wipeout Audio. Making so much great music. I could use my background music here with Warsaken Blitz. So there's a force card played by Zeal. My turn. 1. Play assassination attempt. Intel. That's it for my turn. Let's say roll of 5 for Zeal. Post a link here to the Warsaken Discord page. If you want to find out more about Warsaken and get to meet people in his wonderful community as well, it's highly recommended. Pair of force cards. My opponent, who has 4 actions to go for this turn, I'm taking on Zeal. After this match, we're going back to the randomizer, looking for another opponent to play in Warsaken Blitz. Roll 6. Well, this will work out quite nicely. We'll start with the weather. Play 3 freezing rainstorms. Have a weather match. I'll take the extra turn, but we'll get to that in a moment. So 3 actions to go for this turn. Have an intel match, assassination attempt. I force my opponent to discard 3, but that won't happen until the turn's over. With those 12, 3 will have to be sent packing into the discard pile. 1 action to go for this turn with another about to happen. So we'll play 1 Ken Show. That's a force card. 6. So I'll have a match here with Ken Show. It'll be a force match. That force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Hoard of resources. All right, 4 actions to go for the turn. Play the building cards here and go back for force. If I don't do that, I'll just play a force pair, and that'll be it for the turn. Let's do that. Laser Air Defense Station. Building cards. It's a building match. You either send 6 cards to your arsenal, your deck, or return 3 to your hand. Could go back for weather. Could go intel, but the move here for me is to go force. Or should I go weather? Nah, we'll go with force. I have 1 action to go for the turn, but I'm not going to put one of those out there right after playing it. So instead we'll go Max Harper, dealer, force. That's it for the turn. Maybe I should have gone weather. We'll see. Too late now. Roll of 1. Oh no, never mind a roll of 1. It's time for 3 cards to get discard. I forgot about this part of it. But wait, there's more. So the interrogation facility. I love building cards being sent to the discard pile. I love it when that happens to my opponent. Not to me as much. And then a pair of force cards. Sergeant Mickey and the GR Viper. Was this the roll of 1 here? Tough breaks there for Zeal. And you never want to gloat in this game because things have a way of sometimes shifting in a hurry. So a pair of force cards and then an intel card for Zeal. My turn. 1. Okay, well, with only 1 action to use here, I'll play the second Max Harper. That's it for my turn. Remember, we'll have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway coming up in our next hour here on Nashville Live. It's a roll of 5. So an intel match. I may be forced to discard here. In fact, I believe that's what's going to happen. So the turn is over for my opponent. If I have to discard 3. And not so much fun when you're the one that has to do the discarding. I also the Rabid Beast. Resin to beat, so 2 forces. And we'll send a Terrifying Storm Weather. Okay, my turn. 6. Well, this will give my opponent a compromise later. White Phosphorus Bomb, WMD match. That will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. My opponent's down to 1 territory remaining. 3 actions to go for the turn. Kensho! Back again.
Select target.
Using his ninja-like skills to make his way back in. This will eliminate the final territory for my opponent. Give my opponent a compromised leader.
Compromised.
I need 1 more force match to get the win, but it's Zeal's turn. While I have all of my territory intact, roll a 3. And things can change in a hurry in this game. A pair of building cards, the pair of force cards in the war zone. There's a force match. So Zeal will eliminate 1 of my 4 territories here. I'll be down to 3. 2 actions to go for the turn. WMD. Pair of WMDs out there for my opponent. My turn. 1. Play a geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for my turn. Sometimes that last force match can be elusive. That's how big rallies sometimes happen in this game. Zeal with a roll of 2. There's a building card match. Going back for the bits and pieces that I knocked out from before. I got bounced. Or we're going to go back for intel, go back for force with Bella Ivanova. Bella Ivanova was the choice. So not for the stuff that got bounced. 1 action to go for the turn. There's Bella Ivanova. I just need a force match to get the win. Let's see if I get it here. It's a 5. Will this be it? Yes, it will. Max Harper for the win. All right, good game, Zeal.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Kron. Okay, well, nothing makes even a pair except for the building cards, so and I don't want to play those initially. I'm basically trying to line up my first turn, have something to play. So because of that, use a mulligan. Little reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me 8 once again. Okay, so not a good draw here. I'm gonna have to take the second mulligan. You notice I only do this when I have to. So this will, again, shuffle my arsenal and deal me 8. But I'm stuck with whatever they give me, and my opponent gets an extra card. Luckily for me, the game chose me to go first this round. 2. Well, it did work out as far as having a few more options to start with. We'll go with Rayanne the Insider. Do some spying, give me the scoops. So that's it for my turn. Using the Slate Lux game mat here. Roll of 3 for my opponent, taking on Kron. A pair of intel cards. And then a weather card for Kron. My turn. 4. Okay, nothing makes a match for me, but play a pair of weather cards here in the geomagnetic disturbance. So I'll have a pair of force cards and a pair of weather cards in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. Noting that my opponent has that pair of intel out there, a little extra incentive to not want to put anything in my 3rd war zone spot, at least for this turn. So I'll pass it the last 2 actions and end the turn. Again, sometimes in Warsaken Blitz, your best move is to pass up actions in a given turn. So roll a 4 for Zeal. Question for Kron. Zeal's my opponent in the last match. That's where I wish I had the player names up here instead of these WAM addresses, but I also understand the reasons you might not want to have people just be able to put whatever name they want in a game. That could be even worse. So I'm taking on Kron. Rolled a 4. Pair of weather cards. Tsunami. That's it for the turn. So thus far I've only seen intel and weather from Kron. 2. All right, so we've got the breaking news scoop here from Rayanne, the insider. Unnamed sources say.
Select target.
So it's a force match, which will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Three spots open in my war zone. 1 action to go for the turn. But again, how aggressive do you want to be with force when you got that kind of intel out there? You don't know what kind of deck your opponent's got. So I'm going to leave it with what I have out there in just that weather pair. Pass it the last action. Oh, come on. Pass it the last action. End turn. Taking on Kron. 2. Pair of force cards to end the turn for Kron. My turn. 3. I'm definitely not inclined to put building cards out there right now. Well, we've got a few different options with force, so I'll go ahead. We'll go the X3 Black Dog, Savage Escalation Force. Got too busy admiring the artwork. Misclicked. So a pair of X3 Black Dogs. Set of 2 force, set of 2 weather, pass at the last action, end the turn. There's a lot out there in my opponent's war zone. Taking on Kron, who rolled a 4. So seeing the force played that last turn said, okay, at least it's not like a intel heavy deck necessarily. Although you never know for sure. But usually if it's like that super intel grind you down deck, you don't see the force show up that early. That's an intel match. I could bounce 3 cards from my war zone, and it will. Two of the weathers and then one of the X3 Black Dog forces out there. Bounced to my discard pile. 2 actions to go for the turn. That's it for the turn. 2 sets of 2 weather. And that force pair out there in my opponent's war zone. My turn. 4. All right, so I'll have a force match that I can play here. Sergeant Sigwalt Klein.
Select target.
This will bounce a 2nd territory for my opponent, leaving only 2 remaining. One action to go for the turn. Play a 2nd G16 Mac. That's it for the turn. Actually, that's not a 2nd. That totally didn't match. Okay, that was not a good play by me. Ha! Hope this doesn't come back to haunt me. That was a poor play. Roll of 2 by Kron. No play. My turn. 3. All right, weather. Play 3 tropical cyclones. That'll be a weather match. And I'll use this to get an extra turn. Three. Ironically, G16 mech. You know what? I'm going to play it. Play a second G16 mech. Meant to be. And sometimes mistakes can be course corrected. Pair of weather cards. Monsoon Storm. Here's another one that's in the very rare. So there's 1,000 of them, so it's not necessarily scarce. But a really cool looking visual here with this Savage Escalation weather, the Monsoon Storm. I really like this look here. Play a pair of Monsoon Storms. And that's it for my turn. This is what a common Monsoon Storm looks like. So you see, still a cool looking card, but visually, not nearly as powerful as the other one. Roll a 4 here. For my opponent, taking on Kron, who has a weather match. Thus an extra turn. That gold weather card here. The ideal conditions in gold. Nice. Extra turn, not so nice for me. Roll a 4. 20 cards. When your opponent has 20 or more cards, so I say hang on. Because things can tilt in a hurry. Balance of power can shift, and it just has here. There's a WMD match to eliminate 2 territories. I'll be down to 2. One action to go for the turn. Force card. My turn. 5. All right, so I've got a WMD match. That'll give my opponent a compromised leader. Play that now. EMP discharge. That WMD match will eliminate my opponent's final 2 territories. Give Kron a compromised leader.
Compromised.
I need a force match to get the win. Unfortunately for me, I don't have a force match readily available. They put 2 of those intels out there, but I think the better move is to pull back the X3 Black Dog. And I'll end the turn here. And maybe I could have played. Maybe that would have been better to go ahead and play one there. I just need one more force match to get the win. If I can make that happen. Roll 3 here. My opponent is Kron. Playing Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. Gonna have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway coming up later in the hour. 19 cards and 3 actions here for Kron. Kron has already played a WMD, so Kron needing 3 more force matches to beat me. So those 2 weather card pairs out in the war zone could potentially be trouble. There is a force match for Kron. That's going to take me down to 1 territory remaining. There goes the Treasury Department, my high yield. Down to 1. 1 action to go for the turn. Intel. Let's see if I can get a force match here. If I can, that'd be the win for me. Let's see. What do we have? It's a 3. I can play weather. I'll get an extra turn. So it might not happen this turn. No, it won't happen this turn, but not happen with the extra turn either. We'll see. So I'll play a pair of satellite recons. So my fallback plan, if I'm not able to get a force match here. Extra turn. Can I get the win? There's a 4. And I'll get the win right here. And fittingly, the G16 mech for the win. All right. Good game, Kron. Hard fight. Went down to the end. Here we go, taking on Lucido Burrito. My next broadcast tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, with more Warsaken Blitz. We'll have another game mat. I'll scare up another one. I've got several in storage, but they are in high demand. Pair of Weathers Keep. This is the Blood Fungus game mat that I'm using today with this particular deck. Roll of 2 for my opponent, taking on Lucido Burrito. The game randomly chooses one of the 2 players to go first, and you go from there. So a pair of one-off weather cards to start things off for Lucido Burrito. Roll a 6. All right. G1 Foxbuster. This will be a force match.
Select target.
That force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Wide open war zone with 3 actions to go for the turn. The weather. Blinding Sandstorm. A pair of weather cards, 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put a WMD out there. No way. Pass up the action in the turn. Lucido Burrito with a roll of 4. The next Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz will be this Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. There's an Intel match. That could go after my arsenal, my deck. Could bounce the 2 weather cards. It could force me to discard 3. Interesting. So that will balance up to 3 cards, depending on how many you have out there. Lucky for me, I only had 2. But nevertheless, those are bounced from my war zone to my discard pile, then an intel card. So that's a lot of intel to see early. Important to pay attention to that as far as how you plan things out strategically. The more intel your opponent has, the more cautious you have to be with what you put out there in your war zone. Well, can't bounce if it's not out there, right? The only thing to even make a pair is a WMD. Forget that. With all that intel, all that bouncing going on, no thanks. In turn. Taking on Lucido Burrito. Roll to 2. All right, so for my opponent, the weather card, pair of weathers, pair of intels. My turn with nothing in my war zone at the moment. Roll 3. Not overwhelmingly great options, but we'll go ahead and play a pair of intel cards here. The Rummage. Innovation. I'm going to forego that last action in the turn. So Lucido Burrito with a roll of 3. And one of the great things with Warsaken is that you can customize the cosmetic elements as far as like your card backs, your the game mat, the color of the die when it's your turn. So I can get it where it matches up with the red, even though normally I go with a purple look to match my brand color. With this particular board, this really matches up well. I like the way it looks. The Blood Fungus game mat and then the red card back with the white Warsaken logo. There's a pair of weather cards. Look at all out there in my opponent's war zone. 3 pairs of weathers, but no matches. Along with that pair of intel cards. My turn. 4. All right, so a WMD match. Had 2 of them for a while, so now we have the 3rd. Captured leader. Not so powerful now, are ya?
Select target.
That WMD match allows me to eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. My opponent's down to 1 territory. I have 1 action to go for the turn. Play weather. Fire in the fields. That's it for my turn. Lucido Burrito with a roll of 5. With all that weather out there, this could turn into a bit of a weather cascade. We'll see. So a pullback. One of the tsunamis, both tsunamis to open up something in there in the war zone. It's going to be a WMD. You got something ready to play. Intel, okay. But only 2. Interesting, okay. My turn. Wow, I feel lucky that there was no match there for Lucido Burrito. 5. Meanwhile, quite the time for me to pull a third rummage. Intel, let's bounce. When you've got that opposite you in your war zone, 4 wide and 2 deep. Lucido Burrito saying bad draw, saying, yeah, that would be my guess there. I was expecting to get just tattooed, as it were. Absolutely waylaid. Now, still plenty to come in this match, but let's bounce a burn notice.
Select target.
Bounce a dispatch agent.
Select target.
We'll bounce one of the tornadoes. 4 actions to go for the turn. Play a second fire in the fields. Pair of weather cards out there. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Go weather. Savage escalation set. Geomagnetic disturbance. 2 sets of 2 weather in my war zone. Let's pass up that last action in the turn. Lucido Burrito with a roll 3. There's a pullback of that weather that had part of a pair that was bounced. Now 2 tsunamis, so the tsunamis come back into play. That ends the turn. My turn. 3. All right, Bella Ivanova. This will be a force match. This will give my opponent a compromised leader.
Select target.
Or that force match will eliminate the 4th remaining territory, the last remaining territory for my opponent. That's it for the turn. Lucido Burrito's turn. Roll 4. 19 cards and 4 actions for Lucido Burrito. He's got 2 sets of 2 weather out there. We've only seen weather and intel thus far from Lucido Burrito. Sometimes you don't get the breaks as far as getting those matches when you want them or need them. So there's a weather match for Lucido Burrito. That'll be an extra turn. Reaction still to go for this turn. This will be another extra turn with another weather match. Roll a 5 for that first extra turn. Intel. There's an Intel match. Will this go after my arsenal? Will this mill 6 cards from my arsenal to my discard pile? Could bounce weathers from my war zone. Be the weathers. Interesting. Okay. 2 actions to go for the turn, with an extra turn still to come. Or I should say an additional extra turn still to come. WMD. So for the second extra turn, a roll of 2. There's a third WMD to match the 2 out there in the war zone. That would be a match. That will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. I'll be down to 2. Remember, later in this hour, there are chance to wins coming up. Another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. 1 action to go for the turn. Taking on Lucido Burrito. Weather. If I can get a force match here, I'll get the win. 3. Will this do it? No. Will not do it. I mean, I could put... anything I put out my war zone could get targeted. So this is going to be a little different here. I normally don't put building cards out here, but I might. Or I might just go 1 each with weathers. I don't know. I don't want to overthink it. I just think any force I put out there is going to get targeted. Let's just put weathers, 1 each. Let's do this. Let's see what happens. I don't normally play it this way, but all I need is 1 more force match. We'll do that. We'll lightly paper the war zone, pass it the last action in the turn. Taking on Lucido Burrito with a roll of 1. So a second violent tornado that ends the turn. My turn. 4. Will this do it? I just need 1 force match to get the win. And the answer is no. No, it won't do it. Uh-oh. Well, okay. I can go back for the Foxbuster or for Bella Ivanova. Do I have a 4th of either? Yes, I do. Got the Foxbuster, so we'll go back for that. I can play 1 of the Foxbusters. And then if I get another turn, if I roll at least a 2, I'd be able to win the match. If it gets bounced, I need at least a 3. But I have some latitude with that. So you see why I go for the Foxbuster here, because I can play 1. Where if I had only 3 of the Bella Ivanovas and I put 1 out there and it got bounced, that could mess things up considerably. This just makes it slightly easier for me to win if I get another roll. She won Foxbuster. That ends the turn. It's a roll of 5 for my opponent. 2 sets of 2 weather out there in that war zone. There's a weather match. Extra turn. 4 actions still to go for this turn. XTT, that's a force match. That will eliminate a 3rd territory, leaving with 1 remaining. So a second intel played. Extra turn, roll of 5. There's a weather match, so another extra turn for my opponent with 4 actions still to go for this turn. Another force match would give me a compromised leader. That's what we have. It's Chloe Moore. That force match. So the next one of us to make another force match, one way or the other will win.
Compromised.
So a third intel play. So there goes the Foxbuster. You see exactly, there's the reason I went back for the Foxbuster and not the Bella Ivanova, because I had one to spare just in case that happened. Roll a 3, it might not matter if Lucido Burrito has a force match here. It's going to be the win for Lucido Burrito. There's the force match. That's the game. My goodness, what a rally. All right, good game. Lucido Burrito, victorious. All right, here we go. Taking on UXOOU. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. All right, well, sometimes you can get that false hope with the night vision heavy deck, because sometimes cards look more alike than they would otherwise. But in this case, it really is a pair of force cards. When I have that, I keep it. Also a pair of building cards, which is nice. And they get to go first. 4. All right, so while nothing makes a match, I will be able to play a pair of Kensho Prime Regents. So I'll have a pair of force cards, 2 actions to go for the turn. You don't want to put too much force out there, but I'll go ahead with Resident Evil, Air Defense. 2 sets of 2 force early. A little bit of a different approach. That ends the turn. Roll of 1. Taking on UXOOU. Here in Warsaken Blitz. Weather card. My turn. 2. What's this weather card? Savage Escalation. Oh, Storm Surge. That's what this one is. Oh, that's black camo Storm Surge too. Nice looking card. All right, so I've got a couple of choices here. I'm not going to put building cards out there right now. I'm not going to put WMDs out there right now. Go ahead with the pair of 00 Black Blades, but then I'm really kind of hemmed in with that. So choose to do none of the above. Pass up those 2 actions and end the turn. So roll of 3 for UXOOU. So my plan for this week, tomorrow and Wednesday, tentatively Wednesday, but probably, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, back here with more Warsaken Blitz. So a pair of weather cards and now a pair of force cards. And you see that G, there's not a G up there on that categories list, but it's a special kind of force, a G-force. So that should be pretty easy to remember. And those can be paired with other forces, so you can have only 1 G-force in a deck for Warsaken Blitz. Although its purpose here is primarily ornamental as far as Blitz. Not so ornamental as far as the full game, but Blitz is the simplified version of Warsaken. So this will be a third Kensho force match. This will eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. But now I'm going to show you the Abandoned Wasteland is the Savage Escalation territory that's similar to the Vast Hinterland, where you get that extra -1 ding to your morale to start a match, but it's only -1 if it gets taken out. It's kind of unique like that. So we'll go with a Scrapyard. Still have 5 actions to go for the turn. 3 spots open in my war zone. Play a pair of weather cards, Freezing Rainstorm. A pair of weather cards, pair of force cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Now let's play a pair of assassination attempts. Intel cards. I'll forego that last action, keep that 4th spot in my war zone open and end the turn. 4. Pair of intel cards. It's an interesting looking intel card there. Detachment. Look at that crowbar. Savage escalation. I don't think I've seen this one before. A very rare version of it's nice as well. Anyway. We have a game to play. When I see something new, it jumps out at me. It's kind of fun to have when it happens live on stream like that. When it's legitimate too. Even better. Freezing rainstorm. I'm not even good at faking it, so. Better to have legitimate surprise. Although typically as a broadcaster, you don't want surprises, but when you're a one-man broadcast machine, good surprises, you know, oh, something I haven't seen before. Bad surprises like equipment problems or other such things. Extra turn too. All right, so nothing that'll make a match for me. Already have a, you know, I'm going to pass up those actions in the turn. My opponent's got those 2 intel cards out there. Detachment. What a name for that. Roll 3. There's the 3rd. That's detachment and gold. You're really bringing the pressure. So that intel is going to bounce the 2 Resin of Eads and that assassination attempt for my war zone. You see why I've been hesitant about trying to maybe curtail a bit as far as putting that 3rd, anything in that 3rd spot in my war zone without at least thinking about it first. There's a roll of 6. Just because of what can happen when you put it out there. Well, I can go back. So if I went back, what I'd go for? Weather. I could go back for weather and play it this turn. I could go back for the Resident of Eads and that assassination attempt. And I could play the assassination attempt this turn, but I don't know. Let's go back for weather. Advanced weather station. Building match. Turn 3 to my hand. Freezing rainstorm. 3 actions to go for the turn. Play them all right now. Give me an extra turn. 4. All right, so I have a weather match I can play. Got a lot of cards here. Terrifying storm. Weather. Weather match. Extra turn. 1 action still to go for this turn. Play a weather card. Blinding sandstorm. Extra turn. It's not going to let me click. So I'll hit F5. Oh, come on. F5. And very quickly, notice it pops right back into place. Extra turn, 2. And the good news is having that. The bad news is only having 2 actions here. I've got some of the pieces here lined up, but putting them out here this turn probably in the move. Play a second blinding sandstorm. Let's do a pullback on that intel. The assassination attempt. And that'll be it for my turn. Taking on UXOOU here on Nashville Lou Live. Playing Warsaken Blitz. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. We're looking for another opponent to play here live on stream. 2 actions to go here. Pair of WMDs out there staring me down. 2 sets of 2 WMD. Now you can play at most 1 WMD per match in Warsaken Blitz, but it does create a... It's 4 wide and 2 deep, so quite a bit over there. My turn. 3. So I can play my WMD right now. I don't have any sort of weather. Of course, you get the 1 WMD match and then the other shows up that you can't use. You can play, of course, at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz per side. White phosphorus bomb. So this will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 3 remaining territories. That's it for my turn. Roll of 4 for UXWU. So back tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. Likely the same for Wednesday with that. Tentative plans Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern. Special presentation for Brawlers and that Brawl for All they've got going on. We're going to have that on a Wednesday. I'm going to do a bit of a recap or overview or just replay. If it goes, I have no idea what to expect with it, so we'll see on that. So there's a WMD match that eliminates 2 of my 4 territories. I'm down to 2. And a weather card to end the turn. My turn. 4. So I'll give my opponent a compromised leader here. I'll have sort of weather matches. I've got building cards over here, but I won't use them this turn. Instead, let's go 00 Black Blade. Let's eliminate that 4th and final territory for my opponent. This will give UXWU a compromised leader.
Select target.
Once your opponent is a compromised leader, you just need 1 more force match to get the win.
Compromised.
1 action to go for the turn. Well, I have building cards. Building cards have a way of getting targeted in war zones. Instead, let's go with a geomagnetic disturbance weather. That's it for my turn. 5. So 19 cards and 5 actions here for UXWU. There's a pair of weather cards, pair of force cards out there in the war zone, along with a standalone weather. Weather match, extra turn. I have to spill my water here. The bottle cap hits my surface here. This gets me down to 1 territory remaining. That force match. Extra turn, roll 2. That force match is going to give me a compromised leader. So we're both going to have compromised leaders right now. 1 action to go for the turn. My concern would be a 3rd weather. If there's a 3rd fire in the fields, that would mean an extra turn. Otherwise, I'll get at least 1 more roll. Hopefully get a force match to get the win. There's 1 force out there. It's looming ominously. My turn. 3. Wow. Okay, so no force match for me. I could use the building cards, but that would end my turn. I think instead, let's play the intel here, stolen blueprints. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Now, it still has to be very much in a vulnerable position because all my opponent needs is some sort of force match to beat me, but this being out there didn't happen by chance. And look at this, the 262Z Inferno. Savage Escalation. The Unreal at that, my goodness. Let's definitely bounce that.
Select target.
Sorry to bounce your beautiful card, but
Select target.
that thing's gonna beat me if I don't. So that's it for the turn. 4. This will probably do it right here. 18 cards for UXWU, who just needs 1 more force match to beat me. Both have a compromised leader. It has been a battle right as we hit 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll be going back to the randomizer after this match. Building cards. Interesting. So I'll get at least 1 more roll, won't I? Unless I missed something. Figure that was going back for force, right? But only, yeah. Wow, okay. 4. And I'm going to get the win right here. B6 Rabid Beast for the win.
Select target.
What a battle. All right, good game, UXWU. Here we go, taking on Rexinator. Get that Warmonger title. All right, well, pair of forces and a pair of WMDs. I mean, the WMDs aren't as helpful early unless you happen to get lucky and pull a third. But when I have 2 force cards, I keep them. You don't want to be too picky when it comes to your starting 8. That arsenal at deck of 60. So using the Blood Fungus game mat here, taking on Rexy. Rexinator starts off with a roll of 6. Pair of weather cards with a blinding sandstorm. 4 actions to go for the turn. Pair of force cards. And then a pair of weather. Rexy. 3 wide, 2 deep in the war zone. I haven't even had a roll yet. Efficient start for Rexy. Roll a 3 for me. Well, this works too, doesn't it? What was I saying about if that third WMD drops in early? At that point, you're glad to have it. Otherwise, if they just stick around for a while, they can kind of get in the way early, but not in the way here. This will be a WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of Rexy's 4 territories.
Select target.
That's it for my turn. Rexy rolls a 1. But is there a match for one of those weathers out there? No play. My turn. 5. All right, nothing that makes a match. But with a wide open war zone, let's play a pair of weather cards here. A geomagnetic disturbance, savage escalation weather. 3 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. Let's go with intel. Clever hijack. Play 2 of those. Pair of weather cards, pair of intel cards. I'll pass it to the last action and the turn. It's a roll of 5 for Rexy. There's a weather match, extra turn. Intel. So let's see what Rexy does with the intel. Will it bounce 3 cards from my war zone? Could do that. It could mill 6 cards from my arsenal, my deck, but nope, it's going to bounce. Lever hijacks. And one of the geomagnetic disturbances sent to the discard pile. Extra turn, roll 3. And I mentioned that Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC, Blue Mint tournament for Warsaken Blitz. There's the link to Blue Mint. There's a force match for Rexy. This will eliminate one of my 4 territories. Two actions to go for the turn. A second fire in the fields. And then a cloud cover weather card. A lot of weather out there for Rexy. My turn. 3. Let's go intel. Pair of rummage cards. 1 action to go for the turn. Let's do a pullback on that weather geomagnetic disturbance. That's it for my turn. A roll of 1 for Rexinator. My opponent here in Warsaken Blitz. A second cloud cover. 3 wide, 2 deep, and it's all weather for Rexy, but it's my turn. 2. That was not particularly helpful. I got some stuff lined up, but What do you put out there? Well, go with Jameson Hauler. Well, let's go with Bella Ivanova on fire. That's it for my turn. Rexy with all that weather out there. And a roll of 5. 14 cards and 5 actions for Rexy. But is there a match? Yes, there is. There's a third Blinding Sandstorm. That's a weather match and an extra turn for Rexy. 4 actions still to go for this turn. Intel. Intel match. Bella Ivanova going to be sent to the discard pile. Little rummage. Get bounced. Will I have to discard? Will I go after my arsenal? Those are the questions. It's the category that matters with Blitz, but within that, if you have a match, you have a few different options. So 2 Bella Ivanova Force cards and 1 Rummage Intel card bounced from my War Zone to my discard pile. Weather card played. Extra turn, it's a 6. Oh my. Again, when you've got an opponent that starts to go on a roll with weather matches, sometimes you'll see things change in a hurry. Case in point, WMD match. This will eliminate 2 of my 3 territories. I'm going to be down to 1. Weather match, extra turn. Building cards. Pair of building cards, extra turn, roll of 1. You go back for Intel, Force, Weather. Well, let's find out. I'm guessing you go back for Force here, like the Selfless Hero. No, it wasn't Selfless Hero, was it? 1. Well, there's that. T15 Jameson Hauler. That's it for my turn. Oh, it's not going to be click either. Okay. Let's see what Rexy rolls in at F5. Roll 2 for Rexy. But you see how the cosmetics pop back into place very quickly. There's a weather match, a third Fire in the Fields for Rexy. I only have 1 territory remaining. Weather card played, extra turn. Be sure to join me tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC. I'll be my next broadcast here with Nashville Lou Live and Warsaken Blitz. My opponent here is Rexinator. Hello, G-Daddy. Hi. Doing great. How about you? Not so great as far as this particular spot in the match, because Rexy, with a roll of 6, might be able to beat me right here. 2 more Force matches would do it. That's halfway there. I'll have a compromised leader at best. That Force match will eliminate my final territory.
Compromised.
The Red Ring of Death really is a perfect look for the compromised leader. Not so pleasing when it's on your side. There's a Force, there's a second, there's a third. There is the third. That's the match. Rexy's going to beat me right here, right now. All right, congratulations, Rexy, victorious. Good game.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Zeal. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. Later in this hour, your first chance to win a Warsaken wheel spin in this broadcast. Coming up later in the hour. Okay, so the starting 8, nothing is even a pair. So I'll use a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards again. That'll play. Definitely don't want a second mulligan, but you've got a match you can go with right away, especially one like that. Keep. This is the Slate Lux game mat that I'm using here with this particular deck today. So my plan for the rest of the week, tomorrow, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, back with more Warsaken Blitz. On Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC, with Brawlers and the new Brawl for All game. I'm going to have a kind of a recap video of whatever they do on Wednesday tomorrow. I'm not sure how that's going to... They're keeping that very close to the vest. And man, I get asked a lot of questions that I don't have answers to. But then back with more Warsaken Blitz that night. It'll be a doubleheader. I'll have the tournament, that Blue Mints tournament, which starts just before 8 p.m. Eastern time, 0000 UTC. And then Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, Warsaken Blitz. So I rolled a 2, so I actually don't want to play... Don't put 2 of these out here, potentially have them get bounced by intel from an opponent. So instead, let's play a pair of X3 Black Dogs. Savage Escalation Force. Hello, Meowsy. Hello, Nathaka. Hello. Hola. All right. I'm taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. Remember, with Blitz, you start with a leader card, 4 territories, and your arsenal, your deck of 60. This particular overlay I use here with the categories. This is here for a good reason. This helps you, especially for new players, to learn the different categories, because that's what matters in Warsaken Blitz when it comes to the cards in your arsenal. Blitz being the simplified version of Warsaken. You might notice that these cards have a lot of detail to them here. And not just the high yield. I like to joke about that because it's kind of fun to say. But some of them, well, we'll go over the cards later. A pair of force cards played by Zeal to end the turn. My turn. All right, so I can play the WMD match that I got after taking that first mulligan. So that'll work. A WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories.
Select target.
Moonbaz Marty, hi. Yeah, I hope so, Meowsy. Hope everybody's having a good day. Now, the building card, that's a faux ami, as they might say in French, a false friend. That's not going to help you out right there with the building cards, for me at least. When I say you, I mean me, because all I have in my discard pile are WMDs. And remember, you can make at most 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. So don't be fooled there by the building cards. All right, so I have a pair of Force joined now by a pair of Intel cards out in my war zone. I'll pass it the last action in the turn. So I'm taking on Zeal here in Warsaken Blitz. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer, looking for another opponent. So a roll of 6 for Zeal. Intel. Pair of Intel cards. Again, well, it may be very different things as far as the cards go. It's the category that matters. So for the purpose of how they function within Blitz, you can have a scout be as effective as a tank. 4, as far as what it does for you in the game. All right, so there's the 3rd assassination attempt. That's Intel, so I can do some bouncing. Let's bounce. Force your opponent to bounce 3 cards from their war zone to their discard pile. And that's actually misleading slightly because they don't get to choose. You get to choose.
Select target.
So let's bounce. Sure to say hello there to Moonbaz Marty. Well, let's see, let's bounce. We'll bounce both of the tigers
Select target.
and one of the intel cards there. The diversionary tactic. But again, don't be completely drawn in by the image on the card. Because the emblem, that insignia, is what really matters in Warsaken Blitz. 3 actions to go for the turn. Obviously, these WMDs in here are of no value to me. But they're just in the way. I mean, there's just extra space there. That's why they're darkened out like that, because you can only make 1 WMD match per side in a given game. I can play the building cards here and go back for intel. And because I don't have any other way to, like, if I don't do that, would I feel like a one-off weather out there? No, I don't think so. Let's go get the intel. This has a certain extra effect, too. And that now my opponent's going to know that I've got these 3 assassination attempt cards back in my hand. If Zeal's looking there. I'm not sure how much or how often opponents pay attention to that, but it's part of the game. You can look in your opponent's discard pile and your own. It would be cumbersome to do that in a traditional card game. So it's fun with this, like, okay, how do you take advantage of things within the medium that avail themselves better to gameplay? And that's whether we're talking about the power meter in Brawlers, or you're talking about being able to look in your opponent's discard pile here with Warsaken Blitz. Just, it's easy when you have a computer computing things quickly, as far as numbers go, or being able to make it so you don't have to reach across the table, look into somebody's discard pile, and possibly agitate things a bit. With this, there's no such worry. 2 actions here for Zeal. So a force card and an intel card out there, and that's it for the turn. My turn. 2. I'll be well served to not just put 2 of the assassination attempts back out. There might be more intel up there. Luckily, this is a rarity where I have some, like this Monsoon Storm. These 2 look a lot different. I tried to have too many cards in my deck, those like where I have a 4 of a given title. I want them to look alike usually, so they don't trick me like this. But in this case, these 2 are a pair. So they're both Monsoon Storms, they're both weather cards. That's it for my turn. If I can play a third, that would be a match. That's the way it works in Warsaken Blitz. Taking on Zeal. First match of the broadcast. Roll of 6 for Zeal. 19 cards and 6 actions. Zeal's down to 2 territories. I have all 4 of mine intact, but that might change here very soon. WMD. There's 2. There's a WMD match with a third. So that will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. We'll both be down to 2. Three actions to go for the turn. There's a force match. That force match will eliminate another territory. I'll have only 1 remaining. One action to go for the turn. Weather card. Tornado. My turn. 4. All right, a bit trickier for me now. I can't really play an intel here because there's only 2 cards out there I could hit. My opponent's already played a WMD. I really don't like playing intel to force a discard after your opponent has played a WMD. I think if I've had one played on me, but don't threaten me with a good time. I'll dump out these EMP discharges that I can't use. But in this case, that's not really what we're looking at. So we'll use 2 of the 4 actions here with Ray and the Insider. Pass it the last 2 actions in the turn. It is a deterrent having the intel cards where your opponent knows that. Again, there's a reason Zeal only has those 2 out there, I imagine. And at some point, you can't just sit back forever and wait as far as hoping your opponent's going to not use intel against you. But it makes for an interesting back and forth. And this is part of the nuance to the gameplay that I think new players won't necessarily pick up immediately. But I've played this so many times, you start to see things, okay, yeah, this works, this maybe not as much, and especially for players who do very well against me. There's a lot of talent in the Warsaken community. There's a second weather card with a tornado that ends the turn. My turn. Carlos CGTV, hello. Prawn, hi. Greetings and welcome, everybody. taking on Zeal. This is the first match of the broadcast, so you're just in time. Roll to 2. All right, so building an intel, but neither that I can actually make a match with this turn. Ooh, bit of a spot here, isn't it? I mean, I can put it out there. It's just that's how intel is being used against you in a most inopportune way. But not do with the building cards anyway. I mean, the intel, what am I going to... I mean, problem is that's the 4th spot by Warsaken. So, pass up the actions in the turn. I'm down to 1 territory remaining. Zeal has 2 remaining. We both used our respective WMD matches for the broadcast. I get more than 1 per broadcast, I hope. It's going to be a long broadcast otherwise. I have a 1 per game in Warsaken Blitz. It's Zeal's turn. Gabix, hello. Hi. So it's Zeal's turn. I'm down to 1 territory. It's a roll of 3. Force. GR Viper. That's a force match. That's going to give me a compromised leader. Eliminate my final territory.
Compromised.
So 1 more force match would give Zeal the victory, but it's my turn. 6. All right, I can play a Monsoon Storm to get an extra turn. And bounce what's out there with the assassination attempt. I can go back. Well, I can't go back for force, though, because I haven't played a force yet. So with the weather. Monsoon Storm. Give me that extra turn. 5 actions to go here. With an extra turn to come. I could play the intel, go back for weather. I don't know how much of that I want to do, but how long do you wait? I can play... I mean, I could bounce those 2 weathers and the intel out there, but the reality is that Zeal just needs a force match to beat me. So I don't know if going after that route's going to be the better play versus I think I'm just going to go for weather. Let's see what I can do here. Monsoon Storm back again. I'll play 2 of the 3 Monsoon Storms here with this extra turn coming now. Extra turn. I need 3 force matches to get the win. 4. All right, so I play a weather. I'll get the extra turn. Don't have a force match. Got plenty of intel, but that's not really of much help for me at the moment. Because again, it's not really what's out there that worries me. It's a possible match with 3 force cards to beat me. Play the Monsoon. Extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Play a pair of weather cards. Geomagnetic Disturbance. Pass up the last action. Let's get that other extra turn. Let's see. 1. Well, here's where the party ends, I think. I'll go ahead and play a double EL force, but I only have the 1 to play here, and that's it for my turn. You can only chase with weather for so long. There's a roll of 5 for Zeal. Has 18 cards now. Just needs a force match to beat me. I've got a compromised leader. There it is. There's a force match for the victory for Zeal. All right, good game, Zeal.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go. Taking on Carlos CGTV. With the rank of High Justice. It's the game title I'm using here with this deck today. All right, well, nothing here makes even a pair. So I'll use a mulligan. It'll reshuffle my arsenal, my deck of 60, and then deal me 8 cards again. That's more like it. When I have a pair of force cards, I realize I keep it. Helps to have a pair of WMDs, especially if you get a third one that shows up early. You only want to use that second mulligan if you absolutely... Like, if I would have had nothing to match here, okay, that's the case where you'd use it. If I've got something to work with, keep. So my opponent will go first, taking on Carlos CGTV. This is the code incoming game mat that I'm using today, thanks to Biscuit, who gave me this game mat. Roll 4. Pair of weather cards for Carlos. And then a pair of force cards played. My turn. 4. All right, so I've got a force match with Azar Cyrus, the Fabricator.
Select target.
Force match allows me to eliminate one of my opponent's 4 territories. Blah, hello. One action to go for the turn. But with nothing that I want to play this turn matching except for these. Here's where I can trick you sometimes. I like using the Abdul Hafiz, the supplier, because I've got Savage Escalation version, and I've got the Genesis of Conflict version, sets 1 and 2. There aren't that many cards that fall into that category of being in multiple sets, but Abdul Hafiz is one of them. So I'll play that here, and that'll end my turn. Hello, the Warsaken, thank you. Blood foil, yeah, I'm happy with that. There's a roll of 2 here for my opponent. That's the white phosphorus bomb WMD. I've had that for a long time. Those blood foils have a way of standing out, don't they? 2. I don't have very many of them, and I treasure the ones that I have, so it's good times with that. All right, so we'll play a second Abdul Hafiz. So we got both Genesis of Conflict and Savage Escalation repped here with a supplier. 1 action to go for the turn. 3 spots open by Warzone. Pass the last action in the turn. My prize wallet is Fulfillments with an S on the end. I got typing here in chat. Delvis in. Hello. Hi, Delvis. All right, so look at all that out there in my opponent's wars. I'm taking on Carlos CGTV. Pair of weather cards, pair of force cards, another pair of force cards, another pair of weather. 4 wide, 2 deep with weather and force. My turn, roll of 1. But that 1 is at least a match for me here. A third, Abdul Hafiz. Came through with a supply. Got the hookup. That force match will eliminate a second territory for my opponent. It's worth mentioning, because I mentioned my prize wallet, the name of it's Fulfillments with an S on the end. So if you ever receive anything for that, you're looking through your inventory saying, where did I get this from? What is Fulfillments? It's probably a prize that you won here on Nashville Lou Live. Roll of 4 here for Carlos CGTV. That would be great. That'd be great. Or as loot to give out to viewers. I was actually thinking about that last night because I had a couple of those smaller loot cards that I got in one of those. And to buy another loot pack. People are looking for that that owner. All right, roll of 5 here. Of course, the new Savage Escalation cards available in the Warsaken store. And great artwork in this game. It's visually compelling, and yet it never strays from being serious. It's a game about war, so it has to be serious for this to work properly. And it certainly does. It treats everything seriously. It's a lot of fun to play and live stream. What's not so much fun is I've got 3 action, building cards and WMDs. Either of those being out there is oof. It's a little bit dicey as far as what your opponent might do. Now, granted, there's not any intel out there opposite me, but Just because it's not showing doesn't mean it won't show up, possibly. So I'll pass up the 3 actions in the turn. Thank you. Thank you very much. So the Warsaken give me 500,000 loot for prizes to give out. So we'll have some fun figuring out how to do this. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Many thanks. I think people will get a little more interested in that than the, maybe the 50 loot cards. Although those 50 loot, I've got some ideas, cross-promotion stuff outside of Warsaken that'll get people's attention possibly. But I want to give the good stuff with Warsaken out here for sure. Already had 1 prize won. Zeal beat me in the open. I'm taking on Carlo CGTV. I believe there's a roll of 6. It was a pullback of 2 cards from the war zone, opening up a spot. That's a WMD trio about to happen. There's 2. A third would be a match. If there's a WMD match, that will eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Only 2 of them? Wow. Now that's interesting. I'm just so averse to putting out. I've seen, but there are people that will play this way and have maybe 3 sets of 4 WMDs. I'm not saying that's what Carlos has necessarily, but thinking out loud here with that. 3. I was just expecting a third to drop in there. It didn't happen. Well, I can go back for force. But I don't think that's the move at the moment, because if I can get a WMD match, I'll only need 1 more force match to get the win, so I'd rather maybe wait a turn on that. And yeah, I've got very little out there in my war zone. I play the Foxbusters. Let's put these 2 Foxbusters out there. They could get attacked, but again, you can't worry too much about that at this point in the match. Pass the last action in the turn. Say it's a risk, but it can pay off. Yeah. But I've seen it before where people will intentionally, like, almost they'll put them out there as, like, to intentionally as bait. But I'm sure there's a way that, you know, technique-wise that they have it planned out. I've just never, that hasn't worked for me as much. I'm not sure what's bait and what's not, because that depends on what the next roll the die brings. 4. All right. So I've got a force match, but in this particular spot in a game of Warsaken Blitz, when I have 2 force matches that have my opponent down to 2 territories. If I play a force match now, and then the next turn I get a WMD, this force match here is all but wasted as far as the effectiveness, because a WMD, if there's only 1 territory left, it just takes out that last territory, and then I burn through this force match. But how long do you wait? That's the question. If I had a weather, I would love to go back for weather, but I don't have it available, so that's a tough spot, isn't it? But you know what? Let's go ahead and play it. I mean, I can't wait forever. ZS Wolf.
Select target.
I mean, maybe this will prove right, maybe not. We'll see. Let's take my opponent down to 1 territory remaining. Still have 1 action to go for the turn. I'm not going to put just a building card out there. Pass up the action in the turn. Because now I'm in a spot where if I can get a G1 Foxbuster match and I've got another force match up here, or like a 4 or 5 or something, then I'd be able to take out that last territory, eliminate it, and then give my opponent's compromised leader a force match to get the win. So that's what I'm thinking with that. But there's the unknown. I might not get, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? My opponent could have like 3 or 4 weathers in a row and it could get crazy. As long as you still have cards in your arsenal, in Warsaken Blitz, you've got a legitimate opportunity to fight your way back into a given game. The only time when you're legitimately lost is when you have nothing left in your arsenal and you don't have enough force matches to get the win no matter what, and you're out of building cards. That situation, okay, bleak. But otherwise, I've seen it's happened against me too, where I've had a huge lead, but I just can't get that last force match to save my life, and then my opponent comes roaring back and gets the win, or vice versa. It makes for exciting moments with Blitz. You never feel like you're just playing out the stretch, with the exception being if you don't have any cards left in your arsenal. But more often than not, that won't be an issue. Against an Intel heavy deck, have to plan it out a little bit differently. Meanwhile, see, I was talking about the WMDs. 2 sets of 2 now for Carlos CGTV with a weather card in between, 1 action to go for the turn. Later in this hour, we're giving away a Warsaken wheel spin. Your chance to win's coming up. Building card, extra turn. 3. Yeah, it does. It does take you a while to get milled down to nothing. You're right. Although it's happened against me plenty of times when it can be frustrating when an opponent gets on a roll. There's a WMD match. Carlos CGTV is going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. So I'll be down to 2. There's 2 actions still to go for the turn. There's building cards. You're not going back for WMDs, so it's weather or weather. Either the cloud cover or the terrifying storm. You wouldn't go back for WMD since you only play 1 per game. So, the storm was taken. Roll 3 here for the extra turn, so you figure those weather cards that were just brought back will be played here, get another extra turn. So at this point, Carlos CGTV's looking to line up 3 more force matches. We both played a WMD match. Well, there's the, this could be multiple weathers here, because you got blinding sandstorm weather match right here. So an extra turn, I'm guessing that that storm card will be the first. We'll get the extra turn. Let's see. Maybe not. 25 cards. I mean, this is where it really gets... When you have an opponent that's got more than 20 cards, 25 is like, oof. There's that weather card, that storm. Here's the extra turn. Yeah, I agree, Kron. Normally you do have a pretty decent fight when it comes to Blitz. It's fun to play. It's fun to live stream. It's even more fun to live stream than just playing it, not streaming it, in my experience. Like, I was trying to let my voice rest up over the weekend. Even then, it was still scratchy for what I needed it to be, but I played the Blue Mint tournament this past Sunday, and it was a lot of fun. I had 3 really good games against Ivanov 007. Ivanov got the win as far as advancing, but it would have been more fun if I had streamed it. So, something I'm keeping in mind. I do intend to stream the Blue Mint tournament this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC start time. So there's a roll of 1 there for the extra turn, 2nd weather card. So if I had an intel match, I could bounce that weather, knowing that Carlos CGTV already has a 3rd in hand. 5. Let's see what we have here. Okay, well, cloud cover will be an extra turn. I need 2 more force matches, so I don't have that just yet. Got 2 sets. Let's see, building cards. Think about this for a second. Okay, now the problem is I'm going to play like 2 sets of 3 building cards, so that's not going to be something I can just take a +3 turns and be good with. All right. We'll go cloud cover. Want the extra turn. Building cards. Advanced weather station. This will be a building match. Turning 3 cards to my hand. ZS Wolf. Play 1 Wolf. Extra turn. I need 2 force matches to get the win. 5. I'll have weather I can use here. And I'll be able to get the win, but I have to do this. Let's see. Okay, yeah. 5 actions. 2 of them here with the ZS Wolf. That force match will give my opponent a compromised leader. Eliminate that last territory.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. That's Roman's prototype. Force match for the win. All right, good game, Carlos CGTV.
Warsaken.
All right, here we go, taking on Moonbaz Marty. After this match, we'll be going back to the randomizer. I'll be looking for more opponents that I haven't faced yet today in Warsaken Blitz. All right, so they're the 8 cards that I was dealt. Unfortunately for me, nothing even makes a pair, so take a mulligan here. So this mulligan, it'll shuffle my arsenal, and then it deals you 8 cards again. This is more like it. 3 and 2. It was very, even like the clear look there with the night vision, and then the blue there, the hammerheads. Keep. And lucky me, I get to go first. This is the blood fungus game method I'm using here, and you'll notice with the cosmetics, I'm using red as opposed to my normal brand color of purple, just to show off some of the other elements in the game here and how they can add to the fun, as far as you can make the board look how you want it to, your die, game method, card backs, all that. A lot of fun. Let's see. Let's play A9 Hammerhead. Put one of those out there. That's it for my turn. All right. Now, for whatever reason, sometimes it won't let you click. Like, it just blocks up that part of it. So all you have to do is hit F5. It takes like 2 seconds. It'll pop right back into place, and then another 2 seconds or so. Well, Moonbaz Marty was fast. That was a roll of 2. You see why I wait when the game locks up like that? To see what the roll is, so I know what happened. So it was a roll of 2. Moonbaz Marty plays a pair of weather cards. Speedy one, which I appreciate. My turn, 5. It's tough with intel cards against Moonbaz Marty. Tends to play very close to the vest with the cards. But I could force, you know what I'm going to do here. I mean, I know as much as it is nice to be able to bounce cards, in this case, it's tough with Moonbaz Marty. And once Moonbaz plays a WMD, intel becomes even more difficult to use. So I'm going to force Moonbaz to discard 3, but only 8 cards in hand. The earlier you can do that, the better if you're going to do that in a given match of Warsaken Blitz. We'll play a second A9 Hammerhead. I mean, I've got the haulers here, but I don't want to just throw one out there. Pass it the last action in the turn. So Moonbaz Marty. And part of the fun of this, you get to see what your opponent discards in what order. It gets voted out of the house. Of course, the workaround this happens to you, having building cards helps as far as bringing cards back to your hand from your discard pile. And that's not a roll of 1 for Moonbaz Marty. It just sets the die there while the decision process is made. You know, it's Moonbaz Marty with that black die and that 24K gold look to it there. Really nice looking die. All right, so Private Sarah Vet, she got voted out. Too much of a threat to the head of household. And then a pair of these tanks. Roll of 6. But again, Moonbaz Marty started this after choosing the 3 that he had to discard. Only had 5 cards, so even that roll of 6 is only 11 cards. So a pair of weather, now a pair of force cards in the war zone for Moonbaz Marty. Passing up the last actions there. So you see how you can really mess up an opponent doing that when it works out that way. Roll of 1. I'll chance it. C15, Jameson Holland. Going for the all-blue Warzone look. Roll of 1 for Moonbaz Marty. Weather card. My turn. 2. All right, well, I can play those other 2 Jameson Haulers. I'm glad I went ahead and played that first one before the end of the last turn for me. This will be a force match.
Select target.
Force match allows you to eliminate one of your opponent's 4 territories. That's it for my turn. Roll of 6 for Moonbaz Marty. Now this could change things quite a bit. 15 cards, 6 actions here. There's that WMD match. Typically, Moonbaz Marty won't put WMDs out until he's got 3 lined up. That WMD match takes me from 4 territories down to 2. 3 actions to go for the turn. So a second tornado. 2 sets of 2 weather. And a pair of force cards out there, but that's it for the turn. My turn. 6. All right, the weather will give me an extra turn. Jax Nash can eliminate a second territory for my opponent. Ideal conditions. So 3 of them. I'll take the extra turn. We'll get to that in a moment. 3 spots open by Warzone. 3 actions to go for the turn. And that's misleading on the Jax Nash. I'm at F5 because I think somehow it got thrown off slightly there. But see how quickly it puts everything back into place. It's not exactly a difficult thing to do. Jax Nash, there's 3 of them. Found the one that fell on the floor.
Select target.
That force match will allow me to eliminate a second territory for my opponent. Extra turn. 4. Three spots open in my war zone. We'll go 2 sets of 2 weather. Fire in the fields. 2 spots open in my war zone. 2 actions to go for the turn. With a savage escalation weather here, the geomagnetic disturbance. It's magnetic. But that's it for my turn. So both Moonbaz Marty and I have 2 sets of 2 weather and a pair of force cards in the war zone. Moonbaz Marty's turn, roll of 1. No match. I was afraid Moonbaz might catch a 3rd weather there because sometimes that's where they like that roll of 1 extra turn, then it's a 6 or a 5 and it's off to the races. Instead, it's my turn 2. Well, what was I saying about getting that weather on a low roll? We got that here with the geomagnetic disturbance. Weather. Extra turn. Super enthusiastic. Still have 1 action for this turn. I could put Bella Ivanova out there. I don't think that's the move, though. I already have 1 force pair out there. I only need, if I can get a WMD match, big if at the moment, but if I can, then I wouldn't need 2 sets of force cards. So the risk reward isn't worth it. Pass it the last action for this turn. Extra turn. 6. All right, so I've got weather. Bella Ivanova. Again, this is the scenario from before. How long do you wait to play that? When you have 2 sets of 2 force matches already. How long do you wait on those WMDs when you only have 1 and 1? Hard to know. Fire in the fields. Give me that extra turn. 5 actions to go for this turn. You can't wait forever in this game. Play a pair of blinding sandstorms. I think I'm going to do here is I'm play. You have to be careful when you do this. That green part right there, that'd be playing all of them. And actually don't want to do that at the moment. So I'll play 2 of them. Keep the 4th spot, my war zone open. Pass up that last action in the turn. Extra turn. 6. It was worth the wait. I'm going to get the win right here. White phosphorus bomb. WMD match. A WMD match will eliminate the final 2 territories remaining for Moonbaz Marty.
Compromised.
3 actions to go. Bella Ivanova for the win.
Select target.
All right, good game, Moonbaz Marty. Moonbaz Marty has probably, if not the best, one of the best win-loss percentages against me of people I play regularly. So when I beat Moonbaz Marty, it's an accomplishment. Good game, Moonbaz Marty. Got the win there, but fun as usual playing against you. Here we go, taking on Nathaka. So back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1800 UTC with Warsaken Blitz. And a reminder, the next Blue Mints tournament for Warsaken Blitz is on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 0000 UTC. All right, so a pair of weather cards. And you don't want to be too picky with your starting 8 in Warsaken Blitz. If you got something you can work with, and this qualifies, keep. This is the Dusk Magma game mat that I'm using here. You have all sorts of options. There's a roll of 6 to start things off for Nathaka. You see, like, where Nathaka has that pinkish-looking die for the numbers, and then the white die. Pair of force cards. The card backs I have for this particular deck today, black with the Warsaken logo in purple, smaller versions of it, bunch of them. Like one of those H5 dropships, bunch of them flying through. My turn. Roll of 6. All right, so a weather match, I'll be able to get an extra turn. Nathaka with a pair of force cards, then 1H with the weather out the war zone. A weather match will give me an extra turn. 3 actions to go for this turn. Wide open war zone. With weather. Fire in the fields. On fire. Tarsa. Tarsa OP, hello. One action to go for the turn. Here's another example with the H5 dropship. This is the Genesis of Conflict version of the H5 dropship. This is the Savage Escalation version. With a few non-fire cards out of the fire deck, but I did that for the purposes of the demonstration. They work together, though, as a tandem. However, I only have 1 action here, so 1 ship at a time, please. Extra turn. 1. Well. Okay, fine. Second H5 dropship. So that'll make a pair, but that's it for my turn. So I've got a pair of weather cards and a pair of force cards there with the dropships. Taking on Nathaka. Later in this hour, have another Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. Your chance to win's coming up. Roll of 1. No play. My turn. 5. All right, nothing makes a match. Got 2 spots open in my war zone. Well, I'm not particularly... At least I have 1 pair of weather cards out there already. Normally I like to have at least, if I'm going to fill up a 3rd spot, I like to have 2 sets of 2 weather if I'm going to do that, but that's not always an option, like in this case. So instead, let's go with some intel. Burn notice. On fire. Unfortunately for me, those last 3 actions is going to have to go unused. Sometimes in Blitz, it really does work better for your game in certain situations, just pass up actions. So anything in that war zone of yours can potentially be attacked. Your opponent plays an intel match. I'll pass the last 3 actions in the turn. Also, stuff that you play that's in your war zone can get in the way if you're not careful. Think long and hard before you fill up that 4th spot in your war zone, particularly for new players. People have been playing for a while can have they know the score, but there's a pro tip for you. So a second weather card out there with a tsunami. Hi, Anik. We'll be going back to the randomizer after the match. So a second Bella Ivanova. 2 sets of 2 force. Pair of weather cards. A pullback on the other weather, interestingly. That's it for the turn. Those last 2 actions passed up. You see what Nathaka did there with that pullback? That opens up that 4th spot in your war zone. I think that's really good gameplay. I don't know what Nathaka has card-wise, obviously, but in general, if you can open up that 4th spot in your war zone, you'll be in a good position. DKRN 007, hello. Randomizer's closed at the moment. We'll be going to that after this match is over. Taking on Nathaka. Rolled a 3, but nothing makes a match. Oof. So I'll pass it the actions and in the turn. That happens sometimes in Warsaken Blitz. It's a roll of 1. Nathaka. 2 sets of 2 force and a pair of weather cards out there in the war zone. Agent Nika Devon, the sneaky one. Force card. That's it for the turn. My turn. 2. Well, it's nice having these 2 match up. Going back for weather actually isn't a bad idea. But there's some risk to doing it this way. But here we go. Underwater mines on fire. Special waterproof fire. We'll play 2 of them here. 4 wide and 2 deep for me. Sometimes you got to, at some point in Warsaken Blitz, you got to take a chance. Roll 2 for Nathaka. There's a second Agent Nika Devon, so 3 sets of 2 force out there for Nathaka, along with a pair of weather cards and that tsunami. Weather. 3rd tsunami means an extra turn for Nathaka. It'll be bad news for me. 6. Uh-oh. 21 cards for Nathaka. Or no, 15. No, it is 21. Sometimes I'm not sure when they update that number. So, here we go. WMD. WMD match. That's going to eliminate 2 of my 4 territories. Thanks to Carl Casey at Whitebad Audio for making such great music that I get to use for my background music here on Nashville Lou Live and Warsaken Blitz. Another force match. Or I should say a force match after that WMD match. So see how quickly I went from 4 territories down to 1? It can happen just like that. We may not be done. I mean, Nathaka has... Okay, that's not going to happen here. If there had been a match for the Agent Zera and for Bella Ivanova, that could have been the match right there. But luckily for me, it wasn't. Time is running short. 4. All right. So I'll go ahead and let's see. So I'll play the 3rd building card. I can go back for weather. I'll probably hold on to the weather for a turn. I'll play the WMD. Triggered Meltdown. That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. The Scrapyard. And the Port. But that's it for my turn. 4. 19 cards for Nathaka and 4 actions. There's a force match. This will give me a compromised leader. If there's one more force match up there for Nathaka, that's going to be it.
Compromised.
Building cards. Guessing Nathaka's going back for force. I mean, it could be weather, but I'm guessing force. That way, yep. So if Nathaka gets another roll and rolls a 3 or higher, that's going to be the match for sure. So 2. Uh-oh. Well, it doesn't do me any good to play the intel here to cause the bounce. I mean, maybe it would. I mean, but actually, let me think about this. Actually, it would work to a degree in that if there's a roll of 1 or 2 and there's a weather match for Nathaka, this would block that. If there's a 3 or higher, I'm dead anyway because Nathaka's sitting on a force match. I know it. She just brought it back from her discard pile. Burn notice. Let's do it.
Select target.
I mean, getting rid of the Agent Zera, there's extra benefit because that could potentially beat me as well.
Select target.
But I already know that Nathaka is sitting on 3 Bella Ivanovas. That would be a game-winning force match.
Select target.
That's what we're looking at here. And I'll play 1 weather card. Cloud cover. That's it for the turn. Oh, it's not let me click. I wish it wouldn't do that. Let's wait and see when Nathaka rolls here before I F5 it. 2. So I may get another roll here. Inopportune time to have to reload it, but there we go.
Leader compromised.
There are the 2 Bella Ivanovas. I know there's a 3rd up there. Let's see. Remember, I've got that weather match potentially. 6. All right, let's think this through. I can give Nathaka a compromised leader. Gotta go for the extra turn. All right, 4 actions here because I can potentially get another weather on that extra turn. So there's that as well. Let's get in with it. Agent Zera, force match.
Select target.
Let's eliminate a 3rd territory for my opponent. Go ahead and play this A7 axe. Get that out there. Extra turn. 4. Fire in the fields. All right. Let's think this through. I may not have to play that, though. I have 4 actions. I got the axe out there. I got the drop ships. I think I'm going to get the win right here doing it this way. H5 drop ship. So I'll give my opponent a compromise later.
Select target.
I got lucky there at the end, didn't I?
Compromised.
3 actions to go. I only need 2. A7 axe for the win.
Select target. Leader eliminated. Victory.
All right, good game to Thaka.
Warsaken.
Here we go, taking on Jack the Ripper. All right, now look, I could tell in my peripheral vision that I had some cards dancing. So it's kind of weird because that's a lot of WMDs to have, and I'm not going to take a mulligan when I've got a WMD match sitting here. Keep. This is unusual. This is very unusual. I love you expect the unexpected with Warsaken Blitz. You never know for sure what's going to happen in a given match. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Goes first, rolls a 2. Pair of force cards. My turn. Well, with 6, that's easy enough. Go ahead and play the EMP discharge, WMD match.
Select target.
That WMD match will eliminate 2 of my opponent's 4 territories. Three actions to go for the turn. I've got a wide open war zone. A pair of 00 black blades. Force cards. Play those now. I'll pass up that last action on the turn. This is the rustic wall game mat that I'm using today with these. It's not entirely night vision. It's actually helpful to not have it be entirely, but there's primarily night vision. Roll of 6. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper says, I am dead. Well, that roll of 6 might revive you. Remember with Warsaken Blitz, you can have furious rallies. It can also look a lot worse than it is when you've been hit with a WMD early. Because yes, that is bad, but you can only play 1 WMD match in a given game of Warsaken Blitz. And so it may look like you're a lot further down, whereas you're just 1 WMD match away from getting even with me as far as the territories go. 3 wide, 2 deep, my opponent's war zone. With force, weather, and force. I rolled a 1. Nothing's a really good fit to put out there. You wouldn't play the WMDs, even, I mean, once you play 1, you can't make another match. It would just be in the way. You wouldn't want to do that. So pass it the action and the turn. Two. Force card. A lot of firepower out there in my opponent's war zone. It's my turn. 2. I mean, I do have the building cards here, but I really think that'd be a bad idea to play those right now, so I won't. Pass up the 2 actions in the turn. It's a roll of 6. taking on Jack the Ripper. Later in this hour, a Warsaken wheel spin giveaway. And more live player versus player competition. There's a weather match for Jack the Ripper. So that'll be an extra turn after this, with 5 actions still to go for this turn. There's another weather match, so 2 extra turns pending. And still 2 actions to go for this turn. Resets a 2/4. There's that RR5 Pulse. Now that's a set 1 card, but it kind of stands out. And then Agent Nika Devon there, another force. Extra turn number 1 of 2, I think. roll a 4. It really does be difficult to keep track of that when I'm also watching chat, making sure the broadcast is going well. But that's part of the game. And more importantly, the game itself keeps track. So it's not like I have to audit it or anything. Roll of 1 on that, I believe that second extra turn. Taking on Jack the Ripper. 4 wide, 2 deep in that war zone. It's all force. Just staring me down. And a pullback on Agent Nika Devon. Wow, my turn. 5. All right, well, I have building cards, but they don't really help me at the moment because the only match I've made thus far is WMD. And you can only have 1 WMD match per side in a given game of Warsaken Blitz, so it does me no good to go back at this point for them. So those cards dancing around are just being a bit misleading. So instead, let's play some Intel, pair of stolen blueprints. All right, so a pair of force cards, pair of intel cards. 2 spots open in my war zone. 3 actions to go for the turn. I could put more force out there potentially, but I don't know. I'll do it. Max Harper. I'll keep that 4th spot in my war zone open, pass at the last action in the turn. Roll of 2. Taking on Jack the Ripper. And Warsaken Blitz. There's a force match. This will eliminate one of my 4 territories. Another force match. I'm down to 2 territories. That's it for the turn. My turn. 3. All right, so I can play Intel and bounce the 3 cards in my opponent's war zone. Because again, there's no use at the moment for playing any building cards because the only thing in my discard pile has WMD written on it, which is not going to help me. Stolen blueprints. Let's bounce.
Select target.
Agent Nika Devon.
Select target.
And both of the S21Rs. Bounce. 2 actions to go for the turn. Play a pair of B6 Rabid Beasts. And that'll do it for my turn. Taking on Jack the Ripper, who rolled a 4. Intel, look out. That's an Intel match. That could bounce those force cards of mine. That's 1 off the top of each. That haircut taking me from 3 sets of 2 to 3 1-offs out there. Well-timed Intel can really shift the flow of a given match. Force card to end the turn. My turn. 4. Luckily, I've got building cards. The 00 Black Blade. Play the Advanced Weather Station. Building cards. Play a weather card. A little bit different. Play it this way a little bit differently. That's it for my turn. Taking on Jack the Ripper. Warsaken Blitz, Nashville Lou Live. Five. 21 cards. Anytime your opponent has 20 cards or higher, beware. WMD. That's a WMD match. I'm going to have a compromised leader. All that Jack the Ripper needs
Compromised.
is a force match to beat me. There's 2. There's 3. My goodness, that's going to do it. All right, good game. Jack the Ripper victorious.